Okay.
And so we go.
Welcome, everyone, to the final Opus Magnum Tournament 2024 stream. This is week 7. This is it. The puzzle before you is Critellium. Critellium is a puzzle that I have had. It is probably my second oldest of the tournament puzzles, right behind Blue Vitriol. It came out of my brain shortly after Blue Vitriol. So, one of the main ideas, so this puzzle takes inspiration from Amalgamated Gold Ring. It's partly
Okay.
why, I wanted Biggie on comms, because, yeah, so I was impressed by how Biggie managed such a terrible ratio on such a seemingly simple looking puzzle. And I won't say top it, but I wanted to match it. I wanted to find out, like, where exactly, what that came from. Because back when we did Amalgamated Gold Ring, it was like, I'm sure Biggie can speak to this, but it was like the community was almost not ready for such a terrible ratio.
I feel like so in RPO's tournament, there was the first ever like pure ejection tournament puzzle with creative accounting, and several people weren't even aware that pure ejection was mathematically complicated. But also during RPO's tournament, week 2 was brutally hard because he did a recycling puzzle. So during mine, I was like, pure ejection is complicated. There's precedent that week 2 sometimes catches people off guard, and I like that this looks like it could be 8-1, but it's actually 160 to 21. Let's do it.
Right. And I admired that. Because it took genuine creativity to find that ratio so badly on a puzzle with pretty nice looking inputs and outputs. So I dug and I dug and I dug. For hours and hours I would just like boot up like weird metal ratios and try to find like the most like condensed level of cursedness that I could find. And finally I found this. I found this puzzle. I found the ratio of metals inputs to outputs. And so for anyone wondering what the ideal ratio is, it is 136 inputs to 15 outputs. That is the most efficient possible way of turning the input into the output, in terms of rate anyway. And I settled on this, and that was where I got the input-output ratio. So I then tinkered around a lot with the shape. You people know me. I like my 120 degree bond angles.
Yeah.
And so basically I had rate sorted. I didn't really, for rate, I didn't care what the input and output looked like. I did for the other metrics, however. For sum and for TI, the original version of this puzzle had single atom inputs. Definitely makes things simpler.
Oh,
For rate, it's still really complicated, but for the other two metrics, it's simpler. Single atom inputs would have simplified a lot because you can just choose not to put lead on the board. But it's a surprisingly late change to make the input the shape that it is. But it ended up complicating sum and TI both very nicely. TI, that input pretty much it guarantees a certain strategy will be featured quite prominently. Whether it's the best one or not, we'll have to wait and see. But I thought, why not? Let's just like make bricking okay. Whether it probably comes out on top, it might not. But
no, it might not.
oh yeah, of course it might not. There's a chance. You're telling me there's a chance.
I'm competing.
This is true. And for some, we did a bit of playtesting on some with the single atom inputs, and it looked pretty fun because hexarms were featured prominently and all that jazz, but it wasn't quite sum monstery enough for me. So that was the other reason the input was chosen to be a caltrops shape. And the output shape, there was another one that I had settled on for quite a while. It was kind of like, let me just like draw it out. See if I can remember it. It was like that output shape, and it was... The bonds were like two C's, but like conjoined in a line in the middle. So kind of like... So kind of like the two blue vitriol outputs, but like conjoined. But then it ended up being all too similar to blue vitriol. So I cooked and found that. And I used Panic's... he generated a list of all the 8 atom molecules. And I was trying to find like a cool symmetrical one that hadn't been done before. And it took a while, but I found that one.
This is very similar to Nightmare Fuel's output shape, but the 2 silvers would need to be nestled into the snug cracks a little bit, and then it would become Nightmare Fuel.
Yeah. And I didn't actually mind that similarity, because this puzzle, I don't think I'm exaggerating when I'm saying this puzzle is Nightmare Fuel tier.
Yep.
So I didn't mind having that. So that's where this puzzle came from in my brain. Looking at the submission list, we ended up with 44 submitters, which is more than I thought. Honestly, it like, yeah, there was a drop off, but that's still not like much worse than Touchstone. I think Touchstone only had like 46 or 47. So the fact we got 44 for this puzzle, of all puzzles, like, yeah, that's the lowest submission number you're getting all tournament. Like, that's insanely high. Yeah, output shape was quite hard.
So congrats to everybody for being in top 50.
Question.
I think...
Sorry, you go.
Oh, I think that given the standings, that means there are enough people that if Calioresis doesn't get top 38 on one of the both metrics, we might have a new win.
Oh, yeah.
Someone might pass them. But no, Calioresis is ahead by so much that anything better than 38th place on one metric is enough to secure victory for the entire thing.
Okay. Let me figure out where we're starting, because that is not something I looked at. A lot of the solves that are unclear as to which metric they're optimized for, I'm just gonna assume it's a sum solve. Okay. Which means, yeah, that one says sum. Oh shit. Okay, we go all... Wait. That one? Alright, I'm gonna play it safe and start at 26th place. No, wait. 25th.
Okay.
Already top 25.
So we'll be...
I dropped in the Discord chat like, oh, 27 people probably could go for min rate. That was so bullshit.
Yeah, it was too hard for that.
Alright, sure.
Maybe in a few years we'll have that level of expertise. Probably at this fucking rate we will.
At 18.133 rate we will.
Okay, so we're going to start with a rate of 22. Where are we? I just went ahead and started. This is Mr. Royal Spade.
Oh, snap. We are big.
Oh yeah, this is as far as I can zoom out, by the way. We might need to be using this level of zooming outness for a while.
I do love that it uses track for decoration, but is otherwise a trackless solve.
It is, actually. Okay, so the rate here comes out as 22. On the top left of your screen. Min rate, you're looking for approximately 18.1. It rounds down. It's like 18.13 recurring, I believe.
Morikonda says you skipped her because hers was a copy of a sum solve.
I saw some copy and skipped it. Do you want me to go back, Mora, or not? Because it was just some, but with copy. We'll look at the solve first, though. The track is how you know it's not a TI solve.
It's pulling inputs at top speed, but it is not using them fully efficiently.
So do have to zoom in on occasion just to show some of the actual machinery.
Quicksilver. It's using Quicksilver on lead in that middle piece, the one that gets pulled out around. So it's inefficient in terms of its purification. The general rule is you want to only purify low tier and project high tier. And if you're projecting a low tier, you're wasting that Quicksilver because it could be upgrading a higher tier metal.
Yeah.
But this one is pulling at 22, 11 inputs to make an output.
Projecting lead, it is inefficient, but it balances out the math nicely because suddenly you can purify everything else into a single into a copper. This one does it a slightly different way because it carries over a tin elsewhere. I think this other pipeline also... No, this other pipeline actually purifies lead.
Right. The whole nuisance of this input being 1 lead, 1 tin, 1 iron means that you have 7/8 of a copper each input.
Mm-hmm.
If you use Quicksilver, you can use it as an eighth of a copper, but you could also end up using it as a full copper later. So you just kind of have to carry that 7/8 with you until you're at that stage of the solve, which bulks everything up a lot and makes it so hard to work with.
So yeah, that's why I originally had single atom inputs because it seemed almost a little poetic that you had like you had access to all the low order metals, even though you didn't want access to all the low order metals, but. We still got caltrops. Let me read the solution notes and zoom back out real quick. Actually, I'll leave it down here just so you can see the outputting mechanism. To start the rate calculations, I turned this into a math puzzle. Given the input 1, 2, 3, and x, create the output 5, 5, 5, 6, 6, 6, XX, referring to the order of metals. So like 1 is lead, 6 is gold. With the highest ratio of output to input. Within a day, I had this solution. 11 inputs to 1 output, but I kept searching. I realized that in a perfect solution, gold must only be made with silver quicksilver, and the remaining quicksilver should only be used to make silver from copper. As I was narrowing in on a 20-ish rate solution, I decided to quote-unquote quickly put my old 22 design into the game. That was when I realized I'd underestimated the implementation phase. My self-imposed challenge of no pistons and no pivots got in my way, and I could feel my sanity depleting. While I loved the logic optimization part of it, maybe building these giant machines isn't for me. In the end, I'm happy my process led to a solution, but I wish it was less of a monstrosity and that I had the energy to implement something better. Enjoy ?
I enjoy.
Very much enjoy.
Yes.
The freedom to use 100 and something arms also means that, although it's a nightmare to program, I'm sure, you can do things like you're doing around the edges here and just have huge, long, past your neighbor chains.
Alright. We got a long stream ahead of us, so let's keep it moving. Yeah, it's literally just a copy of Mora's sum solve, so I'm just not gonna show it because it might spoil some. Because showing it at all will spoil some, even if, even if it doesn't place that well. So we have a few solves that clock in with a rate of 20. The first of which is submitted by Bun Bun in 24th place.
10,000 instruction.
Ooh.
And 12,600 cost.
Reminder, I can't zoom out any further.
Can you hit the map?
I can hit the map button. I will be making heavy use of the map feature. So
that looks like Critellium. It's beautiful.
It actually does. Aw, that's awesome.
It looks like it has to clone several different production pipelines, which is part of its bulk.
I remembered to turn collision off, right? Yes, I did turn collision off.
Yeah, areas staying fixed at 1253. Oh, the actual rendering of the...
This is with frame rate patch and collision turned off. It is still clogging up my poor PC. It is that complicated.
Oh no. So typically in rate, one way that you can make your problem quote unquote easier is to move inputs in a bunch of different directions so that each place that an input goes doesn't have to handle inputs arriving as often. This one looks like it has something like 9, maybe 11 or 12 different stations.
Yeah.
Where each input is being routed. Probably 10 because it is a 10 inputs to one output. So yeah, it's 10,
3,
10
4,
stations.
5, 6, 7, 8. I see 9 stations, but it's possible I'm missing.
I can't tell for sure. Okay,
Yeah.
it's 9. They say in chat.
Yeah. So yeah, because it's 9 because I believe it's like 3 stations, but each like 3 station section I think makes its own Critellium. And that's what the long ass track is for. It's just to like hand Critellium back off.
Got it.
So it can be outputted ultimately. But you have 3 different workstations, so you can split this solve neatly into thirds. Yes, a rate of 20 means you're using 10 inputs to 1 output. And that is the lowest clean number you're going to get, because it is agonizingly close to working at 9 inputs to 1 output. It does not work at 9 inputs to 1 output. You do not have enough metal, just barely. I think you're like a cup.
You're a lead short.
Yeah, you're like a single lead short.
It's because the input is 7/8 of a copper, which means if you have 9 of them, you have 63/8 of a copper. But if you had 8 copper, it would be sufficient. 63/8 is 1/8 short of 8.
Zorflax, could you push F7 quick?
Doesn't do anything.
Then you're not using the most recent version of Collision Patch then.
Oh,
But
I'm not.
I think he said that collision was just going to stay off until some anyway. So if you have a solve that manages to cheat that, but somehow passed an OM sim, good job.
It just seems like it's chugging for a solve that shouldn't be that big.
Is it because of the instruction count? How many instructions does each arm have?
If it shouldn't be the instructions, because what would cause the problem with instructions would be drawing them, and we're culling that.
Oh god, it has at least probably 180 instructions per arm, and it has 12,605 gold's worth of stuff.
Zorflax, I would double check the settings, because if collisions were disabled, the area should not be a valid number.
Yes, collision is disabled. I also have frame rate patch turned on.
But these are not the highest updated version.
No, collision patches, and I'm not using the latest one.
Okay.
I was mostly worried about the frame rate, and I didn't think having a slightly outdated collision mod would have made that a big problem.
Yeah, I don't know
that's
what it's.
Mr. Puzzle was saying with the invalid area number instead of showing what the footprint of the solve is.
I'm not sure what. Yeah, it must just be. Maybe because it's zoomed out. Maybe that's the only other thing I can think of. But I do know that the game lags when you try to have like 5,000 equilibriums. So maybe it's just a high part count.
Yeah, it lags even if I'm zoomed in. I think it's just cursed.
Well, major props to Bun Bun getting the solution together, given how it is so dodgy in game. Oh yeah, they say in chat it was terrible to build.
So, let me go over the solution notes real quick. Easily the hardest puzzle of the tournament. I felt rate was the most approachable metric, so most of my time was spent doing that. Zorflax can attest to the fact that it drove me absolutely insane. One sub-machine uses 10 inputs to make one output every 180 cycles. So make 9 sub-machines to saturate the input, and you have a rate of 20. Once the 9 sub-machines were done, hooking up the inputs and outputs took 5 hours of building, since Opus Magnum ran at less than 1 frame per second the whole time. Speaking of which, I hope it runs okay for you.
My heart.
Oh, dearie me.
All right. Hearing that, then, Collision Patch is diligently doing its job. It's just this one frame. Oh no. Oh no.
Alright, so many of the rate solves will not chug this hard. I did check them before, and they don't chug this hard. This solve just chugs. Nature of the beast. If you're trying to optimize for lowest frames per second on Zorflax's computer, we're off to a pretty strong start, though. Okay. At 23rd place, we dropped from about 10,000 instructions to 874 instructions. Still at rate 20.
Yep.
We just skipped 4 digits entirely.
Yep.
It is rat massive. Oh, look at that. I can zoom in. What a luxury.
Dad stands up in the bath. What a name. And the buttery smooth execution, but it is wasting lead.
But it's doing
It's
everything
20
else right. It's just throwing out lead.
20 easy if you throw away every single lead. I didn't do the math for throwing stuff away.
Well, I think it works out. Well, it seems to work out nicely here, but you only have to purify. You purify tin into iron, and then you use your other iron that's already given, and you just have a copper and a quicksilver, like straight up with your input. So. Alright, so this gives us a chance to look at some of the basic conditional logic here, because you can see there's like you can see where the copper is being not purified / purified here. Gives you a cool idea of how many of these low instruction rate solves are going to work.
Is this on a period 8 or a period 20? It is using 8 cycle repeats on arms 1 and 2. Oh, it looks like it's 40 instructions long.
Yeah.
It's 5 of those. Okay. But during a 40 instruction loop, it's building 2 outputs, so it doesn't have to use conditionals at all.
No.
These instructions give you 2 outputs cleanly.
No, okay, yeah, that's fair, actually.
Is there solution notes? I'm curious how they arrived at this, and if it was a simplification or just an inability to see how to use the lead.
Alright, let me get started. There are some pretty decent notes here. Let's get cracking. Right. Seeing the PNG on the events site filled me with a primal sense of, oh god, what the fuck is that? Not felt since I was young and, well, anyway. This is my attempt at a semi-decent solution. 2 halves, because I'm not about that life. There wasn't supposed to be waste. I got the input value wrong in my 3 AM stupor, and with the actual recipe being so much more unholy, I won't bother. At some point, there was a botched attempt at making a 6p machine, which was a touched up version of my first solution and the bottom half of this one, and an 8p side which got its +1 from passing the extra lead from the 6p, but it caused me more headaches than I care to drink away. Instead, I settled for just making a better 6p and having... Oh, 6v, sorry. And having waste. Over half a gold worth per product. I left my first solve as a showcase, as it has 2 hero arms doing all the busy work and one that extracts the unexpected excess byproducts from the middle of the machinery, and I thought it was worth a glance. Maybe one day I might even finish the campaign, who knows? As always, looking forward to the show.
I remember I went through a Space Chem tournament having not even really played the campaign, but Opus Magnum... To do that in Opus Magnum on this puzzle in particular is its own kind of nightmare. Well,
Absolutely.
so, I mean, we're through the crunchiest of the 20R solves with the bun instruction count. I'm just afraid of what comes up after. When his rate drops, we're going to be at large instruction counts again, and the brick machine is going to happen.
Alright, rate does not drop just yet.
Okay.
We go down to 572 instructions with Fuyu at 22nd place. Oh, look at that. I don't have to zoom out at all. Oh.
It's also period 20 instead of period 40.
This one throws out some tin and some iron, interestingly, once every while.
It's basically automatically purifying the stuff that in Rat Massive's solution was waste chained. It's cool that there's sort of like a separate destination for every output atom, and they just sort of swing through on bonders until it all makes the Critellium.
So, one thing that's not quite so bad about this puzzle is that all the lead and tin just goes straight into purifiers. That much is very quickly locked in right at the start. So, you often find just like a river of purifiers. Maybe not a full-on river like this solve, but like just like a group of purifiers. And you get all the copper from there. This one actually purifies straight into silver, interestingly. So it's got a longer than usual river of purification glyphs.
Where does it have waste quicksilver, or is it just sometimes purifying? Oh yeah, it's sometimes purifying copper to silver. It's sometimes sending the copper over to get projected.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bun's saying that the 20R that they built had no waste. That's because there's an implicit waste whenever you project a metal and purify a higher tier metal. That's a way of kind of compressing waste into an inefficient route instead of actual waste atoms, and that's something that's very useful in area optimization, but when you're doing rate optimization, it's something you have to watch out for, because if you don't know you're doing that, it could be a way you lose out on rate.
Yeah. So the way to do it the most efficiently would be to not even not project anything at all until you have copper. So just purify everything all the way up to copper. That way you're preserving the most metal. Whereas if you like project a lead, then that quicksilver that you used is being used on the least valuable metal as opposed to a more valuable metal. So you're getting less out of your quicksilver. And that is where the metal is quote unquote wasted.
Yeah, you want 8 inputs to become 8 quicksilver and 7 copper, which is an annoying first step, but a mandatory one for min rate.
Alright, no solution notes to this one. Oh, and I didn't even notice there is even more iron out here being waste chained. Alright. Saddening amount of reset instructions aside.
You think they know about hex arms? They don't have to reset.
Unless you're more Conda, then you put a reset instruction anyway, just to make the host sad.
Oh, of course.
Alright, in 21st place, we take a drop in rate. Not straight to min, though. In 21st place, with a rate of 19.2, is no longer breathed in.
Yeah, she had said in chat 96/5. That's this, yeah. But at period 4, so that's really cool.
Trackless
That's like
at period 4.
okay. So we know that there's a 373 Ti.
Alright, yep. That's, in case you're wondering about TI, this is a valid TI solve.
Spoilers.
Oh!
Yeah, she just did her usual rate period solve, but there's a disposal for pieces that are annoying to actually incorporate.
So what it will do, it will make this one elbow of gold, silver, quicksilver. Right, and Critellium is almost the equivalent to 3 of those. But instead of having 3 gold, 3 silver, 3 quicksilver, there's only 2 quicksilver. So, no longer breathe in simply throws out the 3rd quicksilver. And then surgeries the rest back together into Critellium.
So she was able to do 32 inputs to 5 elbows, which means 96 to 15 elbows for 5 outputs. Okay. I didn't look at the output as just an elbow at any point, but if you do, then this 96/5 rate comes out nicely. I think I probably doubled a number there at some point because I was talking about inputs instead of cycles, but yeah.
The output, it's not like a clean elbow. It's kind of like eye drops of irritation in that everything, all the atom combinations are mixed and staggered to prevent any, like, easy elbow construction.
Oh yeah, but like she still makes elbows right there with that little bonder, and then once there are 3 of them created, then it puts a atom in a grab point so that it can go to reshape. But
oh, absolutely.
It is
yeah.
built from 3 elbows prior to reshaping.
Mm.
Yeah, I said 32, but that was cycles. 16 inputs to 5 elbows. Right, yeah.
So, I don't believe there are any inefficiencies with the purification or the purification phase. I don't see any inefficient projectors placed. So I think that part of it's fine. Although the ratio of coppers being projected versus purified might be different than what would be ideal.
Well, yeah, it has to be, because if you're only throwing out Quicksilver, then you've done something that gets rid of metal.
Yeah. Yeah, true. No longer breathed in writes in the solution notes. I could probably save 40 or so instructions by changing a bunch of arms to hex arms, but I don't want to. It would obscure the structure of the solve and make things harder to understand. Plus, it probably wouldn't save me more than 1 or 2 places.
I wonder, do you think there are multiple people at 19.2R? Because I would be surprised if there's another at this number.
Hmm. I think it's one of those things where, like, when you see the puzzle rate broken down in this way, it makes sense and is pretty easy to deal with. So when you're working with that the whole time, you think it's, you know, oh, it's the approach, right? Like, this is natural. People are going to fall into this line of thinking, and you'd be surprised how rarely that happens in Opus Magnum at all.
Yeah, I agree. Like, okay, I found my brain's way of thinking about the puzzle. It turns out I'm different from other people.
Yeah, that gets expressed all the time in every metric ever. It's insane, actually. In fact, no one else even actually got this right. So moving down, we take another drop to 18.9 odd rate with Matrix V.
Wild.
Sorry, 18.8 recurring. Oi, that is... Yep, that's actually compact as hell.
Oh,
Okay.
oh,
This is fantastic and very
this?
weird.
So, I've used the word hexarm forest in the past.
This is an Australia-shaped solution.
Oh my god, it fucking is!
And Matrix beats down in chat saying that they thought 18.8 was the min. So there was a miscalculated inefficiency at somewhere. Probably a projection after purification.
Hey, Mr. Puzzle, do you remember the button that turns on and that, like, makes arms invisible?
Default should be K.
K. Oh, I don't have it turned on. Hang on.
I think it's K.
Have it? Oh. Yeah, it says K. Is like control K or something?
No, it should just be K.
Single
Oh,
letter text response.
it doesn't work.
Okay.
Oh well. Good thing we're not doing arms.
So it's kind of a mystery looking into this where the inefficiency would be introduced.
Alright, let's tab through it a bit. I'm certain we can find something. Oh, it projected a 10.
Oh, that's immediately the answer. That damn linear algebra comes back and proves that your entire strategy was based on the idea that something was allowed, but it isn't.
So it seems to... Alright. Wait, where does it... So, alright, so from the lead input... Sorry, the lead part of the input. The tin that gets made with that, it projects 1 in every 5 of that tin. Not the input tin, but that tin.
Yeah, whenever ARM28 steals a Quicksilver from above it, that Quicksilver is used to turn a tin into an iron that then projects into a copper, which means that the iron that it was joined with could have been just projected directly to a copper and given you a metal that you could just use eventually.
Yeah.
So this could dispose of metal with a very simple change, which then would more explicitly show the waste. Still, the thought put towards hexifying all of the arms in sake of instruction secondary shows what we might be in for in the future. I mean, I think the things to think about at rate are, first, do you have the rate? Then, what's your instruction period? Then, how many instructions per action? So things like hex arms, and how many arms? And they're all a factor in the deepest ends of RI, but even in this one, you could see that the intention on instructions per action when you're doing hex arms is better than using basic arms for all of these.
Alright.
Unfortunately, missed the rate.
I want to try one thing before moving on. I am going to shut and reboot the game real quick. So, stream will go black for a minute.
I'm going to take this opportunity to feed my dog.
Okay. I want to try and get the hide your arms working. If it doesn't work, that's fine. Gizorflex dead. Sorry. I have to go now. My planet needs me. Okay. I think having 2 instances of hide your arms. I don't know why I had 2 instances, but now it works.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah.
It was yeah.
Because if you push K, one of them will be like, you pushed K, let me toggle. And then the other one would be like, you pushed K, let me toggle. And then it would be right back to where it was.
So what you're saying is I needed 3 instances
Or,
of the mod.
hear me out. remap one of them to L, and then you can not
Take
have
the
to
L!
think about whether it's A or L.
I can make solves take the L. Genius. Hey, Mr. Puzzle, question before we move on. How do you work out pure ejection ratios on puzzles like this?
So what seems to happen every time is, so like we haven't had a really weird one yet where it's like, the output has like tin and silver, and so you have to worry about like that kind of problem.
Ah.
Everything's all like, so far everything's been lower stuff to higher stuff. But what happened this time, and what always seems to happen, is I sit down and I'm like, all right, I know math. Let's set up a whole set of linear equations. And then I try simplifying it by hand, and I'm like, this is annoying. I'm just going to assume that I have to purify all the lead. And then I do the same thing with the tin, and then with the iron. And then I basically settle down and be like, copper, that's the ticket. And then I set up a linear system of equations where it's, okay, copper purifications and copper projections, and then I can, that system I can solve by hand really easy. That one actually works. But that's usually how I approach it.
I got the tail end of that, but it's similar for me. I always simplify it till something I can solve by hand.
I do it. I kind of brute force it by hand. I don't think anyone else brute forces it quite to the extent that I do. I've gotten quite good at it, actually. I brute forced the calculation for Critellium. Everything worked out correctly. My system is like, alright, so you figure out, like, what's the minimum number of, like, inputs you need to make one output. So for this, it's 10. So the fact that you're working somewhere between 9 and 10 to hit actual min. So what you do, you work out 10 to 1. Okay, you have too much metal. Let's add 9 to the input and 1 to the output, since I know 9's not enough. And so you do 19 to 2. And then you still have too much metal. So you do 28 to 3, 37 to 4. And you just keep doing that. And you just keep working out the ratio. And that eventually hits 136 to 15. And it takes a while. It will work. It takes a while, though.
I bounded it between 8 and 16 instead of between 9 and 10. And so I started with 16 and then I added 8 at a time. But yeah, it gets you the same answer without being quite as outside of the range of powers of 2. I liked powers of 2 more because you had to do a lot of purifications to get to copper.
Right.
So basically, how many sets of 8 inputs do I need and how many sets of 16 inputs do I need for the excesses to balance out against the deficits?
I think my way is like dumber but safer, is how I'd put it. Because my math skills have like completely atrophied since high school. So like I'm here just like adding shit together. That's all I really use. And it gets me the ratio. It works every time. All right. Moving on, we have one more solve that falls between this and min rate. It is agonizingly close to min rate. Once again, Jamu.
It's such a Jamu thing to be just barely not.
It's so close. It's like 18.183 recurring.
That is really close. Oh.
So I believe the ratio is like 100 inputs to 11 outputs.
$200 over 11 would be 18.181818181818.
Hang on. Where is it? It says so on the website. Oh dear.
Also, this one manages to make its largest brick in the top, like well after the puzzle is already completed.
Yep. Okay, so I have looked at this and I can't even find it, but I think there's like a single iron that gets projected somewhere. You have to play Where's Wally, because I actually don't know where that iron is. I looked for it earlier, I couldn't find it.
Yeah, so it's period 20, and it's doing an output every 20 in the bottom and an odd one out on the top because it gives itself enough material to technically make an output, but it has to do it slightly inefficiently for the answer to be clean. This is similar to, I forget who it was, but somebody during Rivari's Rage had a odd one out pipeline that was not perfectly efficient, that they then said, oh, if I steal from the odd one out pipeline, I can have an odd one out that then gives me like an extra output every 9,000 something tape loops.
So
that was Magmaster.
so seeing Jamu like come agonizingly close to min rate reminds me, because I remember when that was right when I rejoined back into the community after like a long ass hiatus, and Madmaster needed someone to rub a ducky, and I'm like, well, I'm not submitting for Rivari's Rage, so my DMs are open, and so Madmaster is sending me this, like, oh, there's an odd one out for my odd one out for my odd one out pipeline stuff, and it's like, is this like an irrational min rate limit thing? And then it ended up being just barely short of min rate, and Jamu here similarly got a little lost in the sauce. Let it never be said that I'm not impartial, because the first thing I would have done would be to like, Jamu, you're not at min rate, for the love of God, recalculate it. I so wanted to tell him. Oh, it was agonizing, biting my tongue all week. It killed me that he didn't get min rate. He wanted min rate so badly. It's fucking, yeah, the Walter White screaming behind a car, but they can't hear him meme. That was me all week.
Yeah, I kept seeing Jamu waffling in Discord about whether they're min rate or not, which just tells me, if nothing else, that their approach for hitting min rate isn't conclusive. That they don't have a system. It's like, do I believe in what I've done, instead of do I have math that proves what I've done is correct.
So, the solution notes are a reference to the Blue Vitriol stream, where Bist says, are we already at min? Zorflax says, no, there is one solve between min and 20R, and I'm so sorry, Jamu, but you got it wrong. Bist says, no. Zorflax says, Jamu, how did you manage to not reach min? You were so close, but not quite there. Bist says, isn't this the second time Jamu bricked a rate puzzle? Zorflax says, yeah, rip. Proceeds to explain how min is achieved and how I fucked it up. Zorflax says, so yeah, also, Jamu has been in my DMs doubting himself so much, XD, like he was so close, so close, but he just couldn't get the intended ratio, lamau. Bist asks, what is that entire left side, anyway? Waits for solution to run. Zorflax laughs, bricking in rate. Zorflex also then says, anyways, we will be moving on to the first min rate solve, which is Madmaster 6000.
6,000. I mean, it's alright. I predict Madmaster's actually trying the secondary real hard this time, but I think that Jamu's projection of the commentators, including the imagined Bist, very much is more willing to be mean.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would like to think we're a bit kinder around here.
Nah, yeah. Nah, I was never gonna be that mean. I was just gutted that you couldn't get it. It's the triarm on the 3-track in the left near the center of the solve. Triarm on the 3-track on the left.
Yeah, I'm looking at that arm, trying to find it doing something. It's arm 130.
Oh, I was looking at arm 63.
Oh, everything on that side is repeating the same actions.
Oh.
It's arm 130. If you pan due left, it's on a 3-track. Yeah, it's a big arm.
Oh, it is that one. Oh no. Oh, here it is. Right here. The dirty projection. Oh, I hate to say it. Pain. Agony. The solution don't lie. One of the more tragic things to happen this tourney.
Yeah.
Oh. Everything else is perfect. Just that one little projection.
It's alright though. If you swap it in for another piece of machinery, you can free up either an iron or a quicksilver alternately on several different tape loops and get an odd one out, odd one out.
There's room in the middle, right? For an odd one out, odd one out.
There is.
So
There is parentheses.
So a showcase I was sort of considering doing was how close could I get to actual min rate without actually being min rate, and like get close enough that rounding makes it think that I made it, but I didn't have time to play around.
Yeah, 18.133 is not easy to hit with a different fraction that is simpler.
Nope.
Does it truncate at 3 decimal places? I know that the AHK shows it with only 1 decimal place, but
Oh, the website has like 18.183. So yeah.
or 18.133, yeah.
Oh, sorry, 0.133. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So you would need 0.13 something, like maybe 1.35.
Yeah, you get like 18.14 and the AHK would still say 18. I think the AHK knows how to differentiate, just doesn't show me the significant digits.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So our first min rate solve comes in at 27,000 instructions. A grape jelly singularity.
Is this the solve?
No, it's
the
not.
Single exception?
God, this is not the solve. No, you can see the frame rate patch is putting in monumental work here, not making this run properly.
Holy shit, it's trackless.
Trackless. There's a few pistons.
Oh wait, there is a track in the center.
Yeah.
It's hiding underneath the grabber.
No multi-arms either.
There's so few glyphs too, it's almost entirely EQs.
So a grape jelly singularity writes in the solution notes. Holy moly, the math on this one was pretty intense. Here's some fun ratios with no context for your pleasure. 6 to 11. 15 to 136. 16 to 15. It's been a long 2 weeks. My desk is covered in pages and pages of figures and notes. I'm tired. My brain hurts. Totally worth it. Fuck yeah. We got min. Doesn't matter. Got min.
I love the totally worth it at the end of that, because I know the experience of like so obviously if you have thousands of hours in the game, you think about it slightly differently, but to get to that point and to be able to think about it differently, you have to think about it in a way that is natural to you first, even if it requires pages and pages of notes and pushing through that, like, I don't get it, but soon I will get it.
Right, because
so I am just so happy to see people pushing through that in this tournament context, even when they're 18th place about it.
Because the thing about having 1,000 hours plus in Opus Magnum is that you don't get there by spending half an hour on like every solve you ever make. You have to just do a deep dive and push past your limits at some point. And yeah, what better puzzle to do it on than this one? I think everyone's limits was pushed, even seasoned veterans. Which is something I wanted to do with this puzzle. I wanted to, like... Because there's a certain level of... this is a big thing for me, personally, but, like... There's a lot of perfectionism in the community in general. And I just wanted to, like, ruin that by, like, having a puzzle that can't be perfected. Like, at all. So, it's kind of like... Because then, I mean, for the other reason being in that the solution space is going to be so goddamn wide that everyone's going to have their own unique idea and take, and, you know, you kind of win on the design, like, ideas phase a bit before you actually program an arm out.
That's shared with computation here.
Yeah.
Yep. And in that sense, it's also good for, it is the opposite of 8 people tying for second, in that we have a whole bunch of different people with all sorts of different kinds of solves, and with it being the final week, it's a good, like, hurrah to, like, give everyone their time in the limelight.
Yeah. Exactly. And the other thing is the other two metrics kind of are anti-perfectionist metrics anyway, since there's never a clear min for either sum or TI, so...
True, we actually started with the only metric for which the min is achieved.
Exactly.
So how does this actually balance the bullshit? Because I know that there are... if you take 136 inputs, you get 119 copper. And you need to project 58 and purify... Or you have to purify 58 and project 61, which is a really terrible ratio.
Yep. Almost all of those numbers are terrible. Yeah, so, like, when you break it down, it's still bad. Because that's one thing that other rate puzzles have, where you can break it down easily into nice numbers. And then when you break down this one, the numbers are still bad. So, I wanted to see what happened when the numbers were still bad and there was no easy way to break it down. So, this solve appears to have two completely unrelated pipelines. So, it is like, there's a very clear, this one solve is at half rate. Sorry, this one half of the machine is half rate, and I'm just going to copy paste it. And we got min rate. So we can really just kind of zoom in on, like, the bottom one and really break that one down a bit, because that's where all the math is done, basically. So you can see you have this projection river here. So it seems
I feel like
sorry.
the Quicksilver arriving on that projector is very consistent every 4 cycles, and it just has a plan for each one that takes 136 different inputs to come to fruition, but it balances. Like, metal comes, like, arms that can grab different types of metals and arms that'll always figure out something to do with that Quicksilver balance each other out eventually with tons of instructions to do it.
Suddenly I can see why this solve took as much brain power as it did to solve, because, yeah, I think you're right. I think it just literally, I don't think there are any conditionals at all. I think it just, every single copper and silver is handled case by case. Which is insane, because, yeah, you have to do that for 119 different copper atoms.
On each half of the machine.
Yeah.
It's still the same 136 inputs to... No, it's more than that. It's 272 inputs to make 15 outputs in half of the machine. So it's 272... It's 238 copper that have to be rounded before you're back to a clean set.
Oh, no.
On the top and 238 on the bottom.
Oh, no. It has to handle 238 copper on a case-by-case basis. Oof.
Oh, that's amazing. IDK how you would do rate in less than 20k instructions. Somebody do it. I want to see it.
Suddenly starting to all make sense now. So, the short answer to that question is conditionals. The long answer is It's all right. We'll get to the long answer. That's the rest of the stream, basically.
The long answer is the next 7 hours of your life.
Alright, so hopefully it might only take like 3 hours to get through raid, but anyway.
Oh, for raid alone, you're right, yeah.
Gonna move on. In 17th place, we dropped down a digit. We're at 4,541 instructions with Feindeer.
That is fewer instructions than Matrix V's plus a little bit rate. So Matrix V lost out on 2 placements through missing min. So the title says that Schmeckendary, basically. Okay, I can see the balancing act happening, that there's a bunch of arms that just wait until the proper moment to do their actions instead of being periodic.
Okay, so purification is all very simple with the, at least as far as the tin and the lead is concerned. And all of this copper appears to, all of the copper that comes out of the lead appears to be purified straight into silver and thrown on as a +1 onto the Quicksilver chain, where it gets handled manually.
Yeah, it's very cool that the bottom route is super consistent and the top route is super scuffed. But the top route is not scuffed, it's balancing as it goes. You can see that there's 4 pistons in a clump under the receiving side of the top chain that sometimes are used to hold atoms out to the side because the balance can't be perfect.
Yeah, also note the hex arm in the very top left corner, serving as Quicksilver's storage for the balancing act.
Oh, you're right. I was looking at the pistons, but the hex arm is very good. Shout. I saw at one point the piston held something down underneath that block of pistons.
Oh, does it? Oh, okay. So there's like additional Quicksilver storage.
Yeah. Fender also mentions this is post-burnout solving. There might have been an attempt, based on the look of it, it might have been an attempt at period 4. But then it became period...
Then ill.
We can try to scroll to the right and see what the instruction period is on this. I'm guessing 272. I couldn't tell you. So Finder does say that he tried period 4, but it didn't look like this.
120, 160, 200.
Oh, if you're on Fugitsuku, Kaizen points out you can press 6 to see the period as one of the displays. Yeah, Finder confirms it's 272 period.
Said that right after I finished manually counting. God damn it.
That's cool to see some period in instructions. I have had Fitsugu and I have not pressed the button to see another metric.
Yeah, well, since we don't really... Yeah, I'm just going to leave that one on, actually. I think it's just going to be super informative. I don't know why I didn't have that turned on earlier. No solution notes. So, I'm happy to move on. In 16th place, at 2,680 instructions, we have Nathan F.
Do I know that name? Is this a new submitter?
New to
Yes. New player. Min red.
What a join. What?
That's a map. Oh.
Gosh.
Alright. So, that's where it's starting.
Period 16, too. but it has so many arms that it still has 2,600 instructions.
Hold up. I wasn't fully zoomed out.
A strong debut.
Incredible debut.
So
It's actually a lot of notes here, so I'll probably just
yeah,
get cracking immediately.
start on the bits.
It's also going to be super informative. This is my first submission to the Opus Magnum tourney ever. Yay! I have followed the tournament on and off for the past couple years, but just never participated till now. My solution is very big. I focused only on rate, leading to 2,000 plus instructions. In fact, I had to copy-paste the entire solution to achieve min rate, which is not ideal. Oh, did you do it by hand? Oh no. Yuck. Alright. To find the min rate, I used conservation of mass. Every element can be given its own mass. Lead 1, tin 2, iron 4, copper 8, silver 16, gold 24, not 32. And quicksilver has a mass of 8. Specifically, the masses have to work out so that the glyphs can't just make more mass out of nothing. Purification and projection either keep the mass the same or make it decrease. For example, projecting silver into gold preserves mass, but purifying silver into gold wastes mass. I've never heard gold being given the value of 24, not 32 before. I think it's clever.
That only makes sense in the context of you want gold to be equal to silver plus quicksilver.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
they kind of knew what the min rate was ahead of time.
They knew what the purification threshold was ahead of time.
Yeah.
Right.
But you can still conserve mass to get the stoichiometry from there.
Yeah.
That's
So
great.
fascinating.
Since the output weighs 136 and the input weighs 15, the maximum possible rate is 2 times 136 over 15, or 18.1333, or worse. You can't make something from nothing and need at least 136 stuff to make an output. So the question is whether it's achievable. Design. To get the min rate, we cannot waste any mass. So all of our lead, tin, and iron must be purified into copper. Also, all of our gold will have to come from projecting silver, since 16 plus 16 is greater than 24, but 16 plus 8 equals 24. But copper is ambiguous. Both projection and purification are mass preserving, so we have to do both. 136 inputs turns into 136 quicksilver and 119 copper. From this, we want to make 15 outputs, which are built from 90 silver and 75 quicksilver. This means that we have 61 quicksilver left over to 2 projection, which turns out to be exactly the right amount, leaving 58 copper to purify into 29 silver. So this is how my solution works. Make 2 sticks, one with 136 quicksilver and one with 119 copper. These 2 sticks on screen. Cut 61 atoms off of each and zip them together in a projection, which I believe is what this middle station will eventually do. Purify the rest of the copper. Now we've got 2 chains, 75 quicksilver and 90 silver, which are these 2 chains, I believe. Split the chains into sticks of 6 silver and 5 quicksilver. Then grab one of each stick and combine them into the outputs. This is another way of breaking it down, because the Critellium input can be amounted to 6 silver and 5 quicksilver. So if you can get those 2 numbers, you're almost there. Oh, and do all of this twice. My design to build the 100 plus stick cannot accept more than 1 atom every 4 cycles, but we need 2 atoms every 4 cycles, so we just have to do 2 of everything. C'est la vie.
This really shows this person's way of thinking about the problem was so goated from the beginning. Like, mathematically, they see the puzzle, they think the right way, and they find the solution. It's so cool.
That was awesome.
And then I love that in the middle of like kind of wowing with just a very clean explanation of their thought process, they back off and say, "Build 2 sticks." It's like, we're switching mid notes from like rocket scientist to caveman, and I'm here for it.
I appreciate that immensely. Do more caveman notes. Normalize caveman notes.
This does remind me. So I think back to someone else from the early days of Opus Magnum who was amazing at the way that they thought about puzzles, Diomedov, and they had an approach for what's the one from the journal with the salt and the air?
Oh.
The 5 to 7 puzzle.
Oh shit.
Preservative salt. Preservative salt. Yeah. They had a solution for that one that was period 4, that they just showed a way to think about it in terms like, okay, you build sticks and then you reshape it, everything. It works out perfectly. But one thing that I remember seeing like on Reddit, not getting nearly enough attention, was a solution by Diomedov to Rivari's Wheel to Gold, which is not to a single gold output, but to a Quicksilver with 6 gold around it. That puzzle has a ratio of 208 inputs to 95 outputs, actually worse than Critellium. And Diomedov made a period 4 solution to that. I will find and link that. There's a huge diagram about how they made that, because it used a very clever splitter to get like 95 Quicksilver to go to centers and all the rest to go to projection. It's an amazing contraption. I love that there's like a modern player who's still playing the game today who seems to see the things that Diomedov saw and just build the way that they built.
I can't
It's
remember
incredible.
what that puzzle was. Was it just like... I know like Rivari's wheel was like the input. Do you remember what was the output?
It was Rivari's Wheel, except every metal was gold instead.
Yeah,
So,
right. And it had the worse ratio than this puzzle.
Yeah, 208 to 95. So here's the link to their diagram. The screen recording they got of the solution running is extremely choppy because their hard drive was failing as they were trying to build it. And they also uploaded it to a website that no longer actually functions, so I can't find their solution file anymore. But yes, in 2018, Diomedov built a solution to a 208 to 95 puzzle at period 4 with max efficiency.
And it's pretty compact too.
Yeah.
That's on me.
So, with the benefit of hindsight, I do wonder about the area secondary for this puzzle.
No.
No?
Please no.
Please
God,
no?
no. I love bricks too much. Bricks are good for instructions, alright for cost, and terrible for area.
Yeah, I would have invalidated bricks completely. I don't regret the decision, though. I think it was wild in a way that area never would have been. That Diomedov solve is actually, yeah, it lays the groundwork for this week. Almost
The
more than
Reddit
any other
account
solve.
is deleted. I don't know much about them other than that they're in Russia, which is probably also not the greatest sign, but I don't know if they're going to be around to play the game.
I hope we see him again one day.
I hope so.
Alright. Moving on. At 1086 instructions is Vilfuck. This is the solve.
Solve.
That bricked the website. It won't brick my computer, but it bricks the website. So, this solve has the rather interesting property of having the longest loop I've ever seen in a solve. It doesn't enter a steady state until about cycle 5.7 million.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
If you were to, in theory, attempt to record the entire loop is 1.8 million cycles long.
What the fuck?
It's period 4.
It's
God damn it. Could you please open up the instructions map? I gotta see
Oh,
the
shit.
bullshit
All
going on. How, like, it's period 4, but how wide is it? I want to know.
Alright, so I'm scrolling. Alright, so I don't think I need the map here, because I'm just scrolling down, and, like, none of the arms, they all start pretty much immediately.
What?
So it's actually not wide. So, I couldn't quite figure it out, but it's like the weird way the sticks work. Just prevent any sort, because yeah, it's only like, it's not wide. I'm scrolling down all the way, and it's like, yeah, nothing.
Does it have a self-feedback loop in it that somehow number theories its way to the perfect ratio? Because I don't see how period 4 with no delays would end up with that high of a repeat period unless you're doing like linear feedback shift bullshit.
Alright.
Holy shit.
Oh, Mara calls out that you may have skipped Bob the Smarty Pants.
Who's... Bob the Smarty Pants is not a name that is in the
Daniel
submission
L?
list.
Oh.
Daniel L. Oh shit, I did skip Daniel L. Whoops. Alright, we'll come back to that solve. Sorry. My bad. My brain went straight to the cursed solve. Sorry, Daniel. I'll go back for Daniel L's solve once we finish up with this solve. But no, yeah, you're right. So I can't. Where did I put it? I put somewhere in my Discord notes, in my DMs with him, is like the actual, because it's not just, obviously it's not just 136 over 15. It's like, it's like something way more cursed. It's like if you times both numbers by like 1,000 or something.
Yeah, it does look like it does a bunch of counting, and then it breaks the thing that it counted out up in a very specific way. Which is exactly what Nathan F's solve did, too. It breaks something that it counted out in a very specific way, but it's not length 119, and it's not breaking it into 61 and 58. It's doing a smaller breakage and then, like, feeding back over itself to propagate some bullshit. And it's doing the same thing up above the input and below the input, but with some staggered offset.
Alright, so Panic hilariously computed the lexicographical cycles. Yeah, it's something like 136, yeah, it's something like that, but not quite that exactly. So Panic computed the lexicographical cycles for this solve. So when you click on that image, sorry for those watching on YouTube, you can't see it, but there's a scroll bar on the right.
It has a bunch of multiples of 16, but some of them are 16 and some of them are different, and they just... Oh, I love it.
It's fucking metal chaos.
Okay, alright. So the actual input to output ratio, like the full thing, is like 1,888,768 inputs to 52,080 outputs.
Naturally.
Of course. What?
And it's
amazing.
It's period 4. It's period 4.
It's period. No, fucking love rate, man. Just fucking like, don't worry. Give this thing a couple million cycles, it'll spit up.
Now, one question I had was, would this solve crash before it loops? Because there is one big ass hex arm right here. I'm zooming in on it slowly but surely.
That would overclock itself before it actually reaches its steady state.
That like it would crash right into this ARM 34 before ever actually... I wanted to find out for sure, so I ran it. I ran it for like 20 million cycles going, oh wait, it doesn't collide, before realizing I forgot to turn collision on.
Collision mod, yeah.
Yeah, so I can't tell you for sure. But I'm I'm of the belief that this crashes before it loops.
I wanna... Does someone wanna dedicate their computer for a weekend to just run this solve in vanilla or some shit?
So all you need to do is run that one collision, which I was doing, and like I'm kicking myself for leaving collision, but like I'll do it. Like I'll just do it after the stream, like in a couple days or something. I'll just give my computer like I'll run it overnight or something. Wake up, see if when it collided.
Oh, Panic says OMSIM does compute collision, and I believe that means in the way that the base game computes it. So OMSIM would reproduce overclocking crash.
Oh, okay. Well, my question then, Panic, is what cycle does this crash? So I'm pretty certain it would have crashed before, like, 20 million. Because, like, visually, like, yeah.
I mean, if it's holding a single atom, then the atom may only be radius 3 from the base, because the base is not moving. And there's no way that an arm can hold an atom at radius 3 from the base and crash into that. It had to be a multi-atom structure that would crash, because the vectors won't add correctly.
Right. Oh, okay.
So I think this is actually safe. Even if overclocking shows up, you're not spinning a multi-atom structure with an overclocked arm is safe from crashes.
Is this the part where live on stream we see, oh yeah, no, it enters steady state after cycle 10 million, and the steady state is 5 million cycles long, but on cycle 25 million, it crashes. And then we find out that this doesn't have a rate.
Alright, so for obvious reasons,
it was able to tell the verifier that it has a rate.
That's, okay, that's fair. The website said it was good.
Alright, yeah, fair enough.
Solve transcends rate. God damn it.
Vilfuck, you have provided us with joy and pain. Thank you.
So Vilfuck writes in the solution notes, I loved the part where Zorflax said it's rating time, and I rated all over the place. He also writes, what do you mean we aren't supposed to maximize instructions? He also writes, I hope these bricks are biggie enough to brick your computer. And then writes, I would tell a fifth bad joke, but the latency would be too high. Alright.
So,
no, sorry.
Given we're at 1086 instructions, at period 136, you would only be able to program out like 8 or 9 arms. So is this the first of period 4 and the rest are period 4? Is that what we're looking at?
So I don't think the rest of the solves are all period 4.
Okay.
So before we go down, I will go back up because
Oh, true.
in my haste, skipped Daniel L, whose solve also kind of bricks my computer, because there's just that many parts. Let me show you the map.
Another period 4 monster.
Just enjoy that map for a bit.
I love it.
It's like a space cruiser or something.
Yeah, like a huge, with like camouflage or cloaking or something.
With cloaking turned on.
You can see the skeleton. You can see like there's like this fringe stuff on like a bubble on the left or whatever.
Yeah.
Suggests like a dragonfly shaped ship or something.
And it's like the tracks are like outlining where the generator turns on, so you can actually see that part of the cloaking device.
This looks like one of the C/2 front end rakes in Conway's Game of Life. Guilty Bystander calls it out correctly.
It actually does look a bit like a Conway's Game of Life thing. Oh my god.
I see some pretty thick track loops.
So, if I'm not mistaken, this is the most expensive solve submitted. at about 20, or it says up on the top, but 23,245 cost. So no, no prizes for guessing why my computer's struggling a little. Surprisingly, it's struggling less than with Bonbon's solve.
That's actually wild.
I was very confused as to why Bonbon's solve did such a good job of bricking my computer. But yeah.
I think it's still about instruction calling, because in Bun Bun Solve, you are looking at really long instruction tapes, and there were a lot of arms. In this one, you're looking at 4 instruction tapes, and there are a lot of arms, but there's the end of the instruction tape pretty quickly.
Right, and a Grape Jelly Singularities, it was like a lot of instructions, but not that many arms. At least not in comparison to Bun Bun. Yeah. And they're all like single arms, like rotate, reset kind of thing. I don't know, interesting case.
Massive swing at the bottom just now. I watched something fly across from the left of your screen to the right of your screen. It does that swing.
Hang on, I think I fat fingered 6, so it's showing the width. Wait, why is it showing the width? Oh,
it's showing the width, but like with the zoom incompatibility.
You and I are the keys for height and width by default.
Aha, there we go. I fat fingered the U button. Alright, so where even am I on the map? Let me consult the map. Okay, let me read the solution notes, because they explain the solve pretty well. This solution is probably as close to a Magnum Opus as I've created thus far. As a RI puzzle, I felt like this was most approachable for a less experienced solver like me, who isn't as familiar with the well-explored tech of this game, as I could take as much time as I needed with crappy designs, as long as I got the optimal rate and kept the period low. I committed to the lowest practical period of 4. So that was it, just outputting. So we'll continue output for a bit. Let's go back to the stick. Show you when it swings across. I had initially thought the optimal rate was 7/72, but realized I could squeeze out a little more halfway through the implementation. Going back to the drawing board. Going back to the drawing board. I re-derived an optimal rate of 15/136, but the path to it was far more treacherous. With 136 regions, create 119 copper and 136 quicksilver, upgrade 45 of them to silver, double upgrade 16 of them to gold, and do a combined then upgrade to the final 58 of them to gold. Multiples of disgusting prime numbers. And thus, this giant machine was born. Creating those prime numbers chains the only way I knew how. Manually count out every single atom. It may not be optimized at all, but it's something I can be proud of. Thanks to those who helped me figure out how to install mods on my Mac, none of this would be practical without you guys. And thanks once again to Zorflax for piquing my interest in this little game I played once upon a time to a whole new level. Some points of interest. The huge swing of what would become combined then upgraded gold narrowly misses an arm by a single cell grid. 2. The machinery that handles the quicksilver used for the final product magically also gets used to transport the silver. 3. The parity of how quicksilver atoms get bonded changes in a 3 cycle, since 136 is not a multiple of 3, so the downstream machinery has to conditionally handle all 3 possible states. There we go.
Not being a multiple of convenient numbers is a theme here.
It's It's like that image of the scientist dude holding the vial, and it's like Zorflax carefully calculating the worst possible ratio for like breaking down into bad numbers.
I'm fortunate that my approach never cared about a prime larger than 17. But that's because of the way I did it, and there's a lot of ways to do it.
See, even 17 is still like, that's still pretty bad.
It is. So if you just have a really long track loop, it's okay though.
Alright. Any, do people want me to explore other parts of the solve that I haven't...
I know that the top will look exactly like the bottom.
Yeah.
And the stuff on the right is just loops to make sure that the arms time correctly. So it's doing everything we've looked at, and the parts that help it be possible are the stuff we haven't looked at, and that's probably fine to skip.
Right, and yeah, this bit here at the start, it's another one of these purification rivers, pretty much, until you get all your copper out. And it doesn't even think about handling the projection purification problem of the copper until the giant sticks, in which it is carefully separated at 3 different occasions by 3 different arms on long ass track loops, pivoting 3 different length sticks to 3 different stations. I think 2 of the stations like converge here, and that's like, I think that's what Daniel L. is referring to with the quicksilver that also magically handles silver. Because here it gets turned into silver. So yeah, so they both feed back quite conveniently into this pipeline, which is like the... Alright, let's actually get... Like, let's feed it until we get gold out and silver out in the right ratios. And then it'll do this cool snake chain thing until eventually you get this cool ass brick, which is basically just a Critellium brick.
So I know that Fiesta said in chat that their solve is not period 4. When I was talking about the order of things to prioritize here, first you got rate, and then to me you have period, and then you have arm count. But this one and Vilfux both show that if you have a significant enough arm count, it's not just about period.
True, and you're right. The opposite is true, because a higher arm count means a higher period means in theory your arms can do more, which means in theory you might be able to get away with less arms. So yeah, so maybe it's something you have to balance out. Maybe. Okay. Moving on, we drop down another digit.
Hey.
In fact, we cut the instruction count in half from Vilfux solve. Heading down to 473 instructions. In 13th place, Kevalan.
That's a brutal drop. I'm sure Kevlar didn't realize he was on the block.
No, I bet Kevalan was expecting top 10.
Yeah, making a period 4 136.15 solve is like the thing to do. You imagine, all right, what'll it take to build a period 4 min rate solve if you're trying to get on the podium, and that's happening pretty far away from the podium.
Yep. It's funny because this being the hardest metric by far, it seems to like nerd snipe people.
Oh yeah.
And
I looked at it with glee.
Okay, so this almost fits on my screen. What a luxury. Alright, so we can break down this solve a bit. There are some quite helpful notes, so I'm going to get started on those. Optimizing I from the start seemed like a too hard task, so I aimed for max throughput at period 4. Machine operates at 15 products per 136 regions. Those are inconvenient numbers, so this is built around 45 products every 408 regions, which allows it to be based around a 12 product loop. The left inner pipeline takes 6 reagents and produces silver, gold, silver, and a copper with some leftovers. The right inner pipeline, I think the inner pipelines refer to wherever the input's being grabbed from. So left inner is like pretty much center, and right inner is the right pipeline, if I'm not mistaken, at least.
Yeah.
The right inner pipeline takes 4 inputs and produces gold quicksilver pairs. These two work together using 10 reagents to make a product at a rate of 1 product every 24 cycles. So it's a 12 to 1 pipeline pretty much. The left inner pipeline is located where it is because it is the only donor pipeline in the machine, so it needs to be in the middle. Putting it here lets it give iron to the right side and QT to the final pipeline. I know Q is quicksilver, I don't know what T is. Anyway.
It's copper, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. Anyway, which is the final pipeline, which is a monster, producing 11 products every 408 reagents. 8 of these 11 have to produce 2 silver via purification, while the remaining 3 have to produce only 1 via purification. The key here is the copper quicksilver stick builder, which accumulates each until it has 7 or 8 copper and 10 or 9 quicksilver. This results in 3 different unique sticks having either 7 copper and 10 quicksilver or 8 copper and 9 quicksilver. The stick gets passed to the machine in the bottom left, which is able to handle all 3 conditionally and builds a product via a very slow conditional pipeline. So how is the ratio balanced out? It is with the conditional stick handling and the donation in the bottom left.
Yeah, I saw that sometimes it has more quicksilver than copper, and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
So it's very strange that the pieces that get passed over are balanced so awkwardly. But then I didn't see anything in the ratio that had a 3 in it, but he's using 12 inputs to make an output, and there is an arm up in the top right above the input that is grab, rotate, drop, nothing. So it is grabbing 1 every 6.
Yeah.
It's so weird to try to artificially inject a 3 into this to make your life easier. I don't know if it did, but it shaped the design.
It shaped the design in a very unique way. Another thing that I like about this solve is on your bottom pipeline, the cursed pipeline pretty much, it bricks all your silver together with the quicksilver before projecting into gold, and will just project as the last step. But it like bricks everything together as like a proper like no gaps brick, and then projects, and then you have Critellium.
Yeah, it does look like a chunky Critellium.
Chunky Critellium. Alright. Awesome solve, though. And we've got 12 more of them. In 12th place, at 451 instructions, we have Egg Sucker 888. Moat. I think I'm saying that right. Unless it's Moat.
Oh, wow. We're at period 4 and we're big. 4950G. Oh, I love the tri-arms on that huge track loop. Is that how long is that track loop?
Your guess is as good as mine. 136
So
might be a reasonable number though.
I'm guessing 68. I would if I had cost visible, I would click drag it to see how much the cost of the solution goes down. It looks 68.
We can do that. 4950 minus 4270.
Yeah, that's 680. That is 136 track segments.
Oh, and the play button. Oh no, anti-tinkering.
No, anti-tinkering. I'm sorry.
Nah, it's not your fault.
My go-to way for determining the length of a track has failed us.
I say embrace embrace jank.
I'm still not
Jank.
sure why it's crashing. You need to get me a copy of the log text file the next time it happens.
Yeah. I can reproduce it after the stream and just give you the log.txt.
Oh, yeah.
Oh shit. Knocked my mic over.
Oh, I briefly opened the Discord chat and people are openly spoiling each other in there, so I'm not going to keep reading.
Alright. Good to know. It's also good to know for people watching the stream who aren't spoiled yet. Let's keep it that way. So, breakdown of the math in the solution notes real quick. EggSucker888 writes, this is an interesting breakdown. Each input produces 1.875 atoms. That is 1 quicksilver and 0.875 of a copper. So I think that is to say an atom here is either a copper or a quicksilver. So the math works out the same way it did in Nathan F solve.
Yeah.
Anyway, each output contains, by this metric, 17 atoms. 5 quicksilver, 6 copper, 6 ether. The lowest whole multiple of 17 and 1.875 is 255. 136 inputs produce 255 atoms. 255 atoms make 15 outputs. I put 15 arms on 136 track using the same track for both pipelines.
That's that big track loop that we were examining that I had us pick up and break the game with. Oops.
So, alright, dumb question, Biggie. What is the track for? Other than moving copper sticks down a bit.
There's a counting track. If you see the 2 points where it reaches up, like if it's a C shape, I know it has a little bit of a hat, but if it's a C shape, the 2 ends of the C are where there is an arm to do a move that is like terminating a count of copper. So it needs to count, and it needs to count out exactly enough for 1 output each time it pushes. So there's 1 arm on that track to push the number of copper that correctly gives you 1 output. And then there's conditionals in that center where it's actually processing the bricks to be able to use however many atoms it gets, be they copper or quicksilver, to make the correct number of silver and quicksilver for outputs.
Oh, so the copper... alright, the copper stick isn't the same length every time.
Correct. It's timed pushes.
Oh, because my next question is why don't I just, like, put a piston there and extend retract every time? No, it needs to actually count.
She gave us a fucking nightmare of number theory. Of course you need to count manually.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
In Diamondov's period for Rabari's Wheel to Gold, there's a counting track full of pushers, and I think it has like 19 arms on it because that's how many it finds is like the balance point. But yeah, the counting track with pushers it's arm heavy because you have to place each arm, but it is a way to go about counting in this that is still at period 4 and doesn't require you go the same distance away as Nathan F's approach.
Nah, yeah, that's all valid. Just because to my untrained eye, it looks like it's grabbing at a similar, if not the same point every time. So it's like, why the MOAT? Why not just like a couple of pistons? Seems like it would save you a lot of instructions. No, because then you don't get the number of copper atoms right, because it needs to vary because of the terrible math that I imparted upon you people.
You people? We're alchemists.
My apologies. then
I
we'll
love
also
taking random offense to the phrase "you people."
And then we'll also do the thing here at the end here where it makes 6 silver and 5 quicksilver, and that stick becomes a Critellium. And that's all.
Bad Master saying each solve on the Sailcloth Valley graph. Every single solve we've seen so far has been down in the deepest, darkest depths of the valley. The Sailcloth Valley thread, or graph, being related to Sailcloth thread RI, where Mad Master had a cursed solve and someone was able to find the enlightenment and make something with lower instructions that was less cursed.
So, yeah, the Sailcloth Valley, you can think of it as like the uncanny valley, but for this particular metric, because you get like stuff that's okay, but it looks really good, and then you have stuff that's really good, and it looks like utter shit, and you can get out of the valley at the end, in theory at least anyway, by making something that's truly remarkable and is so good it loops back into being elegant. But yeah, think of it, it's like the uncanny valley, but for RI. Alright. Coming up next at 423 instructions, it is Mr. Puzzle. I'm sorry, missed top 10.
It's like, yes, we'll drop down to the 400s, and I'm like, uh-oh. I thought I did all right. I mean, still 11th isn't anything to scoff at, but also like, I was thinking it'd be better.
I think when we're at like 15th or so, you're like, all right, yeah, 11th, yeah, this solve will get me like 5th or something.
Yep.
Panic has confirmed that Vilfuck's solution does crash at around 10 million cycles.
10 million. See, between 5 and 20 million, I knew, but so it loops like
or goes for 14 cycles, immediately crashes.
So it only loops like 3 or 4 times before crashing.
Oh no.
Steady state indeed. That is hilarious.
This is cool compression because you have 7 copper per 8 quicksilver, but instead of having a gap in the copper string, you have a doubled quicksilver because you just pull it off.
Yep. And I wanted the coppers to be all next to each other because of the purification step. That'll happen
soon, TM.
Soon, TM. Yeah, no, this making this solve was a series of like running into a problem and then finding a pleasantly elegant solution to it, or at least in my opinion it was. Because it's like, okay, well, first step, I need to purify all the leads, tins, and irons, and I came up with this mechanism on the left, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do dual pipelines, then I don't have to think so hard. And then I was like, okay, if I can get all the coppers all in a row, then, so this will split it off into a chunk of 17 copies of the 8 quicksilver and 7 copper. And the thing is that, so there's 119 copper. And if you divide by 2 with integer division, you get 59 and 60. If you carefully choose which half you're purifying from, you get an extra copper left over. And then that just gives you the 59-61 split for free.
So only one arm needs to handle actually tying it all together.
Right. So you can see it's like I grab half the coppers, and then there's a copper left over, and then I have purified, and now it's just purification or projection left. And then it's just okay. So then I put the metal atoms back on the quicksilver chain, and then it's, well, every atom on this chain needs to be projected, so done. Except for you can see that there's that arm on the really long track.
Yep.
And
that's
that is
one extra.
Yeah, and that is to fix a problem. So the problem it fixes is that a quicksilver appears a little bit earlier than desired. And if you just blindly project the way that I was doing, you get 4 different types of patterns up here instead of 2 different types of patterns at the assembly area. At the assembly area, it grabs 6 metal atoms and 2 quicksilvers. And the patterns that it will receive are either silver, silver, gold, gold, which is pattern A, or it gets silver, gold, silver, silver, gold, which is pattern B. If I didn't do the long track with the Quicksilver, there would be another 2 different types of patterns. But basically what this means is that I can assemble type A's correctly, and then type B's are correct, except a gold and a silver are swapped. So then you fix it.
Right, so it's just a surgery at the end, basically, because of the 2 different types of patterns. And you just don't worry which pattern it is. It won't crash either way.
Yeah, and that's why I thought this was going to do so good, because it's like, yes, the copper, splitting the copper into 50, 58, and 61, it almost get it for free, and then there's a minor problem here, but just a single arm on a big long track with careful spacing and timing, it just fixes it, and then now I do assembly, and it's either correct or it's easy to fix with a single atom swap, and...
You're completely right, though. This is so fucking good.
It wins understandability. And has that really clever way of getting from nearly half to perfect.
Splitting the copper does sound like a Mr. Puzzle thing. Please, deposition. So yeah, I think the only other thing I would want is open up the instructions map. I don't think we've actually seen that yet on stream.
No, we haven't.
Should be Shift M by default.
Oh, no, I don't have the instructions map. Is it?
You confirmed in the chat that you had updated your paths.
I said...
Did I?
God damn it.
Zorflax the kind of guy to disable the automatic reminders to update your shit.
That is exactly who you're dealing with. Yeah.
Oh no.
Sorry. I'm that guy. Reminders don't work on me. If it doesn't come from within my own desire to update something, I don't do it.
Well, I made my instructions map so pretty for myself, and I'm sure Mr. Puzzle, just looking at the fact that like all arms don't have instructions until they start.
Oh.
Right. No, yeah,
we
no.
did the same thing.
So one thing I will mention is the tournaments and the weeklies are a great way to motivate me to add new tooling. Because it's like, god damn, I don't want to crawl over the instruction tape. It would be faster for me to create the instructions map, which I've been kind of thinking about doing for a while anyway. It would be faster for me to add an instructions map and then solve it than it would be to solve it while crawling around. And so I do that.
I like that attitude.
Which is also why...
community.
Right. Which is also why collision mod is now toggleable while you're in the solution, because I wanted to be able to flip-flop between the two, because it makes it really easy to be like, okay, does this collision act... Is this a collision on cycle 1 million? And it's like, I don't have to run for 1 million cycles. I can zip to it, and then just check a few cycles to see if the collision happens, and then turn it back off.
Yeah, I definitely wanted something like that for a while, but just toughed it out.
See, it's easy to just be like, I have ADHD, and be like, oh yeah, that's the reason. But you guys underestimate how non-existent my executive functioning is. That I will like, I will go to great lengths to do like the inconvenient thing. Long before someone like gets me to make things more convenient, which is like Luna had to go to such great lengths just to get me to update the goddamn zoom tool. I was gonna be happy to use the old zoom tool for the rest of the tourney, and then I can't remember why exactly, but I needed it's because I needed the arms turn off function to work, and that's the only reason I updated that. I would never have updated Fujitsu or zoom tool. I'd have been using the old crusty ass, like, year-old version if it wasn't for that. So, yeah. I'm sorry. Okay. Moving on. We do enter top 10 territory. At 412 instructions is Zanuck.
420 was required for top 10. Let's go.
God damn.
Oh, like nice track.
How's that for a track loop? There's one diamond in the middle, but how's that for a track loop?
Oh, they're rotating after. It's grab, rotate, drop, shift. That should mean it's like 6 times 34. This is going to be exciting. Period 4, but it doesn't look like it's self-similar among only 272 cycles. If it's doing anything that takes 6 tape loops to get back to where it's going, it should be 3x that.
That is a fun hedge maze track middle there.
Alright, so there are a lot of notes here. I'm actually, if I'm going to get started, if it's okay with Zanuck, I'm going to skip the purification math part of his notes, because it's like 1,100 words long total, so I do want to skip some of it if that's okay. Here's a quote. Yeah. Here's a quote for you. Most hard problems an alchemist may face can be better solved by a trip to bed and the bath than by spending the whole night staring at the alchemy bench. I found this to be true, as after I spent several hours on a timing issue with no real progress made, merely days before the deadline, I went to sleep. The next day, a simple idea presented itself to me in the bathtub, and it worked. And the next bit's the rate math section. I'm going to skim over that. The bit at the end where he talks about, that means yes, 58 copper is purified and 61 is projected. 58 to 61 is absolutely the worst ratio I have ever seen in this game. Thanks, Zorflax. You're the best. Here's how this solution breaks down. One pipeline takes all the lead and turns it into copper. 136 lead becomes 17 copper. 2 pipelines separately turn 68 iron into 34 copper. And 2 pipelines separately turn 68 tin into 17 copper. One of those iron pipelines can use up all of its 68 neighboring quicksilver, projecting the copper it makes all the way into gold, which accomplishes 34 out of 61 copper projections and 34 out of 45 silver projections, leaving 27 and 11. The lead pipeline and 1 tin pipeline produce copper at the same rate, so we can purify those together to get silver, and the remaining 2 pipelines produce 3 copper every 4 periods. Oh, I forgot to mention periods. You see, it made sense to me to restrict to a low period, to aim for a good instruction secondary, because I get to avoid using repeat instructions. I have no idea yet whether it worked, but it sure was a challenge to make. We bond these metals together into a chain of triangles, each with 1 silver, 2 gold, 3 copper. From our 136 inputs, we make 17 triangles. A single triangle like this can use 6 quicksilver for 4 projections and 2 left over, which is 1 Critellium exactly. But our math indicates we can only do that for 9 triangles of 17, and that uses up almost all our remaining projections. What's left for our 8 remaining triangles is 2 silver projections, making 6 Critelia total. 9 to 8 is a peculiar challenge, especially given we have enough quicksilver to attach 6 to 2 of every 3 triangles. 3 and 17 are relatively prime, so it's better to do math on 51 triangles. I was able to configure the machine to attach the 6 quicksilver to the first and third triangle in each loop, and now the mess begins. Construction pipeline 1, lower right, so bottom of my screen. takes all the number 1 triangles and projects them, and to satisfy the math, it needs 10 of the number 3 triangles. It has to move things through quickly because it could operate twice in a row. So it has to have a period of 4 periods. Construction Pipeline 2 takes all the number 2 triangles and 7 of the number 3 triangles. Each triangle in a set position is easy to pick out, as it's 12 periods between each loop. 7 to 10 for the other is not a great ratio. Fortunately, there's enough delay before triangle number 3 that I can delay pipeline 1 to grab only if pipeline 2 hasn't. So really we only need to select something 7 in 17 times with 12 periods in between. Piece of cake. Just make a track loop of length 204 and put 7 arms on it in specific places. Construction Pipeline 1 then became a simpler problem with a fixed input, the winged metal triangle, and a Critellium output. Pipeline 2, however, wound up with all the rest of the complexity. The 24 triangles it's responsible for have to be turned into 18 outputs, and 6 silver has to be projected. This is a little more tractable, considering 4 triangles makes 3 outputs with 1 projection, and from there it's not too bad to make a brick with 4 triangles and 7 quicksilver. I made this pipeline with a quote-unquote period of 6 periods, because I had the time between bricks and it saves on instructions, but an interesting thing happened. Just when the pipeline was about to repeat, the last Quicksilver 7 stick collided with the metal. This was the problem I solved by taking a long break from the puzzle. Essentially, every 4th triangle causes the metal extrusion to be broken off into a brick. If it can be either of triangle number 2 or number 3, which occur 4 periods apart, then on some loops, the brick doesn't advance fast enough, or it arrives with the latter half of the pipeline in the wrong state. My semi-arbitrary choice of which of the 17 number 3 triangles to take needed a revision. I moved 2 arms, and that's it. No additional arms or translations or rotations to add to my existing design. Now it's always triangle number 2, so it's guaranteed to happen at the same pipeline state. Finally, time for some good rest.
I cannot imagine the challenge of having a 7 arms on 204 track and realizing you have to move a couple of them so that stuff won't break.
Yuck. You want to talk about difficult to tinker with, good lord.
Yeah, it does explain though, like when he's talking about 51's the better number here to think about than 17, how you are able to get the arms that rotate once. And true, yeah, there are only 17 valid positions on the track because the arm has a direct angle to the bottom and it needs to move 4 times or 6 times before it can do that. But then there is the other factor of 4. I don't know. This is a very impressively jank way of doing this.
Alright. Let's move on. At 376 instructions, we have witch push.
Whoopsh.
Okay, so this solve, so there's 2 stations with 1 like arm here in the middle, and a scary looking hex arm, intimidating.
Hex
Dare I
arms
say.
with the aura.
Wait, go back to the map. Because it looks like, it kind of looks like someone took a really big arm, snapped it in half, bent it 60 degrees.
That's funny. Oh, we're at period 8. Good call.
So the period just went up to 8. So I'm going to zoom in on this bit a bit. This part of the solve. Because this is actually where all the math is done. None of this shit handles any of the math. It just takes a stick of silver, gold, and quicksilver at a certain length. So the length of the stick is obviously very relevant, but other than that, yeah, you get like 3 different sticks.
Did this solve take the L? It is an L-shaped solve.
L acquired. Menacing swing on that hex arm.
That's such a cool assembly, though. Oh my gosh. So it makes an output every 8 cycles because it can do that. It has the material for it.
No, it just grabs the next, like, silver or gold or quicksilver whenever it wants. And the length
no,
of the
it's actually
stick.
making an output every 16 cycles. Interesting.
That's elegant. I like this. This is very nice. Very 3D printer.
Okay. So, reading Witch Push's notes. If I've calculated correctly, and man, I hope I've calculated correctly, the ratio is 136 to 15. I must be insane for wanting to give this a go. Some details of my solve. It's the math, basically. It says feel free to skip. I'm gonna give you the Spark Notes version. The silver that gets made comes entirely from the lead and tin part of the pipeline. That is where all the silver comes. There is some leftover copper afterwards that goes into the gold pipeline, which is largely like where the quicksilver and iron come in. So that's where you get gold, and then the quicksilver is also taken from that, obviously, and put into the quicksilver stick. So that's the short version without the math. The cadence of gold, silver, and quicksilver was so irregular, I found assembly difficult at anything less than 15p, but with an instruction secondary, I knew I needed a shorter period. The only solution I found was to brick enough atoms for all 15 outputs, then deliver those atoms at a regular rhythm. I was able to get everything working at period 4 except for assembly, which I eventually got working at period 8. So this solve actually wanted to be period 4.
If you have the instruction count, it would be under 200, which is a very good mark. Yeah, it looks like everything in the top is period 4.
Yeah. Well, this is period 4, and it handles all of the math very elegantly, if you ask me, with this, like, stick idea.
How many arms are on the track? Because there's 2 big tracks with several arms on them, and they're each responsible for some amount of, oh yeah, you have a weird prime that you need to make by some method.
So the bottom track has 10 arms, the top track has 6 arms.
Okay. Those are not huge numbers either.
No. It's definitely not a full-on moat. Dare I say, it's almost less cursed. It's probably the least cursed solution we've seen in a while.
Yeah, I don't know. There's some that are like methodologically quaint, but vibes-wise cursed.
Yeah, true.
And I couldn't tell you where this falls on that dichotomy. Like,
I do like that all of like the complex, all the complexity and all of the math is done in like a single screen's worth of area. And then everywhere else is just like, well, assuming you have the sticks done already, you just go do the thing.
Yeah. The thing, obviously.
Ah, the assembly looks so cool.
Assembly's very slick.
Yeah, Panic put the Lexi in the Twitch chat, and it's a bunch of 16s, and then it has 2 outputs worth of downtime before it loops again. So it's 330, and then brackets 16, 14 times, 48, close bracket.
Yeah, actually, some of the Lex C values for these solves actually gives you a good idea of the cadence of the solve. Unless, of course, that solve is Vilfox solve.
Then it just gives you a sense of the curseness. You don't actually get to read it, you get to read the size of the scroll bar.
Alright. Coming down to 8th place. At 320 instructions, we have John John. The largest thing I ever made.
Got this finished. John got. Oh wow, that is a lot of area.
That is
26,000 area for a solution that runs in finite area.
Yep, because these are rate solves, so there is never going to be any waste. So the fact that it still manages to clock in at 26,000 area is an accomplishment. Yeah, the map is cursed. This is really
22 days ago, IEEE. Let me state the 2K challenge then. Make a 2K area at 0 solve that isn't trivially out-burritoed. This is one of those. This starts to justify the fact that our area prime for infinite measurements is handled the way it is, because you can get super large areas without having a an infinite growth.
Yeah, right. Yeah, this is that.
You can get arbitrarily large area wastelessly. The question is whether you can do it without being trivially out-burritoed, and this doesn't seem to be trivially out-burritoable.
Yeah, because like this is huge, but it's not. It's not being huge as a mischief. It's not being huge as a pathological funny. This is huge because instructions are smaller now.
I was trying to focus on the pivot, and I fat-fingered the M key and completely missed the pivot.
Ah, no.
So, I'm gonna have to, like, there's no other way to do this. I'm just gonna have to, like, where's the Quicksilver going? There it goes.
Got it. It's got some travel. That thing is whipping and flopping around.
You cannot fast travel. There are enemies nearby.
This puzzle is the enemies are flash. You have to understand. You have provided us with the enemies. But yeah, I think this is similar in the stick counting way to Nathan F's solve. It seems like, I don't see the notes about it, but it seems to be building out long sticks and using them to count. And then everything that it needs to do, it creates a huge stick to do it.
Yeah, so we're seeing in many of these rate solves that the ratio is just so unpleasant that big stick is somewhat prevalent as like the best way to count to 61 or 58 or 119 or whatever you need. It's far and away the simplest, and with an instruction secondary, it's like, well, simple is good, right? Because whenever you're measuring instructions, there's a certain type of simplicity that you're measuring in a solve. Which is why this puzzle, I went instructions, because this is, for min rate and for normal instructions, it's difficult to simplify. Thus, you know, therein lies the challenge.
Kolmogorov and his complexities.
Yeah, that's the dude's. I had that dude. I couldn't remember his name, but I knew there was.
You have Kolmogorov on speed dial.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think counting in unary, as Mr. Puzzle put it in the Twitch chat. I think for Amalgamated Gold Ring, the only person to truly count in unary was RPO, and his was the most expensive of the solves for RG. But yes. It's interesting. The Lexi is the same, apart from initial latency on this and on which wishes, but stick building is very much more explicit in this one.
We even get minor slappy stick action in an RI solve.
And it doesn't even Like, that's not the reason area is massive. It's,
No. So I'm not sure what exactly it's counting to, like, the individual copper stick. That looks like more than... I don't know, maybe my eyes deceive me, but... Like, maybe that's 119, and we're counting the 136 that way. Yeah, that's probably
he
what's
says
happening.
119 in chat, yep.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that is... Alright, so he's counting the 119 out, just, like, with a 119 long stick. So it's just a really fucking long stick. And, mercifully, the Quicksilver stick is double wide, because it's an even number, so... Still does a hell of a lot of swinging around. It actually swing through the same space. If they swung through different spaces, it would have been an even bigger... It would have been an even higher area count.
I love the map. Thank you, Mr. Puzzle, for making the map.
Sure would be nice if there was an instructions map.
Oh, let Zorflax be Zorflax, come on.
Nah, it's a fair cop.
You host the tournament, Mr. Puzzle. You host the tournament.
Oh.
I know you want to.
I put like 10 minutes of thought into like, oh, what could I come up with 8 good computation puzzles? And like,
I would play your tournament.
well, the thing is I don't want like computation weak difficulty the whole time. But,
Yeah.
I think one question I always tried to ask myself was like, what's the simplest puzzle I can come up with that has enough depth for the community? Because that's kind of like where we're going to get as much fun as possible out of a tournament, and how we're going to not scare new players off every week. All right.
The target is moving as the community advances. Too,
Exactly. You have to make the puzzles harder and harder.
Right. That is why. What was it? Was it Panic or someone was like, yes, Mr. Puzzle, it's his turn to do a tourney, and I'm like, gulp. I can't make normal puzzles for the community. I've made like I feel like I've made like 5 banger puzzles ever, and like I think 2 or 3 of them in the reductive metallurgy mod. It's like I don't know. I don't think I could make tourney quality puzzles.
I don't think I did make tourney quality puzzles, but I've run a tourney. So I was lucky it was 2020.
Nah, the 2020 batch had some real bangers in it. I'll defend 2020 if you won't.
Tourney, but getting in top 15 gets you auto disqualified. Oh. You placed. Okay, you're done.
All right.
That'd be a crazy metagame.
Good.
Tournament.
God damn.
I'm aiming for 4th.
So, speaking of placements, in 7th place, we have a new player. Sai looks away, clocking in at 287 instructions.
And that's a pretty good
Well
jump,
done.
too. Excellent work.
Sai looks away. You have done a great job. What are we looking at? Period 8. It's another period 8, like Wish Push.
This one I suspect is deliberately period 8.
Yeah, it has many arms that are all actually utilizing that period.
Yeah. So real quick.
Has heard of this person.
So, in the solution notes, Sai looks away, writes, "Long-time tournament stream enjoyer. This is my first ever serious attempt at a community puzzle. This solution was worked down from about 900 to 287 instructions. I don't imagine reducing the period below 8 would help lower the instruction count. I really like how the motion of the output block pops Quicksilver off the stack in the lower right." So this solution has a funny way of counting and balancing itself out. You might notice there's like what looks like a Quicksilver waste stick building up, and Yeah, it's like, it's more like a register than a waste stick. I think the fact that it's like this cool triangle kind of thing and that it takes so long is just a way to lower instruction count. I'll skip
How
to
long
when...
does it take to reach steady state? Because it hasn't filled its loop yet.
No, it is not. It takes a while to reach steady state, but it's not like insane.
Not Vilfuck size.
No. No, nothing's matching that. But it will continue to quote-unquote throw out Quicksilver until it reaches a point where it can actually like feed Quicksilver back in to this top area up here. There's like, you can see this tri-arm on a track here will be conditionally handling Quicksilver when it comes in. In fact, I'll speed up a bit. And so there's a bit of conditional wanding. So now that hexarm on a track no longer handles all the Quicksilver that comes out of iron. Some of it's being dragged across and projected with the spare Quicksilver finally. And what that amounts to is that this silver stick, which has been going down this entire time, it just gets built faster. And suddenly this register that's been here the whole time at the bottom of the screen, it gets filtered out.
That's so cool. Yeah, it's just speeding up with a conditional silver stick builder. And every time that silver stick builder completed, it would make a second output for that period. Or pseudo period, whatever you would want to call it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just adds Quicksilver to the mix and it accommodates it perfectly. That's so beautiful.
And now there's still like one gap because obviously it still needs Quicksilver to feed this pipeline to like make it back. But it's... yeah, it's like it operates at a cadence of... I shouldn't try to count the cycles of this cadence, but it's like 8. It's an 8... It like does this output once every 8 cycles thing. Or is it once every 16? Or something like that. But like with debt. And it will pay that debt back with this like gap in outputting.
Yeah, Panic dropped the loop in the chat, but the pre-loop stuff is different because the Quicksilver hasn't fed back in yet. It's a very cool Lexi pattern.
What's the term for it? This is so cool because it's like self-correcting. Because it's like, oh, we purified too much. We have excess Quicksilver that gets fed back and speeds up the purification. And if that speeds up the purification, like if it speeds that part up too much, then you run out of Quicksilver, and then you generate extra Quicksilver, so that you speed. Oh, that's so cool.
You're right. It's like,
doesn't have to count to the big numbers. It just emerges from the self-correction.
Yeah, exactly. There is no real like number counting here. There's just like a conditional self-correcting mechanism that must come out at the perfect cadence.
I'm grinning so hard at that sentence. That's a really cool computation idea arriving in a rate puzzle.
Right. It's awesome. It's actually awesome.
The week 7 was the computation we made along the way.
One thing I wanted to have, because I can't design a computational puzzle to save my life, but if I was going to do something like this, it was important for me personally to have it as like a cool bonus thing that is like skippable if you want. It's entirely possible to just not do this and still win the tournament, because that's exactly what Kelly Reese's, did.
He's not submitting to or not RI, yeah.
Yeah, no, he did not make a rate solve. Because yeah, it's like conditional stuff is cool, but yeah, for accessibility's sake, it's like let's let the people who are good at this shit like score well and express themselves like this, but then have people who don't do this shit, like they don't have to miss out on like competing on other metrics and like try-harding and scoring well. Because this is kind of like, this stuff is all, I've always considered it to be tangentially related to Opus Magnum itself. So having it as like this cool tangent for the tournament itself, I think is I think it exists in a really good spot, and if there's one thing I hope gets carried out from this tournament, it would be that. But that's just a Zorflex thing. Moving on.
Zorflex of you.
So, the other is the 7-week structure. I think 7 weeks is better than 8 weeks, personally.
Now I'm imagining a final week tourney puzzle where it's like, all right, the one of the metrics is rate, and one of the inputs is a computation input, and you have to deal with the fact that it might be this and it might be that, or you could just do some and just have a normal input or something.
Right. That sounds cool, actually, because computation puzzles only ever have one metric. What if there was just like a second non-computational metric with the
Luna. I will give credit where credit is due. I saw Luna in the chat talking about having the same output but with different inputs, and I was like, oh, that'd be cool. And then I'll borrow Zorflax's idea of you have options in the final puzzle, so you're not forced to do computation or just lose out.
That's a great idea, Mr. Puzzle. What an original.
I'm so glad I came up with that.
Your originality and your cleverness.
The lateral thinking.
Man, what a creative thought, Mr. Puzzle. Well, by that metric, Zanuck, there was 10 weeks because there were 2 break weeks, and then do you count week 0? Because that makes it 12 weeks. But I digress. 7 puzzles. In 6th place, dropping down a whopping 3 instructions.
Ooh.
Cuckoo 52. New solution 0.
That's hilarious. Oh my God.
Guys, I actually get to zoom in.
And yeah, John, the remaining Me, Fiesta, Shampoo, Kazian, Who, Madmaster, and Cuckoo 52.
Oh, you guys are wondering who the 6th person was?
Yeah. Who is another player who hasn't submitted, right? Who? Yeah.
Who, yeah, had some personal issues that prevented them from being able to finish their min rate solve, which is a real shame.
Oh, okay, never mind. I was really looking forward to it, but I forgot about the thing that I read while I was out on the walk. Hey, look, we got some waste.
We have some waste. So, not really much in the way of chains here, except for that one, except for the Quicksilver. But not much of the metal at all, really. Very short chains.
It's just the track with several arms on it doing the counting. That's how it balances that nasty ratio.
Cuckoo52 writes, in the solution notes for the first time ever. I've never seen him write solution notes before. And he writes, thanks for hosting the tournament, Zorflex. Great job. Aww. Thanks, Cuckoo.
That's so wholesome.
He saved his note writing for
Aww.
a special occasion.
Oh, I really appreciate that. Okay, so the solve itself, how it balances out the copper. It seems to do something reminiscent of what Witch Push did, where like all the lead and tin get like that's all silver, I believe.
Yeah.
Well, no, not really. Not in the same way as Witch Push did it.
It's a push to the left on the, there's kind of like a slightly less glyph-dense space where there's a handoff of copper, and the arms on the track push it to the left sometimes to change which the 2 purification or projection paths are going through.
Yeah, right.
So the ones that don't necessarily purify the silver might yoink a silver from below and get a silver that way. Or
Right, okay.
That way.
Yeah.
Or Pio is saying, it's finally starting to feel like how it did after I saw better solutions during Amalgamated Gold Ring. We're finally out of the, oh, this is the only way to do it, maybe? Feeling. There's a lot of ways.
It took us, yeah, it took a while, but puzzle very hard. Yeah, so the way it's kind of conditionally handling the copper, up in that purification river, very neat. Very low instruction. I'm a fan of the solve because there's no yeah, we're free of like giant stick tech.
Yeah, it shows up in the lexicographic cycles, because instead of having a single 48 at the end of the loop, which is what happens when you have a big stick, it has two 32s in the middle. And that just means that it can't run too far ahead or behind because it doesn't have a huge stick of buffer. It has to sort of balance itself out nicely, and it can only count out basically 1 Critellium's worth of stored excess.
Yeah. So, a couple of people asking about the initialization waste. So this is actually something that hasn't popped up this stream yet until now. So, obviously, when you make a min rate solve, you can't have, like, continuous waste. But that's, you know, no one ever said anything about not having waste at the start.
Yeah, one of the hardest problems in wonky metals rate puzzle is synchronization, because you want to have stuff coming from multiple places to break your awkward ratio down, but if they don't all arrive at the same time, you either have to build a lot of instructions worth of buffering it so that it'll get synchronized at the end, or you just have waste, which is 2 instructions. You have a grab and a track shift, and you can pull out arbitrarily much waste that way. So if you want to synchronize stuff, just do the single arm with a single plus on a track.
So there's a couple of like gold sticks and silver sticks that comes out before Quicksilver is ready.
Yeah, exactly. It's throwing away the first bit to make sure everything else lines up. Exactly as Do Not Put Me on Pizza app.
Yeah.
I love this metric. I love this puzzle. Storflax, you have brought me joy. I'm willing
thank
to
you.
be in this for the next 6 hours as you wander through the rest of it.
I
did put it in my rate solution title, and I don't think we brought it up, but my rate solve was called "I was the correct secondary," and I still think that's true, because this puzzle, as far as rate goes, having instructions as the secondary is really, really interesting. The fact that 59 and 61 are really close to being half and half. How, like, you've got 17 showing up, a lot of other... Instructions was the correct secondary for this puzzle, I think.
Especially because if it had been gold or area, you would be able to reduce gold or area by going 15p, 30p, 120p, and the instruction tape would no longer be a valid, like, it would be an uneditable solution. Everyone would be submitting something as difficult to work with as a Grape Jelly Singularity.
Right, that was actually part of the reason, because I remember one of the chief complaints about Amalgamated Gold Ring was how everyone was programming shit out to, like, their instruction tapes were hopelessly long. So I knew I didn't want a metric that encouraged that again. And also, as you guys point out, like, there's no, like, juicy math that you have to, like, interact with, because you can just hide your complexity in the instruction tape, as it were. Whereas here, you don't get that. You don't get to hide. You have to, like, put it out on the map. Literally, the map.
So, of the puzzles in the official game, the highest I we have at an RI minimum is Alchemical Slag at 153.
Right, because it's slag.
And Slag has just so much shit to do. And I think that's the only one over 100.
Oh yeah, speaking of, about half an hour into the stream, Kazian submitted a reactive gold RI record improvement. Must have been
That's
holding
funny.
onto it. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
funny.
Submitted it right after the deadline, actually.
Didn't want to until the results were locked, so then no
Yeah.
one benefited from it. Kazian is very good at tech for metal puzzles. I think Kazian is the one who actually figured out the wait before dropping on Purifier tech after almost 6 years of the game existing, which is fascinating that we all missed it.
I think we all just, like, it was collectively underestimated how cool that idea is for, like, timing problems. But yeah, that's funny. Alright. No, I did read your solution title off stream, Mr. Puzzle. Even if I didn't read it on stream. In 5th place, at 262 instructions, we have Fiesta 618.
Oh, and
I
don't
believe
think
in
oh, sorry. You go ahead, Biggie.
the higher period solve.
Period 8.
Yep, there we go.
That's a map.
Humongo track loop.
Alright, so let's just look at it before we hit the play button.
Yep. I just wanted to give a quick aside that for lemon update, I have eaten everything except I have saved the lemon wedges for last because I've got 8 lemon wedges and there were 8 people that made me eat lemons, and I thought, you know, it'd be neat. The first time I see someone that caused me to eat a lemon on stream, I eat a wedge. So Fiesta, this wedge is for you.
Nice. For those of you who didn't watch the Thermal Fuse stream, there was a few different players made a lemon bet, Mr. Puzzle being one of them. Very confident in his HPC solve. But now, as a result, he has to eat 8 lemons.
Yep.
I did not contribute to the lemon bet, right? Because I was tied with you on all the metrics, but I did not have a better like hidden quaternary.
Right. Grimmy had proposed that gold and then area were the tiebreaker metrics. And with regards to that, my solve comes ahead of yours.
I'll take it.
So like we were tied on the tourney stream, but the lemon bet tiebreakers, I only had to eat 8 instead of 9.
Okay.
All right.
So, Mr. Puzzle, is this your solution, but they don't have to double it?
I don't know. I mean, like that front part is just doing all the copper and the quicksilver right away. Counts explicit.
I do love the free space eye track.
Oh yeah, no, I see. I see what they mean by counts explicitly.
The
Yeah,
old solution title for this for Fiesta's RI submission was literally a free space eye reference.
Yeah, because one of the copper sticks had 61, the other copper stick had 59. They explicitly counted it out.
Got it. It
So
was not very obvious until it got a little deeper that was the little edge case at the end.
So I'll let it play out once, just so we can like look at it with our own eyes, and then I'll read the notes, because Fiesta's notes are always very good.
Whenever there's another arm helping out with translation, it feels like stepping on the moving walkway at like an airport or something. Suddenly you're moving faster while still doing the same amount of work.
Alright, so what are all these re-bricking ideas for exactly? Oh, and look at that.
Construction reduction.
It's all.
You can already
It's
see.
all coming together.
You can see in the middle of this big thing is a pre-made Critellium, and now we just sandwiched them together.
Critellium.
Yeah, it's very instruction cheap to move an entire brick around and reshape it as your heart desires.
Oh, that's nice.
That's some TI polymer tech that you're seeing right there. With I think it's called sandwich tech.
Yeah.
The taco.
Yeah, taco or something. Madmaster knows the name.
Is this the winning idea? I'm not. This is the best way I've ever seen to reshape the Critellium from all the cleverly counted out mathematical ratios. Like, you can actually just use a small number of instructions to get the shape you want. I just don't know if it worked at period 4.
Okay, so let's wind the clock back and get started on these notes.
That assembly is a treat.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh no, yeah, absolutely. That's like shit. That's clean as hell. All right. Fiesta writes, my usual method for determining minimum rate is to figure out the most efficient recipe for one product, see how much waste is left, and then see how many of those waste sets are needed to make an odd out product. Which sounds a lot like how I do it. Brute forcing, in other words. That may not be the fastest way of finding the number, but I like it because it also reveals a construction recipe that I can understand and implement. That didn't work for this puzzle. 10 to 1 is the minimal input single product recipe, but the waste is an even more awkward fraction of a product. Larger scale attempts at the same strategy also did not resolve neatly. So, in the end, and for the first time ever, I had to set up a system of linear equations to figure out the target ratio. And no wonder. The numbers in this puzzle are crazy. Here are the ones that I found to be the juiciest. 136/15, the ideal ratio. 119, the number of coppers created via purification per batch. This is 7 times 17. A silly pair of numbers in their own right. 61, the number of coppers that must be projected per batch. This is a goddamn prime. Normally, there are 2 ways to resolve awkward ratios and strange numbers. The method I typically prefer is to program a long tape loop that enumerates all the necessary operations in the proper proportions. But the secondary metric here is instructions. By this method, simply pulling and dropping all of the inputs would add up to over 400i, with total instruction count likely to be well over 1,000. Not playing well to the metric at all. Thus, I reluctantly reached for the other method, programming a short tape that relies on geometry-based conditionals. You can see the realization of that choice in this solve. The machinery surrounding the input... Oh, let me go back to the input. The machinery surrounding the input builds sticks of copper and quicksilver to the desired lengths, stacks them into a brick, and pushes everything to the right for processing. Specifically, for copper, it builds a stick of 51 and attaches it to a stick of 58, 119 total, with the atoms due for projection and purification in separate rows. For quicksilver, it builds 2 sticks of 45 for double projection to gold and attaches them to 1 stick of 46 for 16 projections to silver plus 30 output atoms. The center-left machinery cluster handles all of this promotion and rebricks the remaining atoms. The center-right machinery rearranges the new brick into a form that can more easily be turned into products. I was surprised and pleased to find that my newly developed skills from building a period 3 machine in week 6 came in handy. As much of this rearrangement is accomplished via free space ice style track rivers with horrible lengths in multiples of 17. Finally, the top rightmost machinery assembles and outputs the products. Mercifully, this part of the machine works at a much friendlier half P cadence. My initial build for this strategy took 4 days and consisted of a half-rate machine at period 4. Duplicating, mirroring, and merging that yielded an instruction count of 422. I was glad to have a stake in the ground, but did not like the high ratio of grabs and drops to useful operations. Moreover, I was pretty sure that a single pipe machine would score better. With another 4 days effort, I was able to re-implement the same strategy as a single pipeline period 8, yielding the machine you see here at 262 instructions. Very much better on secondary. Interestingly, the only portion of the machine that truly utilizes period 8 is the mess of input mechanisms on the far left. Most of the rest operates on pseudo period 4, but period 8 allows it to halve the number of grab drops. I feel comfortable betting that period 8 will be the sweet spot for top solves, as the next highest option is period 17. Ugh.
No.
There you go.
Well, yeah, next period should be 16.
16 is completely viable. 4 is probably optimal. I'm curious what other periods are even viable here. 17 is horrific because you need a track loop. Steven, take the input.
Steven, take the input. Alright. With that thorough breakdown, I think we can move on, because we are about to take a 100 instruction drop.
Hell yeah. That's what we're looking for.
Oh,
Now we're down there. Now we're down there. Where am I?
Yep, the top...
Finally, it's getting close to competitive. Jesus Christ, 100...
Yeah, the top 4 solves are like in their own tier, pretty much.
I've been waiting for that. Oh yeah, this is good.
At 161 instructions, in 4th place, Mad Master 5000.
All right.
Another one on my list. Madmaster, this lemon wedge is for you.
Wow! What a fucking map.
I love the map. Oh.
Whoa.
Oh,
What's the debonder down there at the way fucking bottom? Is there a pivot that actually goes and touches that?
Oh god, now that is a Bonder with a menacing aura.
Oh goodness.
Sorry, D-Bonder.
Is that track loop on the left intentionally spelling out the word sus?
No fucking way.
Yeah, that was a drop, Madmaster. Welcome to the top 4. We're all crazy here.
Alright, so we're building things in different directions. Silver is going in 2 different directions, which is a little scary. This one's going to be like swung over. Pay attention here to what happens. Oh, it just gets dragged. Oh, I see. We counted a certain number of quicksilver. We chopped some of it off.
Wanding it away.
Oh, and this partly it's just oh shit. That was a pretty clean swing actually. Oh wow. Oh yeah, by the way, gold.
I'm amazed at Alexi how there's largely 12 cycle gaps between outputs instead of 16. That's so that it can do it as a period, or like not period 6, but a 6 periods per output.
And finally, after all that, we have the witch push idea of just like having things. We have the stick. We have the right stick, so we can take them all individually, even though it takes copper and gold and silver together. It's kind of doing that.
It does sandwich tech to build the witch push sticks, and then it does witch push tech to build the output.
Right. Okay. There you go. Sandwich tech.
All right.
Hold up. So I never actually got to see this D-Bonder in action.
Does it have an action, or is that literally just a spare?
Oh.
Oh no, it's when that hex arm spins. That hex arm has to spin.
That hex eventually.
Because it has to spin downward, not upward. Because there we go. There's that debonder. It just got some action. You weren't looking, but it was there.
Yeah. I was like trying. Oh,
Also,
man.
with your stream delay, it probably didn't sound like I was synchronized with it. I was saying it when I looked at it, but it's stream delay, so.
Hold up, let me get another look at that. Alright. Debond. Comes up here. Oh, okay, that's where this goes. Right, and it just, you're right, projects the remaining reactive silver. Now you have the gold stick. And it's, wow. A lot of the counting complexity is handled in an even more free space instruction method than what Fiesta managed.
Yeah, this mostly just beats Fiesta on period.
Yeah, period 4.
Form. They're very similar methodologies, although they look wildly different. The vibes are Fiesta's was a very linear type vibes, and this is more of a Madmaster likes to think in different shapes vibes.
Madmaster writes in the solution notes. So this solve works by doing there's no ones, because between the size of this solve and the lag every time I try to run it, ones would take like 10,000 cycles to get into position in like 55 minutes. I made changes that removed 2 arms, and those changes took like 4 hours, so those are the notes.
I want to give both you and Madmaster a hug.
So, in case you're wondering how legible Madmaster thinks the solve is, the answer is no. No, it is not.
I'm still kind of baffled that no one has done the puzzle the way I did it. My solution is so different from everything that we've seen so far.
The way this even thinks to count out all the sticks is so much more cursed. When Witch Push did it, it was just like, here, let me just add a silver into the silver stick, and there's only 1 silver stick. This one has like 3 different silver sticks, and they combine, but one of them's actually the gold stick in disguise, and the other 2 can join, and then, wow. We are shoulder deep in the Sailcloth Valley, my friends.
This is a 4-person podium. I can't have a podium that doesn't include Madmaster at this point. Like,
What's
this
like,
did the 100 instruction drop for a reason. This is on the crazy side of things.
this can be the well, alright, because it's Opus Magnum, we can have a gold, silver, copper metal, and this can be the iron metal.
Ha! This could be the Quicksilver metal, a variable level of.
Oh, yeah, the Quicksilver
never
metal.
as much as gold.
The Quicksilver metal, that's fair.
This isn't the secret sauce. There's other solutions that do totally different things that beat it.
Yeah, there isn't one secret sauce for this metric at all. In 3rd place, at 150 instructions, Spiritual Shampoo.
Shambles.
Also on my list.
Okay,
Spiritual
so
shampoo,
before I run the
wedges for
solve,
you.
the Spiritual Shampoo made it a priority that I run this without my, like, collision and, like, frame rate mods. Just to give you an idea of how it ran when he solved it. That's actually surprisingly not laggy. But I haven't run the solve yet. Well,
Oh, it does a huge swing, doesn't it?
oh, so
it
it's
does.
like one enormous swing.
Ah, yeah. It counts out 15 outputs worth of atoms and then bullshit swings. Got it.
So it's gonna like run fine right up until the swing.
This is a very slick-looking input method. It's I don't know what I did too.
So note the weird station on the bottom left. That will be important later. Also, that is a Steven piston.
Oh, good. Yeah. Willing to sack the 20G.
Great, wait for it.
Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah.
Choo-choo.
And this
Jojo.
is some straight up free space instructions shit.
This is what my solve does. Finally, someone else. Not exactly the same because I don't break it first, but like peeling a piece off with free space iTech after it's already portioned out into copper and quicksilver is the thing.
And then it gets reintroduced, and we get one last cursed swing. There it goes.
Nice.
And now you have the output station, which just handles all the quicksilver and all the copper in specifically sized bricks. I think like it's like the brick is 1 Critellium. Perfectly.
Yeah, the brick is what. Yeah, when you get 7 copper and 8 quicksilver, you only need 1 extra of either of those atoms twice. So 1 copper, 1 quicksilver, or 2 quicksilver is sufficient to be able to make it into a Critellium. So you don't have to do any reshaping afterwards. You don't have to have a separate assembly method. You already have 1 Critellium's worth of material. You just need to break 2 of them off and use them as supplementary material.
Yeah.
This is exactly the way that they're like, if I think about it as it's 16s or 8s of the input, this is what that gives you. So, Shampoo and I thought very similarly about this.
I like the thinking of handling the stick phase before you worry about purif ejection.
Yep.
Right, because you only have to handle the purif ejection alongside the output construction, like after everything's been perfectly bricked and the math is already worked out.
Yep.
So, like, that simplifies the copper purif ejection ratio shit quite a lot.
Yeah, you can see that there's a spot where it can conditionally project or purify, and that's because that top stripe of 2 atoms is going to have unknowns as to whether it's a quicksilver or a copper. And actually, only the second stripe has an unknown. The top is always quicksilver.
Right, because we've been thinking, because a few of the other solves notes alluded to the fact that you can think of copper and quicksilver as somewhat, like, equivalent.
Yep.
And this takes full advantage of that idea.
And it takes 15 of them from 8 inputs and needs 17 of them for an output. So that's why you get 136 to 15. I dig it. This is only different from mine based on like the specifics of implementation, but this is the first solve where I look at it and think, oh, we thought about the puzzle the same way. Nice.
It only took until the podium.
Uh,
I say that as a joke, but that's a good thing, if you ask me. That, like, so few people thought about the puzzle the same way at all when approaching it. It's usually a very good sign for a tournament metric. This really handling the stick, like, like seeing the idea, like, expressed now that we've seen all the other ideas makes me like this one more. Not handling the big stick and, like, until you've already chunked it out and then purif eject and then output seems like a really logical way to break it down to me now that I'm like looking at this.
Yeah, mine is this, but more slappy stick brained and more free space eye brained. I have to wonder what Kazian's is, and if it's going to be the thing we see next, or if mine is. Because mine is so similar to this, it could be next without any real concern. Just basically, like, is the idea different?
Spiritual Shampoo writes in the solution notes, I was barely able to tinker with the solution, and I will not use wands. Yeah, tinkering stuff in the output / purification part of the solve looks like a bit of a pain in the ass, because you're not just going to be able to, like, alt-click your way unless you do the speedrunning thing where you mash your mouse button. I can believe it.
It's very hard to do that laggily.
Yeah. I can believe that. So.
All right. Turn the collision mod back off. Or the collisions back off.
With pleasure, Biggie.
Yep.
Alright. In second place. With an instruction count of 134, it's Biggie.
Fuck. All right, Kazian, well done.
Which means, Kazian, you're welcome to enjoy your W. Congratulations, you have come out on top on what I believe to be one of the hardest ever tournament metrics that anyone's thrown out.
Incredibly deserved.
Well done, Kazian. Well done, Biggie. Let's get to yourself.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm happy. I tinkered it down from 142 to 134 on the last day.
So it's not. It's all right. Don't get me wrong, it's huge, but it's not that big.
So it has a lot of waste, and it uses some of the waste as wands, and it slappy sticks to try to get everything right. But there's a lot of synchronization issues with this. The goal is to get 8 quicksilver and 7 copper in a chunk into a place that is far away from all the rest of the shit. And it takes until, here to start actually doing that. The first 2 of those chunks become a upgrade stick. The rest of the chunks go to the right and make a Critellium, a proto-Critellium. Barring a little bit of waste because of, again, synchronization headaches.
That is a sick one shape, by the way.
Thank you. It's what came naturally. If you look at the output by this point, because it's slowly consuming the upgrade stick that I made out of two chunks. 2 chunks make that output stick using free space iTech. And then I found this cool little motif for assembling Critelliums from things that were short by 2 silver and had 2 copper in them.
I'm a really big fan of this the way these copper atoms come in and work in tandem with the tri-arm to conditionally project or purify copper right at the very end, such that you get 2 silvers perfectly every time.
Yep, that was my proudest part about, like, okay, but given that I've done all this stuff to set this up, how do I actually get it to work? And this works perfectly, because also the spacing between the 2 silvers fits the rest of the molecule in the middle.
Yeah.
So really the biggest headache in this that cost me on the order of 10 instructions was synchronization. There's so many different spots where, well, I don't have all of the things where they should be. So I am going to take the ones that arrive early and just do something with them. In one case, that was build a wand, because that wand can be whatever. And another, it was pull it off to the side. There is a hex arm at the bottom that is on a diamond track that is just there stalling. It could very easily have been a tri-arm that just rotates things twice to get them to where they're trying to go, but it instead needs to take a lot more periods to get them there, because the upgrade stick on the left
takes a goddamn
it only is able to hold on to 2 atoms as kind of like a rollover thing, because there's 2 arms and they'll each have 1 atom in the gripper. So I'm allowed to be off by 1 output, but I'm not allowed to be off by more than 1. So you'll notice that when the last Critellium comes through the gauntlet, there's still 2 atoms that are used to upgrade that don't get used right away. They loop a few times. That's allowed, but if I had an extra 2 atoms, then there would be collisions. So if you go up to the beginning where it's the input handling, where I'm just literally making 7s and 8s, that looks very similar to Shampoo.
Yeah.
It's not identical, but this is kind of like just you do as little as you can get away with doing. The choice to make it a slappy stick so I could get single chunks. There's actually a lot of cool bonder magic so that the chunks separate only when they are fully chunked.
Yeah, it comes with the territory of bricking, obviously, but there's a lot of like really cool bonding, debonding magic throughout the entire solve, not just up there. Like even here, way up here, when it's still like tin, iron, quicksilver.
Yeah, it's already in the slappy stick mindset.
Yeah. They're like slappy sticks
like,
out.
That stick only exists to get 2 iron next to each other without using too many extra instructions. Like I was thinking in this terms while I was building the input stuff, knowing that my goal until I got to this lower half of the solution was literally just a clean arrangement of 7 copper and 8 quicksilver that's separate from everything else and doesn't take a long time to get out of the way. The top is kind of abstracting the puzzle into make the 15 atoms, and then I have that 136 track loop, which is only there to steal 2 of the chunks to use as scrap material, and then the rest is just Critellium assembly. Yeah, this is the metric I spent the second most time on. So, have fun at TI.
Pretty ominous, actually. You spent more time on TI.
I'd said something in chat about the most surprising thing would be if my TI solve is non-scoring because my son is better placing than it. I am gunning for second place, Spiritual Shampoo. That is my whole goal here. I want TI and RI to bring me all the way up to second.
Alright. Gauntlet's been thrown down for the rest of the stream, but before that, we have a winning solve to have a look at. The winning solve comes in at 122 instructions.
Well done.
Kazian mentioned that there might have been a few more instructions to save with even more cursed shit, but I'm glad. I'm almost thankful he didn't.
Oh, the font on the RI is beautiful.
That's actually really
Kazian
well
can
done.
hop into VC. Let's invite him. Them? Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, you know what? You earned it. If you want to, of course, Kazian. No pressure.
We're here.
Kazian! Congrats, man. Oh,
Yay.
my bad. Oh. Alright, where should I start?
Okay, so the first thing you're going to observe is the traveling hex arm. Just press play and you'll see what I mean.
Ah, yes.
You did the wand in it. You did the wand stuff.
Alright.
Yeah, I mean, it's alright.
Oh boy.
We are going on a journey.
Oh Lord, he coming.
Yeah. So there are 4 wands, 4 stage 1 wands that I could have set up. There was one that got away. I mentioned that in my notes because, like, moving only 1 atom with traveling hex arm is the huge pain. Moving only 2 atoms is actually a huge pain too, but like 1 is beyond that. Going on a journey, setting up all the wands, you just watch.
Heard about the 1500 cycle count.
Need like some music.
Okay, the last one that it sets up is for free space iTech. And then the traveling hex arm is going to slot into place where it can like actually do hex arm stuff. Its second job.
At cycle 2000, of course.
Yeah.
Whoa, shit. Let me slow that one down.
There and back.
Okay, so there's an Station 1 is an extruder. I spent a bunch of time on getting this right because I realized that RI might be decided by, well, the RG looking section, which is doing all the purifications. So that's what I did. There's another one that takes away some waste, just makes everything line up correctly, but since I'm taking away some waste, why not use it to make some more wands? So that's what it does.
Nice.
That's how I thought about
Okay.
it. That's the only ones I made were from waste.
Okay. When the copper gets to the end, it starts being purified by that slabby stick mechanism, and I split between the 61 and 68 purification projection split just by like putting a debonder in the middle and then having them do those two stations do two separate things. And once both are done, Free Space iTech picks them back up, connects them, then there's some brick reshaping. This really long track is actually pretty tight. I thought I would have like a lot of doodling track left over, but I actually don't. They're just like two hexes. And this reconnects that bag of Quicksilver to the back, while the rest of the stick is getting made into alternating silver and gold. So at this point, we've made all the silver and the gold, and we have some extra Quicksilver luggage in the back, and...
Whoa! Oh, I missed the big swing. Damn it.
The big swing takes, with a wand of course, takes it over to the debricking station. The debricking station kept me up at night, literally. I try to find better ways to do it. There's a bunch of stuff that almost works to decrease the instruction count further, but no dice. And the final bit is when I have to wand something off. When I have to wand the almost completed Critellium off of that lower hex arm, I do it with a tringle.
I saw the big triangle.
You don't have to reset it if it's a tringle.
It reminds me of my big triangle before it turned into the pinwheel for Elemental Comparator. And I just love to see that in a final puzzle. It's just like a big spinning triangle. Tringle.
Yeah. And the Glyph of Disposal gets a little snack.
Oh, wow.
RPO writes, Cuckoo gave us a small peak of cleanliness, but then we dived into hell and there's still no bottom. Nope. We're still in like the depths of the Sailcloth Valley. There is no escape.
Yeah, Biggie, when you mentioned like brick reshaping, I was thinking, oh, did Biggie get a cluster of Quicksilver gold and silver and then just like somehow reshape that into 15 Critellium for 4 instructions instead of the like 25 or 30 that I need for the end?
No, I was thinking only of shaping the copper and Quicksilver blob into a straight line so that I could use it for upgrades. I was amazed by how well Fiesta was able to do something like that.
So, Kazian, you mentioned that if you really, if you had another like weekend to sweat it out even further, you might have been able to save a few more instructions. Where were those instructions?
Okay, the first is the one that got away with the traveling hex arm. Two-ish more. I think instead of using that C shape to rotate the big gilded brick over to the debricking station, you could have like a 2-pronged wand that pushes the gilded brick away from the gilding station, and because of the 2 prongs, it would offset the Quicksilver handle and the Electrum stick, such that if you go back over to the debricking station, you'll see that there's an arm that grabs, pivots, opens, and translates if you offset, if the two pieces are offset correctly, that might just be able to be a wand that you just grab and rotate.
Right.
So that would be 2 more instructions.
But there you go. We're probably not getting this thing under 100, which was always the traditional. But it's still under alchemical slag, though, which continues to be a meme of a puzzle.
Yep, 3 of us under alchemical slag, 4 of us under 200, 4 of us under 250.
I was trying to get this under 120 because then it would be below amalgamated gold ring.
Huh.
I had 126 on my mind at one point just because I had 86 and thought, yeah, I need about 10 more arms. So we should be able to do this in 126. But I needed like 12 more arms, actually.
Yeah, when you sent me that, and you're like, oh, I've gotten most of it with just 86 instructions, like, oh, shit, Biggie's coming for the win, and... Yeah,
I mean, I didn't know if 140 to 130 would leapfrog anyone, and it didn't. But it was in the middle of a cool gap.
Yeah.
I do think that so mine, the overall area when you ran it, the area at infinity was under 2,000, just barely. It was 1,900 and something. This one's area with collision mod off is over 2,000. It doesn't even count the swings. So this has very clearly established the IEEE 2K area challenge, a finite area solve with an area over 2,000.
That one little debonder up in the upper left, I forget if it even has to be there for what I did, but yeah, I didn't optimize tertiary on this at all. You can probably find some calcifiers.
Well, if this is the record, Grimbot will probably tell you whether that debond is needed or not.
Yeah.
I mean, Grimbot will get rid of the RI logo, unfortunately, but you know, it's a leaderboard record, I guess, now, so...
And I have some notes. They don't explain how it works. They're just gazing more. I will drop off so you can read them yourself.
Yeah, congrats again. Awesome stuff.
Yay.
A solid win.
Alright, so, I'll go back to the input, I guess, for when I read the notes. So, Kazian writes, 1 for initialization via traveling hex arm, 55 to extrude copper and quicksilver, 3 to rectify polymer timing, moving waste elsewhere for further initialization, 2 to bundle the polymers, 8 to purify to silver, 6 to project to silver, 4 to reconnect and reshape, 11 to gild, 2 to transport, 30 to disassemble into Critellium. There's 1 that got away. A 4th initialization wand is possible in the extruder, which can save 1 instruction, but traveling hex arms fight me every step of the way. I could not solve the modular geometry with a larger hex arm, and length 1 seems inefficient to get the last atom in place. You know, there's not a purpose to it, at least that I'm aware of. A few texts about error correction mention RI in theory, but not in practice. It has always been, to me, a rebellion against proper alchemy. Build tremendously expensive, sprawling machines, scribble all over your transmutation engine with track and hex arms, and look your professor in the eye and say that it's optimal. It saves 1 instruction. They can't fault you. But you do have to learn many advanced techniques and learn your engine inside and out to study RI. So I suppose that is why it is still an official, yet strongly discouraged and unpopular path. If you have mastered RI, you have mastered alchemical engineering. And though it may bother those who taught us, and Ptolomeo, am I saying that right? Finds it more important that we learn alchemy. Why not let our mischievous streaks take us to expertise? Why not present us with this shining achievement of Maximus Critelli and dare us to ruin it? Alchemist Kazian, still not a brick.
Still not a brick after all this?
Oh, I don't know, Kazian. Still not a brick. Press X to doubt.
Welcome, Rubik's. This is the winning solve. It has 9,200 cost, 3,200 cycles, and 2,000 area without actually marking area from swings. And this is the best. You look your professor in the eye and say it's optimal.
It's optimal. Oh yeah, I have to like... This is as far out as I can zoom. It has been for a while. Yeah, so the actual swing space is going to be horrendous because of the C arm here. It swings like all across the top here. So most of the area has not been calculated at all.
Alright, Luna DM'd you something that it wants you to see.
Alright.
I think it might be relevant to before the break. But I hope we're taking a break after this.
Oh! Well, no.
Based on that, it takes 20 minutes to run the AHK parser. I would imagine we're going to take a short break.
Well, surprisingly, TI, the AHK takes 2 seconds. Because I don't have to compute rate or area.
2-second break, everybody.
But we will take a break anyway. Because I want some food as well. Alright. No, Luna DM'd me a zoom tool with a higher zoom out limit. Now that I don't need it.
Oh.
It's alright. The thought, it's the thought that counts, Luna. I appreciate it. So, that's alright. That's 1 in the books out of 3. We have a couple more metrics to go. Next up will be TI. We'll meet you back here. Somewhere. Alright, when the stream timer hits 3 hours 45 minutes, we'll start TI.
Okay, yeah, 8 minutes away. Let's go.
I'm back, peeps. I'm just gonna snack on cashews and chat for the next 5 minutes. I don't know what Mr. Puzzle Big Ear doing, but I'm happy to chat. Grammy, I think rate is gonna be far and away the longest metric. I don't think the others are gonna take 3 hours 40 minutes at all. The rate was just too complex to slow down at all. Also, for Biggie and Mr. Puzzle's sanity, I will try and keep this... I'm aiming for, like, 8 to 9, but who knows. Cashews are awesome. Critellium, like, Critellium. Not sure whether I'll bother editing this part out of the YouTube video or not. I might. Out of idle curiosity, how bad was... do you mean for rate, Guilty Bystander? Yeah, let's try and find you. You came 41st, with the new solution 1. Yeah, your new solution 1 came 41st. Wow, this is like one of the first times I get to actually keep up with my own Twitch chat. Fuck yeah. I'm like, when I'm like actually showing the solves, I'm like in full on, I'm like in full on stare at the solve, try and talk about it. Where was mine? Hasn't been shown yet, I believe. I only showed the top 25 because they seem to be the 5 that were like, alright, we can really dig into, you know, deep dive into rate on these 25 solves. It was my sad attempt at trying to keep the stream short. I did not see my DMs. I do not. Let's have. I did not look at my DMs during the stream. Let me have a look. See, Luna actually sent me the zoom tool that zooms out further, like 3 hours ago. Would have helped. Didn't see it.
Oof.
Zorflex, you are so incredible that you can make the metal pipe falling sound effect with just your voice. I know! I think I've got a career in voice acting, but people just don't seem to agree with me. Yeah, Metal Calculus was a few years ago. Mr. Puzzle, was it 2019 or 2020?
Metal Calculus was Biggie's tournament, so that'd be 2020.
Yeah.
I'm still a little surprised that it's like, oh yeah, like Biggie sat down and was like, all right, I took the people who submitted to the first one and then submitted to the most recent one. And the only intersection was him, or was me and was Biggie. I'm like, damn. I am one of 2 people that has worked on every tourney puzzle.
So, the only other person I can think would even be a candidate for that distinction is Guilty Bystander. Has Guilty Bystander ever missed a week? Because I'm pretty sure he was around in 2019, right? I could be wrong.
I don't keep tabs on who's submitting to each puzzle.
Oh, okay. Guilty Bystander missed 2019. Okay.
Because, like,
it kind of makes sense that 2019, like, 2019 was the first year.
Yeah.
If someone missed a year or missed a week, it'd probably be there. But
I think Pentapig. Pentapig was around in 2019. I don't think he missed a week until this year, which is a shame.
oh, he's so strong.
Oh yeah. Oh, only person I can imagine who would have ever given Calyresis a run for his money this year.
Who?
Pentapig.
Okay, the obvious.
yeah, exactly. Mate, all right. Rolamni, if Rolamni was like here and ready and had the time and full try-hearted, I reckon Rolamni as well.
I mean, Rolamni is similar to you, Zorflax, in that it's something that if you're on, your results are amazing, but in your head so much makes it hard to stay on for 2 months.
Yeah. No, it's a really good point. I think he and I both kind of have that same, like, our standards are a little too high for our own good sometimes. Alright. Let me get this TI password running.
Ooh, Moraconda. That's an interesting little thought experiment.
How many people do you need to beat Calyresis?
So I alone had better scores than Calyresis summing weeks 2 through 5. And I had a couple of weak ones after that.
You were slowly, like, seemingly catching Calyresis until week 6.
A 10th a week with a 6-point deficit doesn't get you there without 60 weeks. My deficit on week 1, Callie got literally 10-10, and I got less than 7-7.
Okay, we can... Where do we start for instructions? You'd think it'd be easy, but my AH...
Show every trackless solve.
Yeah, you'd think that, but I never figured out how to make the AHK do trackless stuff. I DM'd Panic about it, but he didn't get back to me until the stream started, which of course meant I didn't read it. So, I'm gonna have to just, like, eyeball it.
We're a little behind on the stream time, but that's okay. We can just use merge solution, merge tool, turn everybody's solve into one solve, run it at the same time.
Alright, I think I've got it. It's 20... Oh, no, alright, so I think Pineapple wants me to show their solve regardless of metric. So let's get this solve shown. A guava moment in metal arithmetic. And then I have to zoom out a bit. So this is a some sort of TI solve, is my understanding.
A guava moment? Isn't that the name of a Space Chem player?
So actually, that's a good segue into the notes. Pineapple writes, in the final video of the first ever Space Chem tournament, Guava Moment talks about how some puzzles require a lot of planning to work out how to solve them. Even before you place a single symbol down, just figuring out how to beat them is quite a challenge. This is one of those. Most of my planning time was in Tabletop Simulator, shuffling colored tokens around, trying to work out how to add metals together in a way that could make sense to me. In an effort to not make this a 7-hour stream, rip, I'll skip most of my thinking process and just say that I'm pretty sure that this is the hardest puzzle I've ever attempted to solve in any Zack-like game. And I probably didn't make it easier for myself by trying to solve the whole thing trackless and wasteless. but I knew that I would not feel up to trying to improve on this once I found something that worked. And now that my brain has stopped melting, I can look forward to seeing much more optimized solutions than mine. I might try doing more of these. Hopefully easier ones though. Yes, almost definitely easier ones. Pineapple.
In case you're wondering, during the few minutes break, I had a pizza that had pineapple on it. So pineapple named "Do not put me on pizza." I have put you on pizza and eaten you.
This tournament is a pineapple on pizza friendly tournament. I
love that graphic.
I can unilaterally declare that. And if you don't like that, then, well, you have to take your pineapple-less pizzas elsewhere.
Glyph of pollo. I'm right. I'm gonna make a funny mod this weekend. Disposal. Except it's Kurt.
I remember I briefly popped into the Infinifactory channel in the server after Infinifactory started getting a bit more attention, and I can't remember why I had something relevant to say, but it started a discussion where a lot of the Infinifactory players were talking about how, like, Opus Magnum puzzles are just easier to solve, and that ruined part of their, like, that's why they preferred Infinifactory, because it was, like, the puzzles themselves were harder to solve, and that was part of the appeal. I'm like, I mean, and that is true. I mean, just like, solving
they're not wrong. The puzzles are easier to solve.
They're not wrong. It's just like, all right, there's solving a puzzle and then trying to do it like min rate or min height or some of the other crazy restrictions we impose upon ourselves, which is where all the depth always was. Apparently, over in Infinifactory, they talk about spending, like, some of the top players talk about spending dozens of hours on a single solve like it's normal. I don't think we still do that around here, but yeah. Okay, so I'm going to skip quite a long way down. Since, again, a lot of the solves that I'm not sure which metric are, I'm going to assume they're some solves. With that in mind, we skip all the way down to 26th place. So I'm skipping a lot of people. Let me know if you've skipped. Let me know in chat. I'll have a look. If I'm skipping a solve that you want to show as part of TI. But other than that, we'll be starting at 290 instructions with Matrix V. Alright, change of pace, TI. Question I have for you, Biggie, since I know you spent a lot of time on TI. How would single atom regents have affected this as a TI puzzle?
I do love multi-atom input TI because I am brick-sized cursed brain person. I mean, the area count on my TI solve is atrocious. It's actually in the title because I know you won't run it with collision mod on.
Oh, but fuck no.
If it was single atom inputs, you would have to make a structure that you then do that with, and that's just less useful. I think you can get a conveyor going with a multi-atom input that solves a lot of your movement problems for you, because one of the things I'm looking at in this TI solve is that a lot of the arms are right next to each other, so they share grab points, they actually have to share glyphs, you have to wait until things are done before the other can move, and there's just not as much space. TI gives you infinite space, use it.
Yeah.
You can use it very efficiently with a conveyor, but that means you have to build waste, and that's easier to do if you have multi-atom input.
It's free real estate.
It's infinite free real estate. Don't look at the far lands where stuff crashes into itself. The render flare in the far lands was crazy because you could get the solve crashing into itself.
So I mentioned there were two solves that bricked the website. One of them was a rate solve. One of them's a TI solve.
Got it. Mine didn't brick it, but it did take about a minute to submit it.
Yeah, bricking in this context means literally didn't work before it timed out. Anyway, my computer can ignore area, so I didn't have that problem. Alright, looking at Twitch chat, alright, there's a couple. I'll go back. Alright, I'll show Bun Buns and Cosmic Horrors. Alright, so wooing back up to 38th place. Bun Bun.
This one's doing the, if you project Quicksilver onto lead, at least on the bottom side, then it becomes way easier.
But now that we don't have to worry about the absolute cursed insanity of the, min ratio, we can play around. There is a shitload of space to play around with the ratios. You can throw out whatever you want. You can project whatever you want. You can purify whatever you want. And you have to do so much of it, but it gives you a lot of room to experiment with, like, trying to find the most, like, efficient, like, route to actually putting a Critellium together.
But my ratio is my pure projection is bad, and I throw out a lot of shit, and that's just good because TI doesn't care. I love that.
Exactly. That was part of, or there was another impetus for making it like a 4-atom reagent instead of just doing single atom reagents, because you at least have to think about that. You can waste chain and disposal all you like, but you do have to think about what you're debonding and how you're debonding and all this shit. And that ties into what, and that conversation ties into the ratio that you use, because TI, you kind of have to think about the whole solution at once when you're TI optimizing. It's a bit like, in that regard, I think of it as somewhat similar to Sum, which we'll get to, and you do that for Sum as well.
I don't really agree that you have to think about the whole puzzle or the whole solution at once while TI optimizing, because I go forward first really far just seeing what I can get really cheap. Eventually I decide, all right, this is close enough to a Critellium that I'm going to start with this and then solve the rest of the puzzle, but it's definitely not something I'm thinking of during the first, 6 arms.
Alright, well, that's a valid approach. I respect that. I think I'm just talking about, how I do TI puzzles more than the general experience.
That's fair, and we're looking at a puzzle that is planned instead of mine, which is chaos until it starts to be reasonable to try to go from there to a Critellium.
Bun writes in the solution notes, just my base submachine solution modified to operate trackless. So this is the submachine that was repeated 9 times for Bun's rate solve, but trackless.
Oh,
That's it.
Got it.
There you go. No consideration for instructions. So actually, yeah, that was a cool aside. That little cool addendum for the rate solve. Alright, in 37th place, we have Cosmic Horror at 605 with It Works.
There's a lot of purification happening. There's a disposal placed, but it looks like it doesn't proc very often.
Oh, there's it needs 1 spare Quicksilver, for the output, and so it'll just throw away all the metal. No, 2 of them.
Yeah, it has a few procs if you're looking long enough, but it does seem like this is working to be quite efficient. And that means a lot of different purification logics, quite a lot of different, switching. This is, a trackless solve. but it's a very different approach than one would take if they were trying to, I don't know, get the best score on TI. This is like, okay, how well can I solve this tracklessly, which is already a challenge.
Yeah, already. Yeah, like the puzzle is hard enough that even just solving it trackless in the first place like takes a quite significant amount of brain power, especially if TI is not a metric you're comfortable with, which for a lot, if not most people, it's not a metric you're comfortable with. I was kind of hanging on to TI a bit this whole tournament because I wanted to do the metric justice. I had a couple of ideas in previous puzzles to do TI, but they weren't kind of designed enough that made TI compelling enough for my liking. I wanted to like really put out like, I wanted a TI puzzle with some meat on it, you know?
This one had that. I think I don't want to talk about the only way I thought about this puzzle is something that isn't relevant this early in the stream. So it had some meat on it, but it also suggested an approach.
Yeah. It did. All right, in 25th place. Yeah. Is that right? Wait, let me just... Yeah, 25th place. We have Ebenov. Is this the right starting digit? Oh, that's a track solve. Never mind. Nathan F.
You didn't have your parser removing track list. Okay.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't know how to do it, and I DM'd Panic about 2 hours to go, and he replied shortly after the stream started, which is after I stopped looking at my DMs, so...
Got it. Okay, so this is short period. It has a lot of waste. Oh. It takes several periods to make 1 quicksilver, 1 gold, and 1 silver. Excuse me, that's a lot of work.
Oh, dearie me.
And then similar to No Longer Breathed In, it makes 3 of each and then has to throw away 1 quicksilver. Well, so this is very slow. But that gives it a lot of reuse of its instructions, so it has under 200 TI.
Cycles is tertiary, and for TI, the secondary rarely matters, so...
Rarely. I thought you said really, and I was like, we're not going to get eye pileups, are we?
No. Potential Australian accent moment.
Nar. That was a genuine laugh. I'm glad I could get that from you.
Alright, no accompanying notes, but my best guess is that Nathan F spent most of his time on rate, so...
Yeah, he says in the chat, I did this one after my RI solve. Rate is not a metric, slow does not matter, and it does have under 200 Ti.
It does, yeah. Interestingly heavy use of pistons to get the translational movement back instead of rotating and pivoting. Because this all very much just breaks everything down into single atom quote-unquote regions before doing anything else with them.
Gosh, yeah, the process with single atom inputs would have been completely different, because you could just have a single arm feed a purifier and get 1 up higher from that, so you would get a copper for free from your iron input, and also you could get an iron for free from your tin input on the same arm.
Yeah, much simpler puzzle, I think. Alright. At one... Oh, I think this next solve, 181, it might be Mad Master's rate solve. Yeah, it's Mad Master's rate solve. Me when I don't filter. I'm going to filter out this. So I think this rankings aren't entirely accurate. Right up until we... in fact, okay, from the next solve onwards, the rankings are accurate, since I haven't filtered out trackless on my end, but the website did, so that will be my problem later. But from here on out, the rankings are accurate. I don't think there are any more tracked solves that pop up.
I was gonna say, like, 40th place for the pineapple seemed like, okay, that many people submitted trackless solves, but now that I know that there are tracked solves above it, that's why.
Yeah, there's like a lot of RI solves between pineapple and the trackless solves, I think.
Got it. Because, yeah, there was a huge pileup at like 400.
Mm.
Not a pileup, but there were several people at around 400. They score badly on TI for having T.
So I believe this is guilty bystander's only submission. So he had to make sure it was trackless to satisfy 2 metrics, or all 3 metrics, I guess, just to see which 2 of them stick. So this one projects lead to save brain power, which is a very valid move. It simplifies the whole process, so yeah.
Yeah, this is a fractional P trackless solve, so it is a TI solve, and it's actually quite good as a TI solve, even when it is intending to just basically be new solution 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Alright. Let's keep things rolling. At 144 instructions, we have no longer breathed in. Oh yeah, zooming out for this one.
We're at period 4. Why are we at period 4? You're allowed to put an instruction override, period, in your solution so that it doesn't have to get stuff out of the way as quickly. Period 4 is actually a huge restriction for an instruction solve.
I think no longer
That's
breathed in
why
is
the
just...
RI solve were so fast.
I think no longer breathed in is just weirdly comfortable at period 4.
That's true. RP main.
RP main. So this solved us quite similar method to the rate solve, except like at a much more leisurely cadence.
Yeah, it doesn't need to do separate pipelines to converge on these elbows. It finds the simplest elbow maker and it just throws stuff out.
Yeah.
In fact, it throws out all tin and lead. It's just using the input as decorated iron plus quicksilver.
And no longer breathed in does not like the hexarms. In the solution notes, she writes, they cover up the atoms and each other. You can barely see the structure of the solution. I mean, personally, I can see it fine because I'm used to having like a cursed amount of hexarms on my alchemy board, so like I can see it just fine. Amarms was a lot worse, but I think that's my like multiple thousand hours in the game perspective, so it's not a normal player's perspective at all. Alright. Keeping it going. Top 20. At 112 instructions, Zanuck.
I like the title. TI stands for Terrible Innovation. So lead's getting ditched. And there is a waste chain being assembled in the bottom right, it looks like.
A very wide waist chain by the looks of it.
Yep, yep. Oh, no longer breathed in plays on the GOG version instead of Steam version, so she doesn't even have access to mods.
Oh, ouch.
I like how this uses... Gosh, it must be 16 Quicksilver as 2 Quicksilver.
So there is no projection at all on this solve. It is purely purification. So the tin from the input eventually becomes what will be the silver, and the iron becomes what will be the gold. And Quicksilver is clipped off from the waste chain, and there you go. You have 3 silver, 3 gold, 2 Quicksilver.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of Nathan F's solve in that it slowly purifies its way up to the 3 gold, 3 silver, and there's a lot of spare Quicksilver.
Yeah. Xanic writes...
Spiritually, this is similar to that solve.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Xanic writes in the solution notes, if I'd had more time, it would be a terrific invention instead. If this is not the first place solution, and I assume it isn't, I'll claim that I had something better in mind and got off track. Badumch. I picked up this metric to be my second, but it didn't move me. I guess it might be too late to pivot. I'll just push what I have into the submission bin and then drop into bed to reset. If there's one thing I learned about TI, it's that once you start, there's no going back. Here is my final instruction for Zorflax. Imitate the sound of a product dropping into the output glyph.
Voice suppression made that sound very awkward.
Wait, what did that sound like?
You'll have to find that one on the stream.
All right. Well,
Pat loved it.
I'm not gonna try that again. I'm not gonna.
Apparently, you accidentally made the metal pipe sound.
I should have played that.
I didn't hear it over VC, so I'm wondering if it was something playing over your desktop audio at the exact moment.
I should have just played the metal pipe sound. I'm never getting that opportunity back.
Oh yeah, Discord has a soundboard.
Oh, I'm not even using that. I just have a... Oh yeah. Nice.
Did that show up in stream?
It did.
Yeah.
Well, it made it into my earbuds, which is likely it made it out of Zorflax's speakers in his recording.
Yeah. There you go. You have access to the soundboard. I just opened up metalpipe.mp3 on YouTube. Alright. Next up, in 19th place, at 107 instructions, we have Luna.
Nice.
Top 20 Luna.
Hey, we've got our first slappy stick.
It will not be our last. I can very much guarantee you that.
The last one may be authored by yours truly, if I'm lucky.
Hmm. So my understanding is that Luna was facing some real-time pressure to get this shit done by the stream, by the deadline. So the first half is like, wow, really slow cadence, very, not much movement, very TI. And then Luna ran into the problem of actually putting Critellium together. And it's a nasty problem, trackless, with low, instruction count tech. Because Luna was initially going for like a very low period. You can see like period 6
Yeah,
here in this
it's
tape.
definitely... There's a lot of instruction padding at the end of that because the shit in the top left needs it. Critellium is of a shape that is not pleasant.
It looks pleasant, but it's very irritating. Huh.
Eye drop.
Alright, Luna writes in the solution notes. Sometimes my colleagues ask me why I bother keeping a blog, even with how busy my schedule's been recently. Sometimes I ask myself the same question, and sometimes, just every so often, I receive a reminder in letter form. After my recent post on complexity theory, one curious reader reached out to me, eager to know more about how alchemy and information could coincide. Although it has a long history, it's not easy to find information on. I took the time to find references and articles for them. Just happy to have introduced someone to a new part of our wonderful art that they might never have found otherwise. As previously mentioned, I needed some Critellium to continue my ordinary work, and with all of this theory floating around in my mind, I thought to apply some of it to prove how awful this formula is, objectively. And it turned out better than I thought, actually. There's a couple of pieces in here I really like. It doesn't take much to reduce the input to a stream of reactive silver, a far nicer substance to work with here. And a bit of clever metallurgy can turn it into a reactive electrum stream to work with too. The exact proportions here aren't what I'd like, as indicated by the awkward gold waist chain. While it never hurts to have a bit of spare gold, the Critellium is ironically likely more valuable. It took me far too long to quote-unquote stick the landing, as it were, and go the final mile. I wished to do it a much lower period too, but that hugely complicated the final assembly process. In a sense, I'm lucky to have even gotten it to completion. Anyways, this one's for all of you reading along. Thank you for giving me the motivation to keep going and the chance to bring more people into our incredible field. Alchemist Luna's blog. Bleats.
Bleat. Thank you, Luna.
Appreciate that, Luna. Also, thanks for submitting for Critellium. Luna was getting quite burnt out towards the end of the tournament and disheartened, but to see Luna here is really cool. Alright. I'm at least telling myself that I'm going to be hurrying up a lot more for the sake of keeping the stream at a normal length, because... But I do actually appreciate my fellow commentators' sanity and am trying to, like, get the stream done before they need to stay up to an ungodly time. So anyway.
In my current zone, it's 8:03 p.m. right now. 4 hours is easy for me, but a fifth would hurt.
Alright. Noted. In 18th place, at 91 instructions, Cuckoo 52.
We're under 100.
So this is, as opposed to New Solution 0, this is New Solution 1.
15,000 area.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna zoom out just a bit. Alright, interesting slappy stick happening here. I like that. I know the debonding. I'm a fan of the debonding on this one.
Ah, finally we have a reason for the slappy stick. It's a conveyor for gold. and it actually manages to modify the bond attached to just the gold when it's attached, so that you get these gold plus quicksilver little appendages that you need two of for Critellium. So it's building that gold with 3 silver around it, and then it uses the stick to create, and the proper ratio for the output, these gold plus quicksilver appendages. Nice.
Mm. So the great power of the slappy stick has always been that, at least to my understanding, that it translates, it performs the equivalent of a translation, but with rotates for free, almost for almost free. It also, you know, you're attaching atoms to other atoms to, you know, get the slappy stick action happening. And so in that movement, you were able to do all sorts of processes, like atom reconfiguration, bonding, debonding, duplication, all that jazz.
Yeah. If I were to summarize it in my perspective, you know how when you have a hex arm and you're spinning one rotation at a time around it, you only have 6 places? What if you could have infinite places instead without new instructions? That's the slappy stick's job. You get to put an atom over infinitely many different places before you interact with it again, and it doesn't cost you any instructions. Sometimes you can find a place that it will only reach via slappy stick that is really convenient for your geometry. Sometimes you'll just need to do a ton of operations on it, and you can do them without needing another set of instructions because it just passes slowly over them. The only real challenge it poses is that sometimes if you're translating, you will hit, like, basically the same problem you'll see in a height solve. You'll hit the same glyphs when you don't want them as you have them when you need them.
Mm.
Yeah, slappy stick is absolutely the TI way to try to get a lot of complexity without adding instructions.
Which is important on such a complex puzzle with a complex input and a complex output.
Yep.
Because I'm usually a noted hater of the slappy stick method. That's just not how my brain works very well. But this puzzle was kind of me just going, fuck it. Let's slappy stick. Why not? Let's explore the tech, like, deliberately.
Let's allow what wins to win.
I was kind of like getting ahead of the slappy stick thing. I'm like, you know what? Let's just, like, fuck it. It's intended. Let's see how far we can take slappy stick. Alright. In 17th place, at 89 instructions, we have Egg Sucker 888. Instructions is when you replace arms with hex arms. Why do you hate the slappy stick? I always imagine TI... There's a lot of, like, really cool, interesting, seemingly magical looking tech that is what made me fall in love with TI in the first place. There is nothing magical looking about a giant fucking stick slapping around your board going, oh, look at me, I can just move as far as I want.
And yet, I think people described Radio Receiver's TI record as an immensely magical solution. Not necessarily with a positive connotation. But it was magical. Radio Receiver's TI and Horn Silver T+I from me are the two, like, slappy sticks that stick in my mind the most.
The more arms you replace, the more TI-er it is. So this does what No Longer Breathed In does, with just making one of each of the Quicksilver, Silver Gold, and just throwing out one of the Quicksilvers, because, you know, that's easy.
Yeah, that's the way for people who want to find the simplest combination of atoms to build as a sub-process.
Yeah.
Look at the output, you see 3 and 3 and 2. That's basically 3 and 3 and 3. Build 1 and 1 and 1. Your life's easier.
Yep.
And then you have to assemble it, which isn't.
Alright, and waste chains are only a few instructions anyway, so... So this solve just throws away all the lead and tin. It's just gone. It's just reactive iron, basically.
Yep, that is a big simplification. Yeah, Luna calls out in chat how it was actually in my blog post about trackless instructions. Slappy Stick does decouple TI from complexity because you can encode arbitrarily much complexity in the glyph minefield that a Slappy Stick travels over. So whereas TI was at some points believed to be like the better metric for measuring difficulty, there's a way to encode arbitrarily much information.
Yeah, I think that's the part that annoyed me when I first learned about the Slappy Stick, because I really liked that about TI. And I do think, like, part of that, like, I don't know, part of me still, like, laments the pre-Slappy Stick TI world being, yeah, not, yeah, it's still viable, but, like, yeah, we live in a Slappy Stick world now, whether I like it or not, so, you know, adapt or perish.
The Pareto can still punish it, but you would have to instead incentivize, like, wasteless, or at least no A double prime.
Right. Like trackless instructions plus area or something.
Or even just trackless instructions area double prime equals 0, because then you can't have a Slappy Stick, but you can still have a conveyor. It would just be a push conveyor, which is identical to a waste chain.
Right, yeah. Egg Sucker Triple 8 writes in the solution notes, trackless, tick. Instructions, tick. So, moving on down to 16th place, we drop down to 80 instructions with Mr. Royal Spade.
All right, yeah. Spade had talked about in chat that some of the things I was saying about my approach sounded familiar to them. Yeah, I wonder if we approached the puzzle similarly. I'm going to guess, based on your map, that no, we did not. It's a very pretty tree. It's a very pretty tree.
That's
Nice.
bonsai tree. Or at least it looks like a bonsai tree.
That's a D bonsai tree.
A D bonsai tree! Legendary.
Have you heard the Brian David Gilbert and I forget the other comedian that he's combined with song about having a beautiful mind and it's just a bunch of Rorschach test memes? There's one where it's like, and that's a beautiful tree. I don't see a tree. What do you see? I think it looks like you and me.
Alright, so, as we wait for something to happen, I'm gonna...
10,000 cycles.
Oh, okay, let me put it on rabbit mode while I read the solution notes. Minimum instructions takes a long time to run. Who knew? It's funny. My first solution took over 30,000 cycles. I was sitting here for so long, I planted a bonsai seed, and now look at it. I'm just glad I got the cycle count down from there, because scrolling to cycle 25,000 to change a command gets really annoying. I'm so proud
of... This has delayed start arms.
Oh, ew.
This has delayed start arms.
Oh no.
Oh, that's gross. That's gross.
It switches from making gold and it starts making silver and quicksilver because of a delayed start piston. I gotcha.
Oh,
holy shit.
That probably means it's not going to have a rate.
Yep.
I'm so proud of this machine. This is my favorite submission all tournament and is a contender for my best Opus Magnum creation ever. It's hilariously inefficient, good at its metric, and looks cool while doing it. Most of my tournament time was spent optimizing it, which is funny because I have no clue if it's actually a good solution. I spent all my time making this specific design as good as possible and next to no time looking for other solution paths. While that would usually bother me, I had so much fun on this beast that I didn't want to try anything else. Even if I overlooked something better, I'm just glad to create something like this. Smiley face, enjoy.
Incredibly based.
The bonsai tree's not bad either. Alright.
The approach that you kind of fall in love with first and just decide, I don't know if this is the best, but I'm going to see it through to the end, is a great learning experience, and I'm happy. I'm happy to see someone sticking that out.
Me when tissue bet.
Yeah.
It's exactly how I lost the tissue bet originally. Because I had an approach that was real. Oh my god, it's going to make more gold. Oh no, alright, so the conditional alarm's just activated, so no more gold.
Now we're on silver and quicksilver on cycle 5000.
Yeah, I had a TI approach that I thought was really good. It was really clean. No, it turns out I just hit a local minimum, and Biggie was the one who found the global minimum, much to my tissue-eating chagrin.
Oh gosh, I recently had seen a DM that I sent a long time ago, or actually received a long time ago, right, it was with Madmaster, quoting one of my Biggie blog posts. Zorflax's solution can be found in the tournament video archive. Mine can be found by typing /OM show film crystal TI, which is me being as sassy as I think I've ever been.
That hurt. I actually remember that message. Yeah, reading that one stung. Not gonna lie.
You're amazing, Zorflax, and I appreciate you. Thank you for running an amazing tournament.
You're very welcome. Alright. Pivot arm, ominously not doing anything.
It's waiting.
It's lying in wait.
It's gonna do something, and you know it's gonna be cool.
It's
Oh yeah,
waiting.
you can
For the
see the
right
two debonders on the left. It's going to grab in the middle. It's going to debond stuff below it that's needed for assembly. It's going to debond stuff above it so that it doesn't crash, and then it's going to spin in a circle with a single quicksilver in its arm doing nothing for the rest of time.
A sufficiently long lever and a fulcrum. I can swing the entire world.
It does take 2 copper to make a silver this way, and it's getting 4 quicksilver in the process. Okay, yeah, it's swinging around 2 atoms for the rest of the time. My mistake.
I might have rabbit moded right past the important part, but that's cool.
The debonsai has a small little bit of quicksilver in it. There's a reason for the debonder.
Yay!
Oh, and there's a little bit of waste Critellium because it didn't have the right endpoints. Okay, the assembly is actually super slick.
Oh, assembly.
That's awesome.
That's actually clean.
And I guess there's a timer running because eventually the top is going to crash because it's building another stick of quicksilver that'll collide with the
Oh, yeah, it does, but like really slowly.
Exactly. There's a timer running, but it is a 10,000 cycle timer. So
Ah, yeah.
you can build some Critellium before that happens.
Oh, never mind. You're gonna crash way before then.
Oh wow, because you run out of the stick that you're assuming is there.
I was wondering why there was more than six outputs worth of material. That's why. Because it crashes, like, right after.
Amazing.
Awesome.
Can we
Okay.
see the map again?
Oh, sure. Hmm.
And that's a beautiful tree.
That's one of the best maps of the tournament.
I really liked Kazian's winning RI map. It
That's
has a huge like typeset RI.
Absolutely up there as well. Alright, in 15th place, at 74 instructions, John John. Wow, I think this is the furthest I've zoomed in all day.
I felt like there had to be more off screen, but there isn't.
Alright, so we essentially turn the input into reactive iron. And from that comes the... Hang on.
That's only 10 instructions to get from reactive iron. No, 11 to get from reactive iron to reactive silver. Reactive silver is like the actual most useful input material for this because it becomes an elbow freely.
Yeah.
When I was looking at my TI, I was like forward first until I got to reactive silver, and then I could start trying to work from there. So I have a really good reactive silver builder, but this is a more sensible one than mine.
Yeah. Reactive silver is important. Yeah, reactive silver is just great for Critellium because you can turn it into a gold. You can, you know, use it for output shenanigans. You can, yeah, slap two of them together like this solve does, and you get the gold, silver, quicksilver thing. And so you can just throw out one of the quicksilvers at the very end. A lot of options, actually.
So how does it turn this ring into the output? How does that work? Oh, it just synchronizes it really well. Because it's a very slowly moving ring that waits several periods before the arm next moves it. But it's in the right place at the right time to intercept the next monomer, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, it does. Right before, like, this very cycle on 15 grabs it.
Yeah, that is a cool way of getting the three pieces to come together without needing... I mean, it still needs some reshaping, but they're like one atom moves instead of huge, like, this is on the wrong side of that problems.
Alright, so a big part of TI is timing. And you can see it in this solve because the way that plays into TI is that you have to like count to certain like cycle periods. So sometimes you have to count to 2, 3, 6. And this solve does a good job of like counting, like it taking out one, like conditionally counting the 3 elbows essentially before having to like intercept them. And within that, you see the ring gets transported very, very slowly to arm 13, where it finally gets put in place from 15 to finally grab it and do some like bonding surgery to get Critellium.
I wonder what the variety of like fractional P's we'll end up seeing in this is. If you take the reactive iron approach, then it takes 4 inputs to make a monomer, three monomers to make an output. So it's a natural 1/12 P, but this is taking its outputs every input every 3 tape loops. So this is a 1/36 P solve.
Yeah, correct.
And that feels pretty natural.
Okay. At 72 instructions, we have which push? It throws out almost not. So it like grabs a tiny fraction of the Quicksilver that goes into projecting. And that one Quicksilver that it grabs that misses the projection becomes like the final spare silver.
Yeah, it's wild that it does so many of its instructions twice. It does a lot of repeats on the intro stuff.
I like how this solution appears to be designed around Arm 1 being useful in all 6 directions, which is really cool.
Yeah, I do like that. Yeah, Mara points out that this is a 1/6 P solve, and it uses 12 inputs, so it needs to grab 2 inputs each, but 1/6 P makes so much easier. It makes getting a single Quicksilver rejected easier. It makes certain modifications on the output easier.
True, yeah.
Apart from some of the early solves that were 1P, this might be one of the last, or not last, but this is like probably the highest sensible fractional P value left is 1/6. Because I think 1/12, 1/36, possibly more scuffed ratios.
I do wonder if the next Fujitsu could like include P, not just period, but like P.
That assumes it's able to determine how often outputs are being made in the long time.
Oh,
yeah,
true.
and that's trickier because that would be like that would basically be doing stuff similar to calculating rate, like maybe not as hard, but like Fitsugu currently does stuff that can be that the game can do, which is I have run it up to this point, and so that is the data that I have, and it doesn't try to predict farther than the next cycle.
Right. Otherwise, it would have been easy to. Otherwise, you definitely would have like added rate as one of these things because that sounds useful. But it's hard. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, unless I were to sit down and be like, I'm going to simulate the solution while the solution is running, so you can have a solution in your solution. Like, I think the best I could do would be like, this is like, would be just, this is how many outputs you've had, this is how many cycles it's been, I'll do a division. But like, calculating rate that way means it's getting worse and worse until you output, and then it gets really good for one cycle, and then it gets worse and worse. And
Yeah.
but doing like P for product, like I'd have to give it a think.
Oh, I mean, if you can get rate, then I'm guessing you can then get P for product, but you have to get rate first.
Right. If you can get rate, you can get P.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if it is. But P. That's because P is weaker, though. I think. Calculating P might be.
Right. P's just like the rate divided by the period. Right? No, that doesn't sound right.
It's like how many? It's like number of products per tape. Rate equals period over P.
Anyway,
yeah.
Give it a think. Yeah. It could just be a bit of a pie in the sky suggestion. So
yeah, I'll simmer on it, but like, yeah, no.
Yeah, I'm not holding my breath. And 13th place, at 67 instructions, we have Sock Boy, Dearest Sock Boy.
Oh, heck yeah. Oh, nice. It is using lustrous tech to convert input into reactive iron.
And then it just kind of went, you know what? Fuck the lead and tin. I need the disposal glyph later. We have our reactive silver.
Oh, that's really cool that Arm 4 gets reused.
I think I recognize that piston from Film Crystal TI.
Yeah? Yeah. I think I recognize that shape from Film Crystal. I also really like that it's doing some waste grabbing shenanigans. Like there's retract only pistons in 3 different places that are just there for waste. Maybe there'll be a 4th one soon. Ah, wow. The breakdown of the output into the shapes that it's actually sticking together is fascinating.
Yeah.
It's building Tringles, but then what it adds... Okay, no, this is so much like Film Crystal, and I did not see Film Crystal in this output, so Sockboy found a very clever conversion.
Yeah, I never once thought about this conversion idea. I was not thinking Film Crystal at all. It makes so much sense now that I see it. It's awesome. So, Sockboy writes in the solution notes, TI was a fun metric for this puzzle. Working out the best split of instructions between decomposing the input and constructing the output was a lot of fun. Conditionals mod 2 or 6 are simple, but everything else is very difficult without tracks. So making 1/3 of the output every 2 inputs was a nice fit. The first half of this one came together quite quickly up to making the silver gold quicksilver tringles. But constructing the output was very painful. After a lot of attempts, I ended up with a gold atom that needed to move from the front of the output to the rear, but everything I tried was very instruction heavy with lots of swings or rotates. So I snatched the gold from the first input and placed it for the second expensive waste that only saved 3 instructions in the end. I couldn't find a neat way to get the output for free, so ARM18 is just hanging out. I guess the optimum is somewhere in the low to mid 50s, but this contest has shown me surprises every week so far.
The idea of discussing a theory min for TI is, I think, outside of the realm of human possibility.
Yeah, that one's staying outside the realm of human possibility, I think. I don't think we'll be here in 2030 talking about theory min on TI unless the community just learns that quickly, that well, and something happens that I'm not foreseeing.
You need to drop on either purification or projection. You need to drop on output, but that could be the same drop instruction. You need to grab input and you need to grab whatever is assembled, but that could be the same grab instruction. So I think 3 is your minimum. So it should be more than 3.
Right, that's the problem with trying to figure out a theory min. At like any point, you can just ask yourself, well, these 2 actions can be done by the same instruction in theory, and that just happens like at every step of the entire solution.
And it has disposal, so 3 is minimum.
Right.
You just sometimes track is kind of expected for getting that.
There's a couple of puzzles I was surprised to find 3-eyed trackless actually is possible. I think Rust to Silvered Mirror can be done 3-eyed trackless, which I thought was cool.
Oh, that is cool. I literally only know of that puzzle from your Reddit post, but you've left a lasting impression because I do still remember your Reddit post.
Area is also a fun match. That's like my pet workshop puzzle. Area is also a fun metric. Some was also pretty fun. Anyway. In 12th place, at 60 instructions, we have Kevalan. Oh, this is the solve. Oh.
You can't run this?
Oh. So you see 132 area? That's a fucking lie.
Oh. Does this have a slappy stick that gets off to 100,000 or more area?
It has 2 slappy sticks that get up to 100,000 or more area.
Oh,
Alright, so, I ran it. I spent all of last night, I mean, like, it took like 6 fucking hours, running this solve with collision on. The final area count is 464,905.
That's big. It's a bit big.
So to say that this throws away most of the metal is an understatement.
It does something really good in very few instructions. It gets the Quicksilver available in complete abundance. And it uses it to make reactive silver.
Yeah, it's got as much Quicksilver as it needs, and it'll dispose unless, of course, it's reactive silver. I do really like the way Arms 1 and 2 work together to make sure Arm 2's only got iron on its own to purify. That's a pretty slick... I like the... And the other purification glyph works perfectly with Arm 3. I like the purification a lot. That's like a really clean way to get your silver.
Yeah, Maraconda's bringing up the exact problem that this is solving. Slappy Stick wants Quicksilver to be available, but Quicksilver is in the middle. So it's hardest to access out of the atoms in the input.
Yeah.
So
Which also deliberate.
Yeah. The process here is to build something that can then give you a more convenient Slappy Stick input, and that means wasting quite a lot. But also, it's so cool. This is basically learning from radio receivers, because it uses that same tin waste chain to get rid of all the excess material that it has built the Critellium after. It uses way more than it needs of each of the atoms.
It's like at every point, Kevalan, when, what do I do with this stuff I don't need? The answer was just throw it out, lol.
Yeah, that's how this works. This does so many things that resemble my radio receiver's solve that I feel like I left an impression.
Look at this shit. It's throwing out gold.
I mean, I
Oh,
throw
yeah.
out reactive silver.
come on, everyone knows gold's useless crap.
Iron and copper. Iron and copper.
That's the ticket.
It doesn't help that this... Well, it doesn't help the area count that this is also a very slow solve.
Yeah. This has more area and more cycles than my TI solve, when my guess was that one of the solves was my TI solve.
Yeah. Yeah, this was... Yeah, it was... The area count was so high, we, like, I manually verified it with my own computer, beforehand, so that's why I know the cycle count. I have a couple of screenshots. I also have a screenshot because the solve's titled "You Can't Run This," and like I felt like I needed to run it as a matter of principle.
Yeah, I ran mine, both the first version and the improved version.
Kevalan took a crack
half
at...
an hour.
Kevalan took a crack... Oh, it took an hour. Kevalan took a crack at it, but ran out of time after a few hours. So I'm like, you know what? I got an evening. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Kevalan writes in the solution notes, maybe throwing out 5/6 of the atoms wasn't the best choice. Ran out of time on this one, so there's a few pistony hacks at the end. That's what happens when you rebuild TI the night before. Also 1/36th P. I told Kevalan so, like after he had committed to giving up, that yeah, you're one of like 2 souls that brick the passer, and he's like, oh, that means other people didn't take my approach to TI then. Oops.
Right. I mean, this is the closest I've seen so far to my thinking of TI. I just didn't have it quite as large.
All right. So now you know the 2 solves that even the website can't handle for different reasons. This one had like just an interestingly ginormous slappy stick, and the other was one of the most cursed looping solves I've ever seen. And after all that, it got beaten on secondary. The next solve also comes in at 60 instructions. At 580 cost. So those pistons really did add up. Vilfuck.
Got it. So at the top, it's doing a second slappy stick to recover the Quicksilver. I like that. So this has Quicksilver available. I like it.
Slappy stick into slappy stick is really nice.
Honestly, is this better than mine? No, I don't think so. Mine is good for other reasons. But it's very cool to see that this has Quicksilver available with so little effort. Or at least so few instructions. I would not say that this isn't high effort.
Double slappy stick is a really elegant way of getting the Quicksilver out, though. You are right.
Yeah, mine is more like lustrous into slappy stick.
What's interesting, what I think is neat is that this solution would basically work the same if the disposal didn't exist. You just add a bonder.
Yeah. But it would be 10G more, and who knows?
And secondary was important.
It literally mattered for this solve. Alright, Vilfuck writes in the solution notes. Pretty happy with how this turned out. Though, I wouldn't be surprised if someone got 35 instructions. I'd also like to mention that I very much enjoyed RI, even though big latencies and low frame rates made it kinda painful. I hope I didn't torture you too much with my solve. Anyway, what a tourney, huh? The puzzles were really hard, throwing me out of my comfort zone constantly. However, they made me learn a lot. Most of them were extremely fun to work out and even more interesting. Some were tedious and painful, but that might be partly because of my skill issue and because they're not my style. But overall, they were great. Dare I say, bangers. Thank you, Zorflax and all the playtesters, for making such a great tournament. I would also like to thank everyone in the community for being very friendly, helpful, and blowing my mind with their crazy solves every single week. Well, I don't want to ruin the pace of the showcase too much, so I hope this solve was in it as late as possible, preferably in first place. Thank you, Vilfuck. Yeah, it's been a hell of a tournament.
Yeah, this has been so much fun as a tournament. I think that the puzzles have been like spot on for the difficulty, plus the community interest in the game has gone way up because of the Reddit boom. So, like, we have a good combination of things and people out here.
That, yeah, I don't know. Hearing that this tournament didn't go to shit kind of gives me the warm fuzzies a bit, because. Yeah, I was just like, I was expecting after like a couple of weeks, like people would like kind of figure out that no, actually Zorflex didn't have any idea what he's doing. Was just like phone it in this year, but that's not what happened. And yeah, that means a lot. Anyway, the solve.
I've been watching it purify its way all the way up to gold.
Right, it
And it's
just pure.
only-
It doesn't actually project at any point. It's just a purification only method.
But it needs to yoink 2 Quicksilver before they go to the disposal so that it can finish off Critellium.
Hmm.
This looks like it's a 136 as well.
Oh shit. Way too fast. So, alright, builds up. So it builds up this gold stick. The gold stick is important because that's how we get the silver off. The quicksilver off, I should say. Other than that, it's just like a lot of really slow cadence construction tech. Actually, very clever.
Most of it is just a waiting period that can be prolonged indefinitely because everything is disposed or wasted, while it tries to get enough material in to finish purifying the 3rd gold.
Shout out to Arm 3 as well. I think that's the first grab, rotate, drop, rotate double arm that we've seen.
I do love that arm.
One of the TI goats, dare I say.
Yeah. Because it does like the half speed, get the atoms to rotate around the base, instead of like a hex arm, which gets you around in 6, that takes 12.
Yeah.
Oh, Luna had 1.
It's like easily the most elegant way to count to 3. And it's Arm 3, isn't that funny? Intense place at 59 instructions. We have Moriconda. You'll take that top 10 any day of the week. Damn. I'm gonna zoom all the way out because it's laid out vertically.
She did end up making one by far the end. Nice.
Moriconda writes briefly in the solution notes, half this TI is likely possible, but I'm just happy it works, lol. So we just get a bunch of reactive silver from the inputs. And
Yeah, with 6 of it, you have enough. So you just build a counter to 6, and by the time you have the 6, then you're just in assembly mode. Not just assembly, because you do have to do some projection, but I like those little arms that are there to do the handoffs with the projections.
I've seen that kind of handoff before. Where have I seen that before? Must be, there's a TI puzzle that I'm not thinking of that does that. But yeah, props for Mora here for immediately picking out the power of reactive silver here and how easy it is to A, construct and B, group together to, you know, get your gold out. And eventually, because everything's all at a 120-degree angle, it's actually not very complicated to bond together once you make the right debonds and projections. Actually, yeah, this whole big slap 6 reactive silvers together really ties in well with the shape of Critellium, which I think is what I like about the construction method of this solve so much.
Yeah, that's true. Because it's got the zigzag of gold, silver, or gold, quicksilver, silver, quicksilver, gold.
Yeah. And it ties in well with projecting at the end. because like you just take some of your silvers that are on the edge, clip them off, and bunch them up together, and then you can conversely use the quicksilvers that are like on the very tip and debond that and use that to purify, project into gold. So huge fan of this assembly process, actually. Yeah, way to go, Mara. "5 hours late to the stream and didn't miss either of my solves." Oh, yeah, it gonna be one of those streams. In 9th place, at 54 instructions, we have Faindeer.
Last minute TI -1. I bet there was a last minute 55 and then a laster minute 54.
As a completely new player in Opus Magnum and this tournament, the fact that I've stayed all the way to the end is a testament to your tournament hosting ability. I hope to be a part of much more in the future. I hope you are too, Bun Bun. It's been great having you around. That's really nice to hear, because the tournament is usually the one with the reputation for not being beginner friendly, because that's usually the weekly's job. But yeah, that's really nice to hear.
This is a really cool elbow assembly that doesn't even pass through a reactive silver intermediary. It bonds the metals together first and then projects them using like spillover quicksilver.
That gives me Tarkles vibes,
Kind of, yeah.
but like with more arms than usual. I think these last few solves have really... Actually, this solve doesn't really do reactive silver very much, but the idea is kind of there. But yeah, getting that gold, silver, quicksilver elbow has never looked easier. So I think the difference between like the solves here that I've been showing the last few and the ones beforehand are just how much easier the purification has been. And now, now that we're getting to the tippy top, the pointy end, we're seeing some very elegant Critellium construction methods also emerge. In that sense, Biggie, I think you're definitely right that this puzzle, you can break it down quite nicely into two parts, and that's like disassembly, reassembly, essentially.
It's like refined bronze. First, you turn the shit into things you can use, and then you turn the things you can use into the shit.
Not everything's like refined bronze, Biggie.
XP2 is in chat. XP2 will always back me up if I compare things to refined bronze.
Hey, whenever I talk... This is like a metal TI puzzle. I'm just here trying to bite my tongue, trying not to mention purified gold.
True. I did say the words Metal Chaos in DMs to you, and I have a lot of notes for my TI solve where I had Metal Chaos feedback loops at like 8 stabilized or 8 reactive silver per 29 inputs. Is actually a thing that happened at one point.
Ah. That makes my heart bubble.
It's not fully chaos, but it is feedback loop bullshit that gets me my stabilized silver at lower I than anything we've seen so far.
I fondly remember Panic's former not purified gold.
Reactive gold.
Yeah, no.
No.
What's the other one called? It's chapter 1, puzzle 1.
reactive gold. No, refined gold. That's what I meant. I was
Yeah.
saying refined gold in my brain, but reactive gold is the word.
Yeah. Panic's former RI record for refined gold. It's no longer the RI record, sadly, but it was like, it was very Metal Chaos adjacent in like a really cool way. It had the weirdest period, and it's literally just refined gold. It's like the easiest puzzle, and it used to be the RI record, and it was such complicated, interesting shit. I'm quite sad that Solve got beaten, but that's how these things play out. How are you going with turning the cow into food, by the way?
Every now and then I remember that that's now on my life's to-do list, but I have not made progress.
Fender calls the output bonding scuffed assembly, but
Feindeer calls it.
yeah. I was a little surprised to hear that. It doesn't look very scuffed to me. I mean, there are a good few arms, so I guess that's why it's being described as scuffed.
Yeah, I think we see a lot of arms doing nothing, and they seem less like a waste than all the arms doing something, but every arm is an arm.
Big if true. Okay. In 8th place. At 53 instructions, Daniel L. The slappy stick, as they say.
All
do
the hip
say.
kids slapping their sticks.
I wonder if first is going to have some kind of completely different assembly method. I wonder if I will be first, because if that's the case, then it will.
Consider the stick slapped.
Oh, this is a cool build. Oh, I love this reactive silver assembly. This is the way I think. Oh, this is the good shit. I just love seeing it come together, though.
Neurons activated.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's even doing like lustrous tech using the slappy stick. Oh yeah. Oh. I'm having an experience here.
Oh,
Thank
this is
you.
too good.
Thank you, Daniel L. It's too material efficient, so it's less instruction efficient, but this is the good shit.
So too material inefficient is a rather interesting claim.
It's just too material efficient, not inefficient.
My apologies. It's using too much of the metal.
It's using too much of the metal efficiently. There's not enough like random ass reactive silvers in your waste stick. Bob the Smarty Pants, Daniel L. said, I had a 68 Ti non-slappy stick, then I read your blog.
Smart move. Yeah, it says in the solution notes, idea shamelessly stolen from Biggie's blog. I was always thinking about doing, like, maybe sometime in the future, not short-term future, but in the future, doing, like, some, like, a video series on, like, metrics, and particularly the non-standard ones.
That would be incredible.
It would be awesome, but the Biggie blog exists and is also incredible. And so now it's like... I won't say the idea's taken, because it's not in video form, but... I gotta, like, live up to the Biggie blog if I ever want to do that idea.
One thought that a related thought I've casually put some thought into is you could do something similar with a modded campaign of being like, yes, chapter 1 area, chapter 2 cycles, like you basically present it like a textbook, be like, here's some practice problems, try to get this right, try to get this metric.
That sounds kind of like what Shadow Cluster was trying to do with his area weeklies. Like, that sounds like it'd be the perfect fit for that idea. Because that was basically trying to, like, he's trying to, like, do, like a dissertation in area theory kind of, like, series of puzzles. So, alright, question Biggie.
Yeah.
Why do you believe it is more efficient to be throwing out more of the reactive silver?
So, in terms of what this puzzle is doing, or what the solution is doing, it's thinking about it what I believe to be the right way of get only the high value material where the arms can grab it, because the high value material is what makes Critellium. But it has to use a lot of arms because it doesn't have an abundance of that material sitting around. It only really starts to build Critellium once there are 3 silver, 3 gold, and 3 quicksilver, which ends up meaning that it uses everything except 1 quicksilver of that, so it is really constrained in where it can grab. But if you have a higher abundance of that same material before you start to try to build Critellia, you end up having more options, which means that you can find an option with fewer instruction. I think there are a lot of arms here that are doing a small number of things that's good because this assembly method permits that, but I think each arm has fewer options because it isn't given an abundance of material to start out with. It's just barely above the limit.
By the way, did Bist submit? I believe Bist submitted, yeah.
Oh wow, so we haven't seen either of her solves either.
Let me just check something real quick. She only submitted 1 solve. Yeah, I think Bist was largely too busy playing fucking Balatro.
The Balatro crew.
Yeah, no, Bist solve. Yeah, Bist had 1 solve, and it looks like it was trying half-heartedly to be a sum solve, so we haven't seen it yet. Bist is now a Balatro main. Look at my Galaxy's playing it right now. God fucking damn it. Alright. In 7th place, at 49 instructions, it is Mr. Puzzle.
There it is.
Well, you got a top 10, it just wasn't right.
I was surprised there were so many people between me and 12th. I was like, oh, here we are, 54. I'm next. I'm next.
I've been wondering, where are the pileups? Do the pileups happen?
Because I know I'm not a podium placing TI guy. So I knew I wasn't. I was like, it's. Anyway.
It's actually so sad that those 2 pivot arms in the top left can't be a single length.
I know, right?
Oh,
Just because of the length 3 swing collision there.
Oh, that's
oh, I know. It's like I saw that. I'm like, I know. I'll put a hex arm here. That'll save 3 instructions. Clonk. Damn it.
So hopefully if I, rewind and undo the changes, it will let me... No, it won't. But yeah, the idea is to have, a single one, and that would work except for an annoying collision. Oh, that does crash the game. Oh. That's
I'll be
good.
back.
Why does it do that? Do you know, Mr. Puzzle?
Can you send me the log file before you open the game again?
Oh. I can replicate the crash, and then, since Biggie's getting some water...
Tinker, do it.
Alright. It's your solve. Yeah, I have official permission to tinker. No one complain.
Tinker, Taylor, Soldier, Spy. Who crashes games? Holler I.
Alright, so log.txt. What folder is it in real quick? Oh, it's right here. Never mind. Alright, we're good.
If anti-tinkering was an intended feature, I would not make it crash the game. I would make it
like not let you
something, because the fact that it boots you out of the game means you need to spend 5 seconds starting the game again, and I find that annoying.
Yeah.
Log text file.
Alright, no more tinkering for me.
Oh.
Anyway, wait. Oh, elephant mode was a terrible idea. Oh, fuck, I crashed it again.
No! I'm back now and I didn't want to see it go black screen.
Alright.
Oh, send me that one too. Why not?
Oh, too late.
System.
Anyway, we should get back to talking about the solve itself. So let me turn elephant mode off and hit play. So how are you? Because you've placed better in TI than you have in rate, even though you seem to have spent way more time on rate.
Right. That surprises me because like I originally had like a 62 instruction solve, and then I'm like, oh, it's still using. No, see, yeah, that's why it's crashing. It's still using the hex arm that you put in before.
Oh, it saved the change. Oh, that's annoying.
It saved the change, and then collision patch is letting stuff get through anyway. And then it's doing bonding shenanigans.
Alright.
It's really tempting to say the fix is to update your mods. I wish I had
No, that's because it is. That's because it is. Streamer skill issue.
There's like 17 million trampolines in this error message.
What do you mean?
Oh, like, no, it's like, yeah, system collections generic key not found exception at system collections generic at compiled grid.method at DMD at trampoline sim method 1829 at no more's grabbing dot main class. Like, every trampoline is another mod that is hooking into the method. Yeah, solution editor program panel. There's like 8 things hooking into it here. The stack trace is like 20 lines long.
I do not envy debugging modded OM right now. Yeah, thanks. I figured that out eventually, Panic, but that was the actual question I had, and you figured that out. I never heard that referred to as a trampoline.
Yeah, no, it literally says trampoline left bracket solution editor screen colon method whatever. Which is another reason why I try to make it not crash the game. Because also just crashing the game is just not desirable in general. Anyway.
Do you want to talk a bit more about the solve, or should we move on?
Yeah, I was originally at 62 instructions, and then I went slappy stick to get rid of to focus more on the higher value metals, because originally I was throwing the lead and the tin away in disposal. But by using the stick to get the tin and the lead to go away, I could save the disposal for getting rid of the 1 quicksilver. So then it could loop, because my previous solve didn't loop, because I had my previous TI solve got rid of the quicksilver by having a length 1 arm do like grab, rotate. No, it was like grab, rotate, drop, rotate the other direction twice. So my previous TI didn't loop.
I can't help but notice ARM 10 would be 1 instruction fewer with pivot glitch.
Wait, however, I can't see it. Oh, there it is. Oh!
Because it only exists to undo a pivot that could be performed simultaneously. But we've gone and patched pivot glitch, so we've cost you an instruction.
See, I knew pivot glitch would be useful one day, and it would... I would have allowed it. Fuck, now that it's my tournament, I would have been like, yeah, use the pivot glitch. But now it's been patched out. That hurts me.
Placement?
Good question. That's a good segue to move on.
Oh,
actually.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also, someone was asking about my lemon dishes. I finished all of my lemon dishes, like in the middle of the rate solves, except, yes, Luna, I have 5 wedges with people's names on them. So, but I'm waiting for their solves to show up.
One of them's
'Cause I-
Calioresis, who hasn't shown up on the stream yet.
Another's Goodbye Galaxy, who hasn't shown up on the stream yet.
Grimmy, Goodbye, OMG, It's Abyss, Ebanoff, Callie. Waiting on those 5. They're too good. I would have ate them already, but they're too good. Or submitted to some. Or both.
Alright.
Lemon voodoo dolls.
So, to answer the question, no, it would not have mattered. Because next up is a 7 instruction drop down to 42.
That's a good number.
It's a good number. Spiritual Shampoo.
Okay. Okay. I have to scope out wherever Shampoo places because that's one of the people I have to pass.
Ooh. How many points between you and Shampoo?
It was like 1.5 or more, but I got 1 placement because I didn't get first. I got 1 placement on him in the other. Yeah, the gap is 1.4 something. And the difference between second and third means that I have closed 0.3 of that.
Oh, okay, so you're going to need the...
I still need a full point, and if he's in 6th, I don't know if that's in the cards.
You pretty much need a W.
I don't know if a W is enough. I'll have to see the spreadsheet update after I get that W.
Anyway. New solution 1 hours.
True.
So amusingly, so it does this thing where it has like 1 of each and has too many Quicksilver, but instead of waste chaining that extra Quicksilver, it just like projects it onto one of the waste atoms with the same arm that throws out that waste atom, which I think is cool. Reuse
I
of
love
tech.
projection as Quicksilver disposal when you have just a lead sink.
Yeah. Like, the lead's there, it's going to be thrown out anyway. So that saves instructions, not just cost. That saves instructions. That's a cool reuse tech. So minus Slappy Stick. Arms 7 and 6 actually have a very amusing merry-go-round that happens to a couple of the reactive silvers.
Oh yeah, they go once around the whole loop before they pair up with another set.
And that's cool, because those are the ones that end up being gold, I believe. And the ones that don't go around the merry-go-round end up being silver.
Yeah, I really like how that feeds back on itself. This is smart.
That's the good shit right there. It's pretty minor surgery in terms of instruction count too to fix up the Critellium in the end. It just like makes a ball and yeah, pretty cheap instruction wise. Because yeah, Critellium is almost like 2 C shapes slapped together, so a ball is pretty close to that idea.
Yeah, this doesn't look as cursed as I thought it would need to look to get an instruction count of 42. So this is having me sweat a little more than the previous solves did.
Because Spiritual Shampoo has been in chat arguing against the Slappy Stick, and you know what? I thought his argument's pretty valid. Who knows?
I really like that the extra Quicksilver is coincidentally taken care of by the Hex Arm doing lead disposal.
Yep.
That's real slick.
A lot of excellent Hex Arm reuse here in general in this solve. Big fan. Because shit like Arm 3, Arm 6, Arm 7, that's the kind of arm reuse you hope for when you, like, put a TI solve on the board together. And that's kind of why I talk about thinking about the entire solve at once being a helpful idea, because that's where you find those cool reuses later on in your pipeline. Because if the geometry works out early on that you can loop back into it later on to reuse an arm that's been doing one thing, but you can make it do 2 or 3 things because, you know, you lined it up earlier on with your geometry. Yeah, that stuff's really cool. It saves instructions for TI. Moving on to 5th place at 38 instructions. Goodbye Galaxy.
He's on my list. Goodbye, Galaxy. This lemon wedge is for you.
Did I see 116,000 area?
I think you did.
Okay.
Yes, you did.
Just making sure. It was only on for a few frames, but it was a big number.
Oh yeah, Goodbye Galaxy, since you missed it. Keverland's solve clocked in at like 460,000 area. It was one of the solves that bricked the website. The other was Vilfox Rate solve, which has a loop that takes 1.8 million cycles to complete. So, yeah, those are things that this puzzle inspired.
I really like how the 2 hex arms on the purifier make the alternating gold and silver. That's just, it's perfect.
That is Metal Chaos shit. Right there.
But it's not even chaotic because you're watching, it's like a snake that just always feeds through itself. It doesn't have any chaotic element. It's just perfect.
It's actually, yeah, right. It's because the input, like, it's consistently just taking silver and perfectly purifying half of it. No, this is stuff that I would run into in Metal Chaos. Like, this is, like, not necessarily the best Metal Chaos solves that did this. Like, a lot of these end up having problems, but yeah, that's tech that comes straight out of that headspace.
It's beautiful.
And the fact that it alternates perfectly is perfect, because it gives you 3 of each.
Yeah, and that's so close to what you already want in Critellium. You just need to inject a couple of Quicksilver and move a couple of things around.
Which is great, because you need a wand anyway. Because otherwise it's just going to get thrown out into the waste disposal glyph anyway.
Yeah, this is incredibly clean. I no longer believe in me as first. That's just what the last 2 solves have shown me, is that you can get so clean with so much less cursed shit than I was using.
Also, that variety of Slappy Stick is not one we've seen before. The other Slappy Sticks have all been like grab the middle or something like this.
Don't tinker.
Yeah, I'm gonna like undo the tinkering before. Oh,
You've done it.
Alright, no tinkering. It's just such a helpful visual guide. Oh well.
It's literally, you would be able to tinker if you updated your mods.
So it's a streamer skill issue. Got it.
Right. For this stream, if I remember correctly, you can push F6. The problem that's happening is that the old version of frame rate patch is like, okay, frame rate patch is enabled. You need to manually recompile things before you run. And if you don't do that, it crashes.
Right.
Newer frame rate patch is smarter, better, faster, and stronger. You don't have to do that. It keeps track of it automatically. So unless you manually do overlap, you're fine. I don't know if I want to fix manually doing overlap or not.
Goodbye Galaxy writes in the solution notes. I'm not sure this counts as Metal Chaos since the pattern is regular, but I embrace the warm glow of the Chaos embers nonetheless. That's a good way of putting it. My only hope is that this performs better than a low effort min rate solve would have. It fucking absolutely did. I've never done a non-trackless RI puzzle before, and I was not confident that I could learn how to do so in 2 weeks, especially one with such a cruel ratio. Absolutely made the right choice. No, Rate ended up just nerd sniping everyone who's even slightly interested in Rate, and for those who like having a min to go for, so... If you ask me, it was the most competed, hotly contested metric, and it was the hardest one, so... Easily took the most brain power to get a scoring solve, like a decently competitive solve on. Alright. Moving on. And I'm surprised your confidence wasn't shattered a little earlier, Biggie, because you're up next.
I didn't, yeah. I thought that there might still be a chunk of people in the high 30s, but it went 42 to 38, so I'm not even on the podium. This was a hard solve to make, but I think it was because the cursed shit got complicated quickly.
99993 area.
So this is slappy stick conveyor belt style. I thought as soon as I got a solve in at what was originally 36 and then became 35, that like, okay, so this is in the regime of like really hard to find solutions, but I didn't think of clean things because I couldn't find the clean things that other people found. So I don't think I'm going to be number 2. Spiritual Shampoo's already gotten me by enough points. Fiesta might also stay ahead of me. At which point I might remain in 4th. But yeah, this builds 4 reactive silvers into a thing. And then it removes that thing. And then it does it again. And really the only thing that's useful here is the 2 elbows and the reactive silver that is underneath it. There's also a few other pieces that just get pushed around and end up getting reattached to the waste stuff eventually, but this is complicated. It's building in an order that nothing looks like everything could work until suddenly, boom, Critellium. But yeah, this is basically when I was reviewing Daniel L's solve saying, if you had a bigger excess, you could get away with using fewer arms for the touch-ups. I only had what I was doing in mind, which is Lustrous Tech to get a... it's 7i to get a slappy stick that also holds Quicksilver, and then the Quicksilver feeds back into the iron so that you could purify up silver directly and not need an additional purification or projection after that. So it does project iron to copper, purify that copper to silver, and then grab a Quicksilver with that silver to be able to get the reactive silver in 10i.
It's really impressive just how many steps of the process the slappy stick gets reintroduced to like pull off some cool geometrical movement that you otherwise don't get with just like arm manipulation. Which is why I think we were like talking up the power of the slappy stick so much. Definitely when designing the puzzle, it was the first thing that entered my brain. I'm like, oh man, this is very slappy stickable.
This is basically... I wanted to build reactive silver in as few instructions as possible, so I was forward first about that. And I wanted to also have a slappy stick around so that I could use it as a conveyor and not have to worry about like arms being in the same place as other arms. So now, from that like 1/4 of the point left to the right, rightwards, there's a bunch of arms that are just kind of like on their own. It actually translates 2 hexes to the right, Wrecking, because it is the length 2 arm powering the stick at the very far left. But yeah, there's just an additional bunch of stuff that is like, there's layers. There's the base layer that's all silver and tin, or that's all lead and tin, that is always there. There's a layer above it that is present on I guess it's 8 out of 30 times. And then the layer above that that's present 1 out of 15 times. And then the layer above that that's actually building Critellium. Because there was just so many different opportunities to like, oh, well, if I treat this as a wand instead of a useful atom, then I'll get this out of it. This is just like a cursed build that I thought was the only way to do this at this low of instructions. And when it dropped really quickly from 50 down to like here, I thought, oh, it didn't get cursed and it dropped this low. Maybe I overcomplicated things.
I think overcomplication might be a bit of strong of a term, considering, you know, we are looking at the 4th place solve at the end of the day. So maybe
I'm assuming that the next solutions will be less cursed than this, because that seems like a safe assumption.
All right, let's have a quick gander. In 3rd place, continuing his impressive form at 34 instructions, Kazian.
Ah, they got 3rd. All right, well, they beat me by 1.
Radio Deceivers. Alright, so this stick is being slapped.
This is the exact same as Daniel L's slappy stick.
So it is, yeah.
And it's building elbows, same as mine was. But it's much more efficient in its usage of material.
That's really nice.
That handoff to the slappy stick.
Oh.
Oh.
That ending is that ending is pretty sick.
Alright. Alright.
we can slappy stick as well. Is what this solve is telling me.
This is my solve done better. Honestly, this is less complicated. It doesn't have that weird like 130p ratio thing coming from feedback. It just makes reactive silver the smart way. And then what it does with it is so slick. Well, I feel way better seeing that this beats me by only 1 instruction, because when I look at this, I'm like, oh, this is so much better. This wins.
I would describe it as world-class surgery.
You have out Biggie'd Biggie.
So first point that I find is awesome. So it has this silver gold quicksilver elbow. Right? Makes a second silver gold quicksilver elbow. That's a pretty, like, you know, 2 reactive silvers, which is easier to make already. That gets you that elbow. So I just slap them together. Oh wait, look. That's most of the Critellium. That's the squiggly part of Critellium. That's done. Spot that shape out, and your life becomes a lot easier, because now you really only have to worry about the little tail at the end of Critellium, and that's what this solve spends the rest of its time worrying about, and it does so by slapping onto the stick.
Pineapple says that Kazian has out Biggie in 2 metrics. I believe that in RI, Kazian out Mad Mastered me. But this one is genuinely out Biggieing me.
Yeah, that's a fair cop. Yeah, Kazian out Mad Mastered everyone in RI, but...
Mad Master says, nah, that was out Kazianing. Everyone wants to pass the buck. Kazian has wowed us with this one.
If no one wants to take the credit, I'm selfish enough to take the credit. Even though I didn't do any of the puzzle solving. Kazian writes in the solution notes, I'm certain that there are much better methods. I did not prioritize this one, but it was worth a few tries. Let the magic show from here forward begin, and may we all pursue our Opus Magnum. Alchemist Kazian, still not a brick. Again, doubt.
Rare Kazian notes whiff.
Yeah. That's a rare Kazian L on the notes there. Oh, that's cool. I could look at this solve all day, but I will move on. In second place, at 31 instructions, Calliuresis.
Fiesta wins it.
Fiesta
All right.
takes TI. Gonna
Well,
be
in that
honest.
case, I'm certainly in fourth place. Fiesta and Spiritual Shampoo did really well.
Yeah, you needed one of them to like underperform, and neither of them did. So, yeah.
I worked my artist, and there was so much cool shit going on.
So, starting with Calliuresis though, who probably if his tournament placement was at all under threat, probably would have submitted for RI, but it wasn't, so he didn't, or at least he didn't quite find the time. You did find the time for TI though. I'm pretty sure TI was where Calliuresis started. So it's the Goodbye Galaxy
This is
slappy
Goodbye
stick.
Galaxy, yeah.
Yeah. Affords you different geometries, this slappy stick.
Calliuresis, this lemon wedge is for you. Oh.
All right, well, I'm going to say then that I take back what I said during my own solution being on stream, that I imagine there's less, like, cursed stuff ahead. No, it's just
It's that
better.
cursed.
It's better at being what I wanted it to be. I love that this is the meta because I love thinking in this term, but I'm amazed at how much better other people did it than I did.
Yeah, no, this was very much a fuck it, let's slappy stick kind of puzzle. Like, that was the design that I had in mind when thinking about TI for this puzzle. Because, yeah, it's always, like, up to this point, slappy stick has always been this, like, oh, that's dirty tech. We can't, like, encourage that. And I'm guilty of thinking along those lines, but, you know, what if we just say, fuck it, slappy stick is okay now? It's an established part of theory. Like, let's actually push the theory, you know?
Yeah. I will say the theory that I had in mind when I was talking about that abundance of material means better access. But oh yeah, Calliuresis points out that there's one instruction to save if not for the fact that the first time that an output is made, it has a gold where it should have a silver. So it needs then to be able to safely rebond to the chain, which incurs one instruction.
Oh, ouch.
Oh yeah, in its upper form, this stick is truly vertical.
So I believe all Calliuresis needed was about 8 or 9 points to cement first place. So I would like to officially declare Calliuresis the winner of the 2024 Opus Magnum tournament.
Cool, stream's over.
Ha 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 ha!
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
We got a whole ass metric to go.
Who got second though?
Well,
I think
second
we're about
place...
to see their solution.
Perhaps. No, I won't confirm the rest of the rankings till the end of the stream, and until pretty much until after the stream's over, when the the fucking spreadsheet has been properly updated and everything. But I'm pretty, like, you know, it's pretty obvious at this point Cagliaresis is taking home the gold, so. Incredibly, extremely well-earned W. No one was even close to catching you, dude. I think we were saying off stream, the only one who I could imagine even coming close in theory was Pentapig, but that's in theory. Yeah, nah, points are on the board in 2024 for you. Also, I'm happy to get to crown a new champion. Like, we haven't had a new champion since 2020, so this is pretty good. This is pretty big. That's like, 2020 was like more than half the time between now and the game being released. So for over half of the game's entire lifespan, we've not been able to crown a new champion until today. So
I hosted the 2020 in early 2020, which, if you remember, time stopped after early 2020.
Did of course it did stop after early
So
2020.
I won 2019, Pentapig won 2020, and then I won 2021, Pentapig 2022, Pentapig 2023. This is Cagliaresis in 2024. First win that is not someone who already won it.
That's actually weird to think about, because like the 2020 in terms of my Opus Magnum kind of like lifespan feels like a bajillion years ago, but in terms of, you know, life, 2020 feels like not that long ago at all. So that's a weird feeling.
Yeah, because we've been in a holding pattern in some ways ever since.
But like that holding pattern, for me, it didn't apply to Opus Magnum at all.
Yeah, very true.
All right, in first place at 27 instructions, Fiesta 618.
That's so low.
Solid.
So,
So good.
telltale
So
sign of a slappy stick.
Build a better stick. Yeah, build a better stick.
But just build a better stick. So this is a slower
This is
stick.
exactly how Kazian started, with the throw lead into disposal and then slappy stick the purified iron. But then it does like the film crystal bonding.
Oh, it does.
Oh my god. Sorry, I'm very vocal about how amazing this shit is.
No, it's great.
Oh my god, and the assembly too.
It's really fun to watch it. Like, it spins and then whoop, it's gone.
I can't get away with just being the person who thinks of slappy sticks anymore, because people are so good at finding all of the next level of depth beyond it. This is assembly at its cleanest, and even the process of getting the monomers is so much more instruction efficient than I could find.
You know what's wicked is that after it makes like the three requisite, like you have your 3 golds, your 3 silvers, your 3 quicksilvers. It obviously it can just save the quick. You just leave the quicksilver on if it wants. It goes one further. It saves one of the silvers as well, only to reintroduce it again here at the very fucking final step, where the arm that already needs to output grabs it for free. Literally free surgery.
So good.
Maraconda contrasts Fiesta versus me that Biggie is an innovator, Fiesta is an optimizer, and this sure is optimized.
Yeah.
You step by step.
Yeah, just hitting the tabs. Tab, 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 tab.
Oh, I think turtle mode looks pretty good. I'll zoom in a bit too. Alright, let me read Fiesta's notes. With multi-atom regents, the slappy stick method is always an attractive strategy for TI. The problem here is that creating a slappy stick directly from this input strands the quicksilver in a tough to access spot embedded in the spine of the stick. My solution? Spend 3 instructions fixing the Regent so that it can form a more ergonomical slappy stick with a spine of pure 10. After that initial 3 instructions, this machine mostly just performs well-established TI tricks. It makes 3 gold, silver, quicksilver elbows and uses Lustre Syrup Tech to squeeze them together. The main cleverness I found was in the long assembly arm on the right, which manages to solve most of the geometry headaches all by itself with only 5 instructions. I feel like low 20s should be doable, and would be deeply impressed to see sub 20. Any pentapigs in the house?
This is harder than radio receivers. I will not budge on that. You gotta bring radio receivers under 20 first.
Rare Fiesta Notes double L, actually.
No, I will not even accept an L there. That is a W in confidence because I don't know who can actually say. But just like improve radio receivers first so that I don't look like I'm still good at this shit.
Well, it's an L unless proven otherwise, if you ask me.
Okay. Didn't
Right.
ask.
I have a lemon bet because people seem to think that thermal fuse height 4 period 4 rate 4 is possible.
It's not.
No, I don't think it is. So for me, that's a W until proven otherwise. In which case, I will eat 10 lemons. I can't even tell what Arm 6 is doing. Oh, Arm 6 is the Arm 6 is the hero arm. Yeah, no, that's a difficult arm to pass. Hold up. Alright, so let's break down Arm 6 a bit. Oh, Arm 6. So this looks like some shit that I've seen. This looks like something Rebix would do in a TI puzzle. Because this is the kind of surgery that I would personally associate with, like, stuff that Rebix is good at. Just like, oh look, a couple pivots. Now we have the right product from something completely unrecognizable from the product. It's also, dare I say, some Tarkle shit.
Yeah, honestly, it has Tarkle's vibes just because you have a bunch of things and now they're together in the right direction.
Yeah. Even just the way it puts the elbow, or the original elbow together with Arm 4 is just really nice. Like that Arm 4 works so perfectly. It's useful in all 6 directions. Again, with film crystal shit being involved.
You know, I think because I like to write and I like for other people to understand what I do, I end up giving away my only edge in all of these competitive environment puzzles. Because as soon as the cat's out of the bag and people are thinking in the same sort of way as I may be innovated, they can do it. Like, just, it's the sort of, you give enough people the same chance to look at something, someone will find an even better way. I'm just going to be sampling from the possible ways someone might think of it. So, given that I've written about the way I think, there's nothing that I have in my head that is new until someone throws a puzzle that's harder and more different than anything people have seen before.
So, you're saying next year we need, like, a super Critellium?
We need something that is, like, there's no prior art. I got the computer posts out, and then the next year, Transmutation CX, I wasn't in the top 5 anymore. And then I got radio receivers with a very clear victory, and now Critellium, I do the same thing, but it's 4th because 3 people are so much better at the details. Like, it'll be hard for me to stand out without people ramping up the difficulty and honestly, like, ramping up the
How much further can it be ramped, right?
I don't know. And I'm having fun the whole time, so I'm not here complaining like you have to change how puzzles go so I do better. It's more like I'm just amazed that this pattern is playing out and leading to people being able to do incredible things. I'm a beneficiary of my own sabotage.
All right.
20 tessellation througut. Thank you, Mr. Puzzle. That would be amazing.
All right, yeah, tessellation throughput, maybe some quantum bonds.
Ooh. Yeah, I did do well in the quantum bonds speed solve puzzle. I don't think I would do well in another because everyone knows them now.
Yeah, well, no one's I mean, that's unexplored. It's free real estate.
Not tournament optimized, true. It's only speed solve and weeklies, and that's not very much.
Even not really. I don't think we've used one in the weeklies before. No, we haven't.
Oh, I must be remembering Brother Mojo's stuff and thinking that that's weeklies. But
yeah. No, has not even been used in a weekly puzzle. So there you go, unexplored territory. So, that's 2 out of 3 metrics done. I like to think that one was quicker. It was.
It wasn't. No, it was because we were at almost 3.5 hours, 3:45.
Yeah, that one took more like 2 hours and a bit, but that's. Oh man. We're not keeping this shit.
We're only 6 hours in.
Only.
I was planning for 8. So,
right.
like, we're on schedule.
Hopefully we can just... I don't know. Maybe it's just hopium that we can knock out someone under 2 hours. That sounds like hopium.
Copalium. All right.
All right. Let's reconvene at when the stream timer says 6 hours 10 minutes.
Got it.
So.
Oh wait, let me also run the solution passer because it might. This is the one that might actually take 5 to 10 minutes to load. So let me get that started right now.
Good.
Which is why we're taking a break, whether we want to continue on or not. I think it'll be healthy anyway. So I'm gonna make myself a hot chocolate, and I'll see you back here in like 7 minutes.
Honestly, I should make a hot chocolate too. See you soon.
That also sounds good. Yes.
Would-
Hot chocolate break, everybody.
Yeah, fuck yeah, hot chocolate break. Or Balatro, your choice.
So what's chat been up to?
All right. I'm only 20 seconds late. How we doing, chat?
Talking about metrics and stuff.
Nice.
I do like the idea of like someone was mentioning not allowed to have a single atom by itself as a constraint.
Ah, so like an ether puzzle.
Yeah. Yeah, and like proper tessellation throughput would be really fun because you can because you can have stuff in one cell doing work in another cell, and like in input from one cell might have bits and pieces going to other cells, and like that's why like that would be why tessellation throughput is more challenging and more interesting than simply area times rate. But yeah, at this point in time, area times rate is just area times rate is actually viable to have as a metric to test things with.
Yeah, tessellation throughput is very meaningfully different from area times rate, but we could like
Yeah,
it sounds like this is the kind of thing we should do, like just have like an area times rate weekly or something.
yeah, I would love to see that because the thing is like having stuff interacting with each other in other cells is like one of the big things that makes tessellation throughput really interesting. But also just the idea of it's because it's the explanation for why okay, I like the lore part of Opus Magnum as well as like all the other stuff. But like I like lore. I like story. Like I'm not the best at writing it, but it's why I heart the production puzzle so much. Is the cabinets look so cool. The vials look great, and it's like, this is so cool. Okay, I think it was Shadow Cluster that was talking about why would a alchemist want to optimize their cabinet for tessellation throughput, right? Because like if you were to think about it in the lore, like a metric is something you're trying to optimize your machine for, and like why it's fun to come up with a story reason for why am I trying to optimize for this metric. And for tessellation throughput, it is imagine that the transmutation engine is a thin membrane, and that you are designing a part of how the membrane works. And basically, the membrane works as a filter, where material above it is input solution and material below it is output solution. And as the input soaks into and through the membrane, it gets transmutated and becomes the output. So if you were to suppose that this is the way the transmutation engine operates, then the way to optimize your machine, you would want to, like, if you can, like, you define the way the membrane works by defining a cell, and that cell gets tessellated across the entire membrane. Like, the entire membrane is the transmutation engine. And so how would I improve the engine? One way is to just make it work faster, and that's where the rate comes in. But the other aspect is by making the cell smaller, because the idea is you're trying to improve throughput per square centimeter.
You know, I say tessellation throughput is the middle ground between Opus Magnum and Factorio. All right, that's not. Yeah, I mean, all right. I'm throwing the idea out there. Don't hate it till you try it.
Mm-hmm.
But we're talking about like industrial factory kind of engines and having that be like transmutational, right?
Right. Like, tessellation throughput would be the thing you're optimizing if you are trying to make a metric shit ton of thing in a large industrial factory.
Right. And guess what you do and that's exactly what you do in Factorio. I've never actually played it myself, but I hear that's exactly what happens.
I've avoided Factorio because I think it is like a time suck that I don't think I will be as happy with as I am as Opus Magnum.
I'm
actually in the same boat.
So my brother plays a lot of the same games that I do. We also play some games that I don't. Me and him agree that we don't like Factorio so much, and it's mainly because we have to think about the enemies and also that the resource pools are finite. A game that's similar to Factorio, but I took a much stronger liking to, is Shapes.io.
Oh,
wow,
That would
okay.
be that because that's a game where it's like it doesn't cost any money, it doesn't cost to place buildings, and where resources come from are just infinite, and it's all just about turn shape into other shape. And there's some automation you can do later into the game that's interesting that I still haven't messed around with, but like, I found Shapes, and it has a cool soundtrack too. I found Shapes, and I was like, man, this is like Factorio, except it focuses on the stuff that I like about Factorio. Like, there's a research tree, you can build buildings, you like turn one thing into another.
Oh, shit, I was wondering why the AHK was taking so long. I didn't take Kevalan's TI solve out. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh no, does that mean you have to restart it?
It means I have to decide whether I want to restart it and commit to the time sink or hope that it pops up in the next couple of minutes.
The coder's dilemma. Do I stop the machine and make it more optimized, or do I gamble and wait another hour and see if it finishes its computation?
Oh. Yeah, massive F. I'm giving it 2.5 more minutes, and then I'm rebooting it. Run a parallel instance. Oh! Actually, yeah. I could just do that. I'm pretty sure that just works, so let me do that. Alright, never mind. We can have our cake and eat it. Kinda. Yeah, see, for me, Factoria is like, I know if I commit to it, I'll spend a shitload of time playing it, and I'll probably have fun. But I don't have that kind of time. Not to something that like Like, because I won't get that much out of Factorio deep down. It'll just be like something that I enjoy for a while and move on from. I'd put Balatro in that same category of games I will definitely enjoy, but like also I like moving on from games after like maybe a couple dozen hours or so, unless I'm really committed to it. I'm also wary about like playing games that will like be too addictive. I've heard the phrase "cracktoria" being thrown around a bit, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that sounds like something that'll catch me if I let it. Aren't all games
well, I think that's also just a player thing as well. I have back when I first found Infinifactory, and also the past year when I got back into it a little bit for doing the leaderboards. I got sucked into Infinifactory, and it was like, ah, yes, yet another day where I stayed up until 3 a.m. building funny factories. And like, yeah, no, it's really easy to like get sucked into a game.
Yeah.
Oh God, could you gotcha on games? Could you imagine if someone made a good Zack-like that was also a gotcha?
Oh.
Ah, yes, I stayed up until 3 a.m. and spent hundreds of dollars optimizing my thing. Opus Magnum dating sim.
Opus Magnum, but like you can't cost optimize unless you pay real money.
Luna, I kind of want to look into how easy is it to conditionally change the story dialogues? Could I? The meme is to be like, you finish the solve, and based on how the solve is, you improve your likability with the character or whatever. But like the actual use would be like, depending on the metrics of your solve, you get different story. Right, yeah, multiple solves. Maybe it would make more sense to be like, depending on your metrics, you unlock this solve next instead of this one. Oh yeah. Oh, do like a. Who's read the Zack-like PDF? There was like a timeline tree thing for the different houses and the story. Yeah, the branching campaign. You could be like, like you could explore different futures and stuff. Like, oh, what if Anateus focused on improving the cycles for the throwable bomb thing instead of optimizing the gold, and like instead of having a cheap engine that only made a couple of things, he had a expensive engine, but it made a shit ton of weapons. And they're like, Jesus, we have all these crates of weapons. We might as well use them. Have the campaign go in a completely different direction. I wish I didn't have to work a job.
Oh, that'd be so cool.
I'd have way more time for ideas.
That'd be so cool.
I spent the first half of this 2 weeks not having a job, and then I had a job. I left the company I've been working with for 5 years earlier in March, and then I started a new role just this past Monday.
Fuck yeah! How is
Same
not...
industry, same industry, but different brand. Getting the onboarding stuff now, and so this week has been very much just like read documentation and talk to people, not do any work. But I am
that stuff still makes you busy, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. This last week has been more of like okay, every time I try to open Opus Magnum, I'm glazed over a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I
like
miss.
me this entire fucking tournament. But that's why I have playtesters.
I miss my college days. Less duty, less responsibilities, and more free time and energy.
Apologies for the delay, by the way. When I ran the um, sum script earlier when I was testing it, it took like 5 to 10 minutes. I can't imagine it will take much longer, even with the cursed solves. When I started Opus Magnum, I did not have a job, and it was great. Yes, Goodbye Galaxy, we're waiting for my Sum AHK to actually load. There's no easy way to filter out which are sum solves and which are not.
Too many people submitted to some.
And it has to, that's right, it has to compute the rate. So, I got rid of, I took Vilfox solve out, right? That's gonna, oh no. Why don't tell me
Run a third parallel instance.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
Oh fuck, I didn't. Alright, let's run it, let's get...
Well, just kill it all. Kill it all.
Alright.
Does it need to compute rate?
No.
Yes,
well,
it needs to compute whether the solve loops or not, because I made looping the secondary.
God damn it.
Okay.
I might...
Yeah, that was never going to conclude.
This tournament won't end! This might...
That is the last puzzle, the last week, the last stream. You're not going anywhere.
The last straw.
The last straw.
Okay, it's out now. I just rebooted it since that Vilfox solve is going to make it take, like... It'll make it take an hour. We don't have that kind of time. I need to get started on this shit in the next 5 minutes, preferably.
Right, because it's... Wait, no. Did Vilfox Solution have a large area count?
No,
or did
actually.
it just have funny looping shenanigans?
Just funny looping shenanigans.
Okay.
Don't forget you're here forever. I'm a big fan of the number 2. Since we're talking about that kind of shit now. But, actually, back to when I didn't have a job, that's when I, like, did many of my thousands of hours in Opus Magnum. And it was just a great thing for my brain to chew on back when I didn't have a job. And it was fucking awesome. And I had so much more, like, creative energy. I'd leaderboard hunt. I'd make all these puzzles. And it's great. And now it's just, like, a skill that I have. But now I'm a lot busier. So...
Mm-hmm.
Also, I have a lot more community shit I need to run these days anyway. Shouldn't have taken the L.
Jamo asking about whether we like 37. I am assuming Jamo watched the recent Veritasium video.
Oh, that would make sense.
I was excluded from the results because I guess I put 42 as the random number. And
Sorry if you had that.
Took, like, enter a random number between 1 and 100, and then he took the results, excluded 69 and 42 because of memes, and then looked at the rest. 90 was the least selected random number, and most multiples of 10 were lower than the rest. But 37, 73 are both very common as a random number because, hey, you like odd numbers and you like primes and you like numbers whose digits are each prime and all that stuff.
Yeah. Is 37 a prime?
42 is perfectly random. I just chose it for other reasons.
I think 37's a prime. Pretty sure it is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Sorry if you guys could hear me spluttering in the background. I choked on a cashew.
I thought that was. I heard you going like, oh, oh no.
Yeah, no, that one was actually me choking a bit. I wasn't actually hamming it up for dramatic flair for once. It's gonna fit. Dwarflax choking on nut.
Oh, okay.
Cashew bet.
Cashew bet. One step ahead of yours. Alright, well, since we're forced to wait for a bit, let's... Alright, so I haven't set up the poll yet, but what were people's favorite puzzles?
Oh no.
I-
I can't remember half of them. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
So
Where's the website?
Blue Vitriol was really good. I think it was an amazing first week, even though I underperformed.
Mm-hmm.
I ended up winning week two's Tarkles, so I have to have some love for that. Touchstone, I thought that's the one where I remarked Touchstone will be a leaderboard puzzle with like a threatening aura. It was a
Simpler times.
it was a beautiful puzzle that wasn't kind to optimize.
Very
Central
touchy.
Amalgam worked out well. I like that it was possible to get 18R, but challenging. Fireworks was memorable because, oh my god, how did you make that cost puzzle? Thermal Fuse, I think, to me, was the weakest of the 7, but that's just because they were all very strong, and Thermal Fuse was a good puzzle. It's just we had Triplex the week before, and as a polymer, it wasn't the most interesting polymer. But again, I'm giving that the lowest rank just to prove that everything else was so good because it was also really good. And when we looked at the results, like, yeah, the period 3 stuff was amazing. Yeah, probably. Fuse was good. It was just that everything was good. And I'd say that of the 7, Fuse was the least for me. Because Critellium is a clear, amazing solve, an amazing puzzle, I mean, for me. I think you just did a great job.
Some of the solves too chunky. That's right, pineapple. Some is in the oven for the third time because Zorflax forgot to take the bombs out of the cake the first 2 times. Uh, j- I think what it means is instead of calculating the area, that you just read the area the solution says it has. Hmm. We the,
Oh, is there a soundboard like ta-da sound?
Oh, did I mute myself? Whoops. My bad. Sorry, did that come through? It worked.
Yep,
Oh, okay, cool.
it came through.
Oktoberfest!
Yeah, okay, that was not what I expected, and that's okay.
Oh, best. If it got cut off, you're not getting the CSVs for a while, just to warn you. So you might have to be a little patient on that one. The solution parser finally worked, is what worked. I'm just trying to figure out where to start. Oh! Alright, this is an interesting little place to start. So, this is 7T Storm's Solve, which, my understanding, was made entirely on mobile, which, unless I'm mistaken, is the first time that's ever happened in an Opus Magnum puzzle. Entirely through mobile solution editors externally, because I think 7T Storm's grounded or something, but still made a solve for the puzzle, for the tournament. It has a rate, so that means it was important because 7T Storm had submitted for every week and was trying to get the solve in, and spent the last couple of days crunching. So mad props. Big shout out to 7T Storm. We admire your dedication. This is awesome. Thank you for submitting. 7T Storm writes in the notes, no computer, no problem. The frequency is of 10 inputs per 1 output. I have separated this into 3 sequences. First sequence, 4 inputs will transform into 1 gold and 2 silver. Second sequence, 4 more inputs will translate into 1 gold, 1 silver, and 2 quicksilver. The third sequence transforms 2 inputs into 1 single piece of gold. Combined, out comes the solution.
That's really cool to be able to piece out with just external to the game, like finding a non-trivial pathway that doesn't make waste. Like when I heard she was making a solution outside of the game, I was expecting like throw away a lot of stuff and give yourself like 1 iron or 1 quicksilver so that you can very carefully build it all up. But this is a non-trivial pathway.
Solving
It's 10
this
inputs to an output.
Right, solving this puzzle, wasteless, like, looping and everything, like, that's not easy. Like, for the first ever created on a mobile phone, it's pretty fucking impressive. Like, it could have just been a stab water burrito or something, but no.
Pineapple says no waste pathways with 9 and 8 inputs. You did not. Because rate takes 9.06 something inputs to be able to make an output.
Alright. In 34th place, Bun Bun. Oh, sad. We're on the final metric. This is it. This will be the last time we see many people's names.
18 and 16 is more like it. That's believable. It's alright, they might be back for the weeklies.
Well, alright, yeah, sorry, I just meant, like, for this tournament, like, because, yeah, this marks the end of this tournament, but, no, of course, we'll, I want to see all of you guys back for the weeklies. Bun Bun writes in the solution notes, didn't really try for some, just the lowest sum solve I have on hand. Perfectly valid.
Oh yeah, this is using the exact same mechanism as their rate solve and their TI solve, that is just one station of the rate solve.
Yeah. I'm guessing that this is an older version of the AHK script. I don't think it is, actually.
It's missing pronouns.
Oh.
That's why people are talking.
Oh, I think the pronouns thing... I actually saw that. I think the pronouns broke. I don't know how they broke. I think I've broken them somewhere along the tournament.
Gender's so confusing it broke the pronouns field.
We tried to compute all the pronouns. It's an uncomputable number.
Are your pronouns Turing complete?
Oh, that's just my joke, but better. All right.
When you're transcendental.
Huh? All right, in 33rd place, at 1,889 some, no longer breathed in. This isn't the TI solve. There is track on it, but it strongly resembles the TI solve. It's been rejigged for some. TI solve with minus 10G. Yeah. Also, it's non-looping, and no longer breathed in writes that making it non-looping saves exactly 2 sum over the looping version.
Oh.
They'll take and catch you, Bun Bun. Alright. It's pretty much just the TI solve with a minor difference, so I don't mind moving on very quickly. In 32nd place, 1829 sum, is Jamu. I briefly saw Jamu was not feeling too great about rate. I'm so sorry, Jamu. If you do feel, it also is considering a break from Opus Magnum after the tournament, which I think is perfectly healthy. Especially if you're planning on coming back for the weeklies, which it sounds like you are. So, absolutely valid. You've done really well. You've made it through an entire tournament, and it's, as I said before, never easy. I don't care how good you are at the game. It's just not easy. So, it's also kind of interesting, actually, in that it's just 2 hex arms doing a shitload of sorting out and work with just the one purifier and the one projector. And it's doing all of that wastelessly.
It's trying so hard to be wasteless.
Yeah.
It's super slow. It's cheap, but if you are only measuring time to first output, then it might have a good ratio, but it's to 6 outputs. And I think the biggest thing to note about this is because rate is over 18, you need a lot of cycles to make an output. You are going to need to build a machine that goes kind of fast.
I've turned on fast rabbit mode, and it's still taken a significant amount of time to, like, show what's happening. That's just how much shuffling the hex arms need to do. So, yeah. So, rather unique sum puzzle, Critellium. Insanely slow. So, we talk about the cost to cycles ratio. This one has an insane cost to cycles ratio, at least on paper, in that you need to worry a lot about that fucking cycle count, because how much of the input do you want to be using? How fast do you want to be grabbing it? These are all important questions for some, not easily answered, because, right, the cost balloons, but how much does it need to balloon to compensate for the insanely high cycle count that you're going to get? It's kind of like timing crystal sum, except interesting.
You know, that's the best description I've heard. You've done it. You've actually described it perfectly.
Yep, stream over. In 31st place, Pineapple. We might have already seen this solve. I think we have already seen this solve. We'll play it again, just briefly.
Guava moment.
Another guava moment.
The same guava moment.
True.
This one does bother to be expensive in order to be fast enough.
It does, true. Yeah, a Pineapple rating in Twitch, it's 104 rate.
16 inputs to an output, so it is actually very wasteful. It is projecting iron many times.
Alright, let's get the rabbit mode going again. Actually, I don't need rabbit mode. It's not actually that slow.
It's funny, I remember my sum because all 3-digit numbers have a look to them because I play div. Oh wait, I have a 3-digit sum, oh no.
That's okay. Yeah, I don't mind spoiling that. There are some... The sum record will not be 4 digits. Okay. Oh, this solve has 13,000 instructions. I didn't notice. Oh, no, wait. That's not this solve. That's the next solve. In 30th place, a Grape Jelly Singularity. It's actually a real sum solve, I swear. I appreciate the clarification, if I'm being honest. I swear I didn't just run out of time.
Goodbye Galaxy has called it for the night.
Nah, that's fair. That's very fair. I'm sorry I put some last. Goodbye Galaxy. Oh, watch back the VOD. Alright, this solve. Good night, Galaxy. That's good. Alright, a grape jelly singularity writes in the solution notes. Yes, I know it looks like I just cut my rate solve in half, and I can neither confirm or deny having done that, but this solve has some very important improvements that give it an incredibly slightly better sum than if I had just cut my rate solve in half, and you can't prove anything anyway.
It removed all the equilibrium, which is better.
I don't remember the rate solve input suppressing either.
Oh yeah, it moved the input down by 1 so that it would have room.
Yeah, there you go. It's a saved area.
It saved area, it removed equilibriums, it got rid of half of the machinery and half of the instructions.
That's basically some, right? It's just slower rate.
Yep.
That's right. That's what I keep hearing.
Allegedly, that's what's some, yeah. Alright. Next up at 1719. It is OMG It's a Best, who has been too goddamn busy playing Balatro to optimize.
Bist, this lemon wedge is for you.
How many lemon wedges do you have left?
I got 2 more. Ebenoff and Grimmy have not shown up yet.
I don't think Grimmy will
didn't
show up.
solve.
Yeah, Grimmy doesn't show up, just to warn you if you want to eat the...
Oh.
If you were saving that lemon.
Oh.
Dreamy tends to avoid really not simple puzzles because
Yeah.
they like to solve the simple ones to perfection rather than struggle with the ones that are hard.
Got it.
I remember Grimmy saying Touchstone Cycles was like the perfect difficulty for them. So this is not that puzzle.
So you telling me they come out of nowhere and make me eat a lemon, and then they just leave and don't elaborate? Nah. All right, Grimmy, this one's for you. One more.
Oh, this is quite cheap. I don't know that we'll go under 200G again.
It's very cheap, actually.
Unfortunately, quite slow.
Okay, so, alright, let me read the solution notes first. Best writes, sorry I played too much Balatro. There you go, confirmed.
You know, sometimes your brain wants you to play a game that isn't Opus Magnum, and I don't relate, but like, good on you for knowing.
Okay, so the ranking's going to be slightly scuffed, because there's one person who submitted their sum solve literally last minute, and I was too busy running the script to have that. So, I'm just going to manually download the solve and show you when it's relevant. It will come up significantly later, because it's a very skilled solver who made it. But that just means we're going to be skipping 28s, because 28s is not... I won't tell you who it was, but...
But it was their previous solve?
It was, like, not a sum solve at all.
Oh, okay.
Alright. So... yeah, in actual 28th place is Rat Massive.
Oh, this is just half of the bad piece standing up or whatever the other one was called.
Actually, yeah, you're right. Rat Massive writes in the solution notes, the idea was to double pump it with 2 pipelines with the napkin math I did. Each side pulling every 4, project 3 silver to gold, 3 copper to silver, and 1 iron all the way up. I was in no way prepared for the thought of the how to accomplish it. Ended up half-assing it, getting the planned rate on one side, but somehow having waste despite there being none in my crap math. I then took a break to rethink my life. Why is there waste, damn it? Your cycle should be less than your cost core. So, a lot of the same tech we saw from Rat Massive earlier. I am a big fan of the debonding here. Interested to show you guys how, like, the some breakdowns of, like, the cost versus the cycles, and, you know, are we gonna get solves where, like, is the winning solve going to have a higher cycle than cost? Because that's markedly unusual for some, but let's continue. Let's take a gander. In 26th place, at 1,399 some, Luna. It's actually 27th. My bad. Oh, look at that. I can
This is more like min glyphs. This is cheaper than Bist by a lot, so I was wrong about how.
Was this the cheapest scoring solve submitted all week? Yeah, it is. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, the cost record.
Actual cost wouldn't get to use a disposal. Or, you know, multiple arms.
Oh god, actual cost is just gonna have, like, fucking giant waste stick, isn't it?
Yeah, actual cost has waste, and it has 2 access point input output, and has to share 4 among the other 6 tiles you would want to access.
Oh god, cost cursed as well.
Yeah, cost isn't as bad as refined bronze, but it's like 1 access point nicer, which is not very many. It has the makeup of an awful cost solve, where you have an input, output, bonder, debonder, projection, and you can't touch it all.
So I mentioned this during the week in the channel, but when designing metrics for puzzles, especially in a tournament context, for shit like cycles, or to a less extent area, I have to, like, rein myself in, especially with cycles, because I could just make a disgusting cycles monster, but it's just gonna, like, not be fun at a certain point, and it, like, it's really easy to make it, like, hard, and just not have it be, like, interesting, and just, like, oh, great, theory min's gonna be nowhere near practical min, you know, well done, you know, that's not really much of an accomplishment. You need to make a cycles puzzle interesting other than being hard. Cost, on the other hand, my mantra almost literally is fuck the cost mains. I'm gonna make it as hard as I can. That was...
I mean, you have managed to make the hardest cost puzzles I have ever seen. And not necessarily because they're hard, just because they really throw in the face what the theory could say. Like, oh yeah, 0 access, that is the assumed default. Now, proceed. Proceed.
Alright, I guess there are still plenty of ways to make cost hard without being interesting, but, you know, I guess the way my brain works with costs surprisingly well means that if I find something that's, like, meaningfully hard as cost, like, I won't hesitate. Like, you know, I'm all about that, like, make cost really hard kind of shit. Although there are exceptions, like blue vitriol. Obviously, I didn't have that thought coming into blue vitriol cost. Luna writes in the solution notes, metallurgy is not my strong suit by any means, but my study occasionally forced me to face my fears, and oh boy, do they have hands. This was supposed to be my initial solve. Why it still exists, I have no idea. Alchemist Luna turning directly to the camera and crying. Arm 3 is pretty awesome though. Handles all the waste and the output with the same rotations. We dig that. In 25th place, 1,351 some, Nightshine. Not a name I've heard today yet. I think so. Skipped. I don't think I showed. I think the well, it wasn't trackless, and I didn't show it for rate because I was keen to get cracking on the rate solves. Alright, so Nightshine writes in the solution notes, teleporter, dispenser, metal, the point. This is the most nonsense machine I've ever, and I don't even. Critellium, I hope you're happy with me. Let it not be said that I'm scared of all hard puzzles, despite several absences. Biggie, I await your blog. I walk in the footsteps of people who walk in footsteps and not one more step behind. Finally, I may return to writing my fictions. Big props for making it this far, Nightshine. Hell, you snagged the top 25 on the way too. Very nice.
I hate to say this, but isn't this 26?
Oh. Oops. So, well, never mind. Top 30.
Yeah, Nightshine, you'll make it into the blog post. There will be one. I cannot promise that it's the first thing I'm going to do after this. Like, I have other stuff I'm working on soon, plus I have, like, my new job, and I'm going to travel a bit. But the blog post about this will arrive.
The machine itself, throwing out, iron and tin. I'm surprised you didn't use the disposal glyph for one of them.
Yeah, it would cheapen it for sure.
Yeah, just because disposal glyph's free. Other than that, the construction method is... It's pretty... I don't know, yeah, there isn't an uninteresting way to put Critellium together, which I think is really cool. And even this solve, it does like a cool seal solvent thing first. Yeah, you can see right there, there's the, I'm pretty sure, seal solvent monomer. And then finally throws the gold together. Purification is pretty... It's not too bad. It purifies straight into silver on one end. And there's a purification thing on the other for gold. So it's kind of nice how it gets... It's, if I'm not mistaken... Wait, so it only takes that one silver, actually, for the output. Okay, so it's like an odd one out silver. Yeah. 3 waste chains, though. It's pretty amusing. Alright. Moving on. In 24th place, River Soul. I feel like I'm getting a lot of the names that I had to cold-heartedly skip earlier in the stream. I'm finally getting to them.
And we got a small solution, 59 area.
Yeah, wow. I never turned collision back on. Oh.
That's fine. Should it be on?
Oh, for some it'll help.
True, but the area is written in the title.
Oh, I guess I never said it on my end.
Okay.
Joe, this solve's shaped like a fish, though. Seriously, that's like a perfect fish. Am I seeing things, or...?
No,
Yeah,
that's
no,
a great
it's-
fish. It's got the
Yeah.
little fin for a tail.
Yeah, that's dope.
Now, the question is that a huge eyeball in the front, or is that a large lamprey mouth?
I was imagining a mouth. Oh, it is eating fish pellets.
Nom, nom, nom.
You can think of it...
I didn't think of it as like a lamprey mouse, but now that you say that, now it's a sketchy fish. Now it's a creepy fish. I was thinking it was just like a colorful head.
Looks like a gravity gun from the other direction.
Oh,
Yeah,
it does! It does look like a gravity gun. That's awesome. Hey, shit, I think the gravity gun's a better fit than the fish. Riversol writes in the solution notes, that's all I can squeeze out of her, Captain. Incredibly compact, though. Looking ahead, I think this solve had the smallest area. Yeah, it does. No, wait, Jamu's was smaller.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, they do
Jamu's
not get this small,
Small.
from here on out. Alright. In 23rd place, Dino Lord 919.
Oh, I've definitely seen them on Reddit, but I don't know that they've ever submitted.
Dino Lord, I am fairly sure, has submitted in the last couple of weeks.
Okay.
Where is Dino Lord? Yeah, submitted for week 6. This is
I
their
wasn't
second
watching this. I wasn't watching the week 6 stream as closely the whole way through because I was at a hotel.
Ah. So Dino Lord writes in the solution notes, this thing sucks. I told Zorflax that and swore to myself that I'd finish a solution that, you know, actually does a metric. This doesn't. Started on rate and then got killed by my own schedule. I was going to write funny notes, but damn, it's been a long week or whatever. That's the end of the notes. I, Zorflax, reading this of my own free will, now ban Dino Lord 919 from the tournament for those terrible dodges going on in the middle. Damn. Why is Zorflax being such a prick all of a sudden? Shouldn't... Seems kind of wrong to ban someone for a swing.
It's interesting that this is a trackless looping solve, so it does submit for every metric. But probably some is where it gets the most points.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely some. Almost entirely purification. And there are... Oh, no, wait. There are 5 purification glyphs and 2 projection glyphs. And that top one gets used quite sparingly. It does get used for like one of the leads, I think. It doesn't happen in a while though. Yeah, there it is. Alright. In 22nd place at 1,188 sum for you. Slow but steady. Oh, look at how perfectly that fits. Fuck yeah.
Nice. Yeah, it just zoomed in on us, and it's so good. I like the 2 hex arms giving alternate tin and lead to the disposal. The puzzle is quite a bit more straightforward when your inputs are reactive iron.
So debonding, bit of a pain in the ass on this puzzle, because with the rate being as slow as it is, having just like the one debonder handle it with like 4 pivots, that's pretty slow if you're only going to use one debonder, and the cycles are of the essence for this more than any other sun puzzle I can think of. So introducing a second debonding station or like more debonding glyphs, definitely an idea worth strong consideration. For you, writes in the solution notes. Nothing to say about the solve, but I would like to thank Zorflax and the playtesters for making this tournament possible, and also to the community for keeping the game alive and coming up with new challenges every year. There have been a lot of interesting puzzles and metrics to tackle, and despite the very stiff competition, it's been really fun to see all the novel approaches to each puzzle. I've been a lurker on the OM Reddit and Discord since the game first came out, and it's great to see that the community is still growing to this day. Looking forward to playing the next tournament.
Gosh, people are using the notes as just such a wholesome sign-off on their solves, and I love it. I love it so much.
I know, it's great.
Like, yeah, we've got a really good thing going, and I'm just feeling the love right now.
Yeah, fuck yeah. I'll see you back here next year for you. You did great this tournament as well. Anyway, let's move on that nice wholesome moment. That's actually 23rd place. I'm confusing myself more than anyone else with this placement thing. So, in 22nd place, at 1,160 some, is Cosmic Horror. It works. But the sum version of It Works. So I think we saw versions of this solve earlier in the stream, but yeah, we definitely did. But this seems mostly designed with sum in mind more than the other metrics.
Yeah, I think this has replaced pistons with arms on track, and it has replaced hex arms with regular arms where it saves area. It's just not trackless and not instructions optimized.
Yeah. Yeah, the solve, looking at it now from the sum lens, definitely makes more sense as a sum solve.
Yeah, it's got actually really good multiples of 100 for cost and cycles.
And the ratios aren't bad either, like 600 to 400,
It's the cleanest 3-to-2 ratio you could ever see.
That's perfect. That's... Shit, we're almost hitting the... What do you call it? The golden ratio with that one.
Did you know that the golden ratio is the ratio of successive Fibonacci numbers?
Are you asking me that, actually?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did. I knew that, yeah.
Okay.
I thought you were...
Yeah, that would...
When you said, did you know Fibonacci, I'm like, is Biggie making a joke about Tool?
Oh, that's funny. That's true. I was like, okay, wait, no. Zorflax, of the different math things that I would assume Zorflax might know, I guess Fibonacci stuff would make sense because of music. So that's how I got, as soon as you were asking me if it was a genuine question, I was about on the same page. Oh, man. All right. I'm, like, internally shit posting. I just like activated my shit posting neurons. I gotta bite my tongue a bit. Alright. In 21st place. At 1,152. These drops are not happening very quickly at all. Mr. Royal Spade. Oi. That's a dense solve. Oh, wow. Lots of arm.
Haven't turned the arms off mod on in a while. Actually, this solve looks quite good with that.
It does a lot of purifying because it's projecting lead to make its life easier. But that makes it really slow. Yeah, actually, it is using the input as either a copper with a lot of steps by projecting lead and purifying it all up to copper, or a quicksilver with 3 disposals. Input is only 2 things, and neither of them is actually that fast to obtain.
It's grabbing inputs nice and quick though. Not really wasting much of it either.
Yeah, although if it's 17 copper to make an output, that was the whole reason that the 17 factor showed up in the rate solve.
Right, yeah.
17 copper or quicksilver. So if each input is either a copper or a quicksilver, then it's 17 inputs to make an output.
Right. So Mr. Royal Spade writes in the solution notes, usually when I start a puzzle, I either open Paint or Excel. Most puzzles can be boiled down to either a math problem or a spatial awareness optimization. For this puzzle, though, I have no clue where to start. I just threw some stuff together while trying to keep the footprint as small as possible. Because of my lack of process, I can't tell if this is good or not. This solution's biggest downfall is wasting Quicksilver. Using it to upgrade lead to tin hurts my soul, and putting a disposal glyph feels bad. That being said, both of those trade-offs led to a low area, so I've got that going for me. Ultimately, I don't think this is a great solution, but I'm glad to have something to submit. Given the low time spent, I'm happy with this. Enjoy. Yeah. That's a fair cop. Also, I usually harp on about how area is an underrated metric in some. But for this puzzle, it really does feel like area does not matter very much. Because your cost and cycles are both so goddamn high. It's like, alright, yeah, I can use that extra swing space. It won't hurt if it saves me, like, a lot of, like, movement.
Cycles.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I picked a rate, I solved it as cheaply as I could at that rate, and then I at the end looked at the area and was like, okay, here's the area say this is done now.
Yeah.
That's the sum approach with the puzzles too chunky. It's like you look at area last after you figured out your cycles to call straight off.
Also, Biggie, you're sounding a little robot-y.
Is this any better?
Nah, it's worse.
Ah.
You're still coming through, just robot-y.
I'm gonna disconnect and reconnect.
Oh, wait. No, you sound fine now. Huh.
Weird.
Weird. Okay, yeah, thank you, Mr. Royal Spade. Hope to see you around. You've been great. Okay. In 20th place, so we are at top 20. 42 Genius 42. Another name we haven't seen this stream yet.
Oh wow! Imagine not being talked about until 7 hours and 16 minutes into the stream.
Oh no! Oh, imagine watching the entire thing going, where the fuck is my solve?
So this does a lot of disposing, but it does purify 2 irons to make copper, and then it uses single quicksilver. Is it throwing out a quicksilver, or is it just always putting it somewhere where it's used? Okay, yeah, it's using it.
Yeah, it's not wasting quicksilver, so it's only throwing out tin and lead, so it's not throwing out the good metals. Oh wait, except for that one.
It will waste 1 quicksilver because the requirement ends up being 12 iron and 11 quicksilver to make it that way.
Okay, so it on rare occasion throws it. Yeah, it does. On rare occasion throw out a quicksilver. Yeah, there it is. See, it's very consciously slow, but cheap and small. Genius 42, right? Not a great sum. Best I can come up with in the limited part of the day I had. Boy, he's been short on spare time lately, unfortunately. Not much time to play of late. Is this good enough for at least 4 points in 2 metrics to keep me in 20th place overall? Probably not quite. You did snag a top 20 in some. I can't imagine this has a very competitive rate. But that might have gotten you the 4 points you need. The 8 points you need to hang on to 20th.
This looks like 144R because it is grabbing input every 12 cycles because ARM 2 is doing 3 disposals.
Yeah, grabbing every
Taking
12.
12 input to the output. So yeah, 144R unless there's an extra thingy happening.
Yeah. Alright. Next up, we finally take that drop. At 958. We dropped a digit. Not great. Another name we haven't heard yet today.
Not great's casual solve is moving pretty fast.
If you've got a clean idea for some, then casual solves can be surprisingly good. More than any other metric.
This is also 324 Ti.
It is. It does qualify for TI. Right, that's probably why pistons were used, so it could place for all 3 metrics. It's a pretty clean. You see, more than most other sum puzzles, I don't mind the length 2 hex sums for this puzzle, because again, area matters less than usual. It almost actually doesn't matter. So, I say yeah, this is the time. Usually you have to wait for the right time to bust out the length 2 wheel arm or or double arm or whatever. This is that time, if you ask me. If there's some really cool movement you can find and some really efficient shit you can do with a big old hex arm, go for it. And also, in a puzzle where you will be making heavy use of the disposal glyph, it makes kind of double sense, because you're committing to a length 2 arm no matter what. So if you can get stuff working with the, like, other prongs, then absolutely. Sign me up for a length 2 hex arm. Is this also the time for pistons? It is never the time. No, it is not. No. Let's not lose ourselves here, Cali Races. This is a sum puzzle. We still don't want
piston enjoyers.
No, you can't use pistons in a sum solve. Yes.
I used pistons in the other sum solve, but not this one.
I will not be having pro piston slander in my Twitch chat. In 17th place at 902 sum. Oh, it's 18th place actually. Madmaster 5000.
I love the title.
Nah, that's good. One must imagine the disposal glyph satisfied. So, Madmaster writes in the solution notes, this may appear strikingly similar to a sum solve, but do not be fooled. I believe, due to the high number of reagents needed to make a product, the many debonders needed on the large reagent, and the existence of the near useless lead in tin, means that the best sum scorers will break with established sum tradition and feature 9 or more arms to keep the cycle count low. Interesting point. I think it has some merit, and I say that as the person who made the 8 arm sum rule. yeah, if there's going to be a puzzle that breaks the 8-arm sum rule, this appears like it might be a decent candidate. Whether it actually is or not is another question. But, because, you know, shit like alchemical slag doesn't use more than 8 arms. Last I checked, anyway. But with a puzzle that seems to be asking for a demanding ass throughput, like, maybe now's the time to bust out the 9th arm.
Yeah, the 8-arm sum rule is if you have more than 8 arms in your solution, you've placed too many arms. Try to spread the work out better.
Yeah. Yeah. You practically never need more than 8 arms when you're sum optimizing. This might be one of the only times where you need more than 8 arms. But even then, I'd be like, you know, be careful.
Yeah, because it's more of a rule of thumb. I mean, if a mischievous tourney host wanted to be like, yes, let's break every sum rule in the book, you could be like, okay, number of products is 60.
It's a right puzzle now.
I mean, weighted sum often has a lot of arms because when you weight cost lower, then you just don't have to worry as much about it. But if you make a product multiplier really high, that's effectively a weighting sum that increases the importance of cycles and decreases the importance of cost. It's just with bigger numbers.
Yeah. Arms are just so useful because they do things.
That's such a good statement. Maybe it's because it's 11 something p.m. and I got up at 3 a.m. today, but that just got me. Also, I got up at 3 a.m. today, so I'm probably fading faster than I'm giving myself credit.
Damn, you got up at 3 a.m.? Damn.
Yeah, that's the reason. I went back to sleep, but not very long.
We'll hold out. Not long to go. I will not make you guys stay for the showcase.
Oh, no. I'm staying for showcase.
Oh, fuck yeah. Alright. Okay, moving on. In 16th place, at 880 some, we have Sock Boy. Dearest Sock Boy.
Ooh, we're moving fast. We're also using extra drop instructions on arm 1, so that secondary, or tertiary, I guess.
Haven't talked about the tertiary. We've had some pretty high instruction counts too. Sockboy writes in the solution notes. Optimizing for sum feels quite difficult. The solution space is very large. I started with a tightish area solution with a high cycle count and kept reducing the interval between pulling inputs and checking the sum score. After 3 or 4 solutions, I guessed the optimal would be around a 6-7 tape, but this 4.5 tape ended up much better. I did make a 4 tape solution, but I needed to double up on some of the deconstruction machinery, which bumped up both the area and the cost significantly. Quite happy with how assembling the output came together. It felt quite area efficient. A nice change from the trackless instruction challenge.
One thing 4.5 tape, it seems like he means an input every 4.5 cycles, which then with 12 inputs per output means you're taking 54 cycles per output.
Yeah. So it did come up because when I told the playtesters I was planning on doing like a 3 mod 2 kind of 3 metrics thing, Shadow Cluster did like he was trying to like argue in vain for having like a small metric like an area or a cost or something. He did kind of realize it was a bit in vain though, because there just were no real small metrics for this puzzle, because yeah, like the ones that I had pecked were already like kind of the obvious choices a bit.
If you've got some solutions over 1,000 cycles, I don't want to think about areas.
Yeah, that was a big part. That's a not small part of the problem with picking like fucking cost for this puzzle or something. Also, that Critellium hex is unused.
Nice.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Alright, Hexarm. Length 2 Hexarm useful in all 6 directions. This is kind of what I was talking about with the Length 2 Hexarm. I think this one is very well justified. Pistons on track though. We don't do those. We don't like to see those. In 15th place at 16th place at 850 we have John. We're going back under 200 cost with this one.
Solder fumes.
Huh?
Solder fumes. Just evaporating. Lead and tin into the air without a care.
Oh yeah, solder. That's right. I'm sure that the fumes coming out of the disposal glyph are perfectly healthy to breathe in.
No longer breathed in the fumes.
Do you get projection in area or can you juggle the extra quicksilver? Surely you get projection in area. I don't know, but I'm just going to say surely.
The product is large enough, I would think.
Oh yeah, I mean,
You'd get the space.
surely
You
you can
must
just...
have to place You have to place projection and purification. There's not enough metallicity in the input.
Look at that shit. That practically... The layout makes itself. Yeah, some solve. No, wait. Yeah, there you go. The layout practically makes itself. I'm sure
Do
that'll
you remember press F6? Do you remember to press F6? Do you remember to press F6?
Alright, I pressed F6.
He disabled collisions. It should be fine.
Okay.
Yay! I pressed F6 anyway. I appreciate the reminder, actually. Alright. Moseying on down. So this is back under 200, so... Not really establishing much of a ballpark figure for the cost cycles ratio yet. It's interesting to note when that does or doesn't happen when we're doing these sum metrics. It's not happening at all at the moment. In 15th place, sorry, at 825 sum, Matrix V. More expensive, but that cycle count still somewhat ballooned out.
I do think people have a particular style of solution vibes in mind when they hear some, because most things don't have 18 plus inputs per output. Or I guess 9 plus inputs per output.
Yeah.
So if they try to follow those vibes, but then end up with a solution that's kind of slow, they get stuck.
Yeah. That's one thing you think about as a sum main. It's like vibes are all well and good, but if you do something that looks shit but is better, it's just better. And you do have to be willing to experiment with stuff that looks like utter crap for some, even because it might very well be the best idea. Shout out to Mora's non-looping sum solve in Touchstone. Which is not a crap looking solve, it's just the fact that you can't make it loop no matter what. Like, no matter what restriction I impose on it. It's just funny. Unless it's... No, not even sum 4 saves it. Vibes are good, but golden ratio is better. Yeah.
L plus ratio. I do like ARM 5 making full use of its tape and its track does seem to be the heartbeat of this solve, and it would kind of require redesigning with a different way of getting Quicksilver from place to place to go faster.
So this seems like a somewhat natural cadence, admittedly, for this solve, because it's got the 1 debonder going, debonds everything without hesitation on the pivots, and like doesn't wait to regrab on arm 1 at all. And so as a result, it needs 2 purification glyphs to handle all that metal, because it doesn't want to be throwing out more than it needs to. It doesn't even throw out all the tin. So it's trying to be as economical as possible, hence the extra purification glyph, which I don't mind at all. And just the 1 bonder, because it is... That's the nice thing about some, is that you're constructing Critellium slowly enough that you don't need too many bonders, even if it's an annoying shape. Alright. In 14th place, Egg Sucker 888 at 744. Egg Sucker, is it just me, or has Egg Sucker had a really good week?
Yeah, I keep hearing them come up pretty high up.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, Egg.
And they're here in Twitch chat. Oh, it's an every 4 input grab, and it's doing a twist to debond it, and then just directly purify.
So, this is a really cool idea with arm 1. With the... It's a cool pivot, too, to make use of multiple debonders. Grabbing 1 every 4 means that you have plenty of, like... You're grabbing inputs plenty fast enough that you can afford to just throw out all the tin and lead easily. And it's... Yeah, the cycles is still under the cost. Oh, look at that. That goes to the trouble of looping. It takes the L. We enjoy that. And yeah, that's your purification glyph out of the way. And all you really need to worry about is projection and bonding. And you can easily afford a 2nd bonder with, you know, 10 extra G. And for the cycle count you're getting in return, plenty worth it. But no, big fan of this arm 1 idea.
It's interesting that the disposal arm does have to do a double rotate at one point, because it's disposing all of its lead and 1 Quicksilver, and disposing the extra Quicksilver is like a period increase that you have to find a way to accommodate. So there's a 2nd arm on the triangle track at the bottom, and then sometimes the hex arm does a double rotate.
True.
Yeah, it really is a throw out all the lead, throw out all the tin, and throw out 1 in 12 Quicksilver, and then just project iron to copper and purify iron to copper and project the rest. It's just like a theme that there's a huge clump of people doing. I wonder if that lasts all the way to the top.
True, yeah. In 12th place, at 732 some. Sorry, 13th place, Mr. Puzzle.
Oh,
How we doing, Mr. Puzzle?
here we are.
So you do a very similar thing, except you have a pretty cool length 2 wheel arm.
Yeah, and it's the getting the Quicksilver out of it is a little bit of a trick, because it drops and then immediately grabs.
So one thing I notice with some puzzles with like chunky inputs, like this one, it can matter quite a bit which one you grab to start with, because that grab is like, that's baked in no matter what. That's just how Opus Magnum puzzles work. Mm-hmm. So being able to make the most of that one grab, because it's arguably your most important grab in a puzzle like this. And so it affects the cadence of the solve. So we saw the last solve grabs iron, does the cool purification idea. This solve Similar idea, as similar as possible, except the single decision to grab Quicksilver instead of iron has completely changed the way the geometry is laid out. The purification glyph's way up there, double arm to handle it, but your projection is so much nicer as a result of having that Quicksilver already, that grab already baked in.
Yeah. It also puts some restrictions though, because I wanted to try and go as fast as possible, that I have a very limited time window of when I can actually project, and an even narrower window of when I can bond and get the Quicksilver out.
Yeah, true. You have to be very careful with how you get that Quicksilver out. You have to time it perfectly.
I just realized that a strategy one could take to get rid of that 1 in 12 Quicksilver is to, instead of disposing it, is to retain one lead from the beginning and just soak up a Quicksilver with it before disposing. Maybe even soak up multiple Quicksilver.
Kelly Reesus asks, does Arm 4 need to be a bi-arm instead of a hex arm? It seems like it might.
The one
Yeah.
at the top.
Yeah, top one.
It rotates the Quicksilver into a way that would crash if it were a hex arm.
It seems like it might actually need to be a bi-arm instead of a hex arm.
I mean, it could be
Oh,
a hex
yeah.
arm that has to rotate a second time backwards,
Right.
which is a little annoying.
Yeah, it has to rotate that iron a second time, otherwise the Quicksilver will crash into it. It would have saved instructions, though, if I had made it a hex arm, because then it wouldn't need to rotate again to get lined up. No, never mind. That wouldn't work. You would need to rotate back. Yeah, it's... I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it needs to be a bi-arm. Yeah. You can't rotate only once, because otherwise it'll crash, and then
It's
needing
possible.
to rotate twice.
Okay, hear me out. Clockwise, counterclockwise, counterclockwise, drop, grab, clockwise, drop.
I was thinking counterclockwise, clockwise, drop, grab, counterclockwise, drop.
I think they both work.
Yeah. Okay. So in that case, yes, you can make it a hex arm, but not easily. But yes, you can.
Then it would increase instructions at that point.
Oh, would it? Oh.
I mean, right now it has a full tape. Hex arm wouldn't have a full tape. Oh no, it has a 9 instruction tape. It would end up having an 8 instruction tape though, which does remove 1.
Yeah, because the tertiary mattered, obviously, Mr. Puzzle.
Clearly.
Because at 732, looping but with 1 fewer instruction.
Oh, it could have been like 280 something instructions. Whoa. Coming up next at 7:32, 0288. Yeah, kicking yourself now, huh? No, Alright. In 12th, or actually in 12th place. Oh no, wait, sorry, actually in 12th place. At 721 some, we have Daniel L.
Yeah, in chat you had mentioned during Eggsuckers, this sum breakdown is very similar to mine, implementation as well. It has the same twisty on the projection, it's the same idea. But it's waste chaining the Quicksilver here, which is interesting.
Those 10s sliding past each other. That's pretty good.
Oh, that is good. Whee, that's a near crash. Nice. Let me read the solution notes, actually, while I've got it slowed down. Daniel L. writes, out of all the metrics this week, sum was the one I felt the least drawn to because of its ambiguous nature in optimization. Hardly any of my builds left their infancy before being deleted. Fortunately, I did end up finding a start that I felt particularly compelling and saw it through to what you see here. In hindsight, perhaps there is some analysis that could be done. Clearly, the lower ranked medals need to be either trashed or used, the latter of which was far too unwieldy. This meant I needed 12 regents for one product, or 72 regents total. I settled on 4 cycles per input, since I could either increase by 1 cycle and get rid of the extra 72 elsewhere, do a 3 cycle input pool and allow myself only an extra 72 cost plus area, or do a 2 cycle input pull and trash a medal every cycle, none of which seemed too practical for me. Ideally, only 2 arms would be used for trashing, but I was unable to find a good layout for that and settled with 3. Clearly, different arms are needed to do the purification and projection, and it seemed like 2 arms were needed to assemble. So I convinced myself I'm within 2 arms of min arms, and due to the special arms, within ATG of min arm cost. Otherwise, my solution feels pretty tight area-wise, so I anticipate that better sums will have a significantly lower cost through fewer bonders and debonders and or special arms, or one that has a lower rate. So we've been seeing a fair amount in the last few solves. I only have the one debonding station, but there are multiple debonders within that bonding station just to clear out each individual debonder in time to achieve that 4 cycle cadence, instead of committing to like a whole second pipeline, which is usually not a good idea for some. Return of the arm 1, the clutch arm 1 that lets you do this 4 cycle cadence. I wonder, it looks like...
I think this could save 1C moving the output. There's no reason it needs to translate before dropping. It could drop before translation, because it's already over those tiles.
I was actually about to say the same thing. You beat me to it. I'm like, wait a second.
Sorry.
Nah, just great minds think alike.
I read chat. I'm too fading to think alike.
Oh, they said it in chat too. I see. Well, that's a shame, because the next 4 solves all come out at 720 exactly. No,
I knew there was a 4-way tie somewhere.
Amazing. That means I actually made top 10.
No. Coming up in... It's going to say 10th place, but I'm sorry, it is not 10th place. At 707 some... Spiritual Shampoo.
Shambles.
Shambles.
I mean, we already got a winning amount of points in the others. This is the 3rd metric moment.
Yeah. I don't... I wouldn't call this Shambles, because this probably won't count towards his total score in the end anyway.
Yeah, this is just out there to displace the likes of Daniel L, Mr. Puzzle, Egg Sucker, Triple Eight, Matrix V, etc.
Right, you gotta like... Yeah, because with the 3 metrics thing, only 2 of them count as scoring. You gotta metagame a bit. You can try and like do, making good solves for all 3 metrics pushes other people down and makes them score worse. So it's a smart play. Link 3 hex arm doing a lot of work. I don't mind the Link 3 hex arm either. I'm usually very anti big hex arm in some solves, but not this puzzle.
How do we feel about the L?
Very much not taken. I don't think the L was appreciated.
1 L. I like that the input is in the output. It is very rare for it to be like any kind of good to put the input in the output.
You never see that in Song. Yeah, it's funny. The fact that I have the L, like, if you take the L, it records as 0L, and if you don't take the L, it's 1L. So, if you don't take the L, you score an L. So you have no choice but to take the L, even if you don't take the L.
Well, no, it's more of there's one L because he hasn't taken it.
That's another way. Well, that's true.
If you do not take an L will be assigned to you.
It's exactly. Okay, so all right. Actually, let's look at it one more time. I'm enamored a bit by the big hex arm and the way it works. Interesting. It'll grab the lead first and pivot with the lead, and then re-grab onto the quicksilver. So
that just puts things over the debonders correctly for the easiest disposal pattern.
Yeah, incredibly easy disposal here. Makes it look piss easy. And then from there, it's just solve the puzzle with reactive iron, purify all the iron, project it maybe once, maybe twice. And you got spares, let's just, like, waste ball it. Don't take the L. Yeah. Alright, so the next solve is the one that was submitted last minute, which is why it's not in my AHK.
So true 10th place.
Sorry? Did you ask who's in 10th place?
No, I said this is true 10th place then.
Oh, well, who is in 10th place? You would have been correct, Biggie.
It was, it was a who's solve. Okay.
Who's on 10th? What's on...
Correct.
second?
You already got it. Stop asking.
I still do think the debut of Who on Blue Vitriol in 42nd, right after I literally asked in chat, who got 42nd, I wonder?
That was... You couldn't have planned that any better.
It was not planned. It just came out perfectly.
Okay, so this comes out at exactly 700 some.
Nice.
I'll just let it play out. Quite a few notes here, actually. They're not here, but let me put it up on the website. If there's something strange in your neighborhood, who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters. If there's something weird and it don't look good, who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters. So, I had a decent start on TI. Was able to get 7 out of 9 atoms and 29 instructions, but the last bit just kept not working, so I abandoned TI in favor of RI. However, as a final reprisal of week 1, I was narrowly unable to get my rate submission done in time. I started my rate work with an extensive theoretical analysis. The main theoretical limitation on instructions is due to the purifications. Each purification requires a minimum of 2 grabs, 2 moves, and 2 drops. Together with projection, the absolute minimum is 1,999 operations per 272 cycles, which is about 8 instructions per cycle, assuming only single arms. Since period 4 is about the minimum reasonable period, this makes 32 instructions as a minimum, or less with proper hexarm usage. This laid the groundwork for my plan. I believe the best approach is to use wanding to disassemble the input and distribute the metal atoms, then use hexarms on track to do 4 purifications in parallel with each arm. After making the needed atoms, an arm on track can manipulate a big brick once every 272 cycles to make 15 outputs. An alternative plan involves some cleverness with routing the gold atoms to conditionally grab mercury, which in turn conditionally grabs silver, so that the machine doesn't need to calculate the correct ratios and the atoms are produced at the correct ratio on demand. Of course, once I tried implementing my plan, none of these ideas worked at all. Wanding seemed hopeless, and I couldn't get any parallelism on the purifications to work. Merging streams of atoms from disparate sources was tricky, and I only got it working with a few hours left in the contest. Big bricking the outputs was just too great a challenge with the time I had left. I used bunches of 34-length tracks to do the conditional grabs, which were a pain to debug. In the end, I ran out of time to do the final construction. But hey, at least some wasn't too bad. And the good news is there aren't any more instruction puzzles in the rest of the tournament. I hope.
As a sum solution, this came together really well.
Oh yeah, actually talking about it's a good ass sum solve. It does the it's always arm 1. I don't know why it's always arm 1, but once again arm 1 tech. Multi-bonder.
But is it oh wait, no, this isn't 270G, it's 310G. The stats on screen still show Spiritual Shampoo's stats because you don't have AHK for who.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure those stats are accurate on screen down the bottom. Does it throw out that extra Quicksilver?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
Piston doing that.
Oh, piston. Oh.
Pistons you can get into top 10 with pistons, everybody.
Piston detected. Solve invalid.
Well, that's why the AHK didn't detect it.
Okay. In 9th place. I can actually say that now. Goodbye Galaxy.
Really?
He was not entirely happy with his sum solve. He wanted to push significantly under 700, but had to, in his words, settle for 684.
No, it is pretty cheap compared to what we've seen so far. And it is small in area. But it's period 5 on the input, so it is going to be slower than the others.
Goodbye Galaxy writes, I had initially reasoned that since this is a naturally slow puzzle, i.e. many inputs to make one output, that fast and expensive would be the winning strategy. Yet here I am, with a slow and cheap submission. And besides the visillary method of mercury disposal, there's not much interesting about this solve. The left side dismantles, the right side assembles. How boring. My 709 was much more exciting. He had a very fast, expensive 709, which had outright 2 pipelines.
Oh, wow.
So, interestingly, the Goodbye Galaxy, halfway through the week, had come up with a new definition of some monster that excluded Critellium. Because the definition I had traditionally used up to this point is, if the sum record cannot reasonably be expected to go below 500, then it's a some monster. And that seemed to fit for every puzzle on the leaderboard. Doesn't really fit that well for this puzzle. And so I can't remember exactly Goodbye Galaxy's new definition, but it was like you need at least 2 big gimmicks. And this one's really only like, it's got the purification gimmick, and you know, if I added Animismus to the puzzle, maybe it would have been a some monster, but as is, maybe not really. I mean, we're not even breaking the 8 arm rule, with at least not with this solve, and a few of the others we've seen. The cost is still below 300. Yeah, there's Goodbye Galaxy's not taking the ult either, because it's already used the disposal glyph, so there's no way to get Quicksilver at disposal without, like, making it worse.
True. Arm 6 is the only one that can talk to the waste atoms, and Arm 3 is the only one near it that can talk to disposal, but Arm 6 can't talk to Arm 3 without access to the track that it's on top of.
Yeah. And even if it could, like, how you getting that Quicksilver through the tin lead? Actually, no, that's not a problem. That's actually... Wait, I take that back.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could probably do it. It's just annoying, and there's not a point to it, because it's not going to be a sum tie, right?
You would think not. Alright. Moving on. In 8th place, we drop 3 points to Calyuresis.
Really?
Hmm.
I was not expecting to beat big names.
Relationship ended with RI, now Sum is my best friend. Is that a motherfucking piston solve? Ooh.
That piston's doing work.
You can get into top 10 with pistons, everybody.
Why are we using pistons in current year? We're using pistons in some solves.
In current turning.
And 1L.
Current toy. Oh yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, that hexarm storage. Does that need to be a hexarm?
Oh no, Calyuresis mentioned in the chat that there was an accidental hex arm and it could have totally been a single arm.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm
And
like, why does that need to be a...
10 sum makes a difference because I am within 10 sum ahead of this.
Oh, it would have mattered. Not that it affects Calyuresis' placement at all.
And it won't affect my score because I'm on scoring on some.
It would have hurt Biggie's score if you were trying to...
No, because I'm non-scoring. I got 2nd and 4th, so unless I'm top 4 on this, then it won't score.
Oh, okay, so it didn't matter, okay.
Meanwhile, at a pile-up at 679.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only context in which I would actually feel like this made a difference.
4 people with the exact same solve, except they're at different rotations.
So, again, it's always arm 1. I don't know why it's always... I guess it's the first arm that does something, which is why it's always been arm 1. Arm 1 tech proving very strong. I haven't quite seen that debonding cadence yet. So I hesitate, but maybe we can start paying a bit more attention to area. Because Silver does really throw the hexes out there. Which again...
It does not use Critellium though.
That's very true. Unused Critellium. Very nice. Impressive. Very nice. In 7th place, you are in fact up next, Biggie.
Nice. The first looping solve in a while, mind you.
Oh, yeah. Finally, some good fucking looping.
It is still 6p, but it's 6p looping. And it's the faster solve. I think no one has done this at period 3 yet.
Ooh.
It's the same thing that all the others have been doing, but I'm just grabbing every 3rd cycle instead of every 4th, with a couple of gaps so that I can clear out the extra Quicksilver. I think when Fiondir's TI solve was on, people were remarking that, oh yeah, he does this debond from the input, and then I looked at it as like, wait, no, his input grabbing arm, Quicksilver storage arm, and projector grabbing, or purification grabbing arm are the exact same as in my sum solve. Fiondir revealed my sum tech during his TI solve.
So, funny enough, actually, this solve is the joint fastest sum solve submitted. Tied with Rat Massive, which was way back in 27th place. None of the other solves will be this quick.
Interesting. Okay. I thought that there would be maybe faster because it's a puzzle that wants to go fast. Needs to go fast. to be good in some.
Once again, Biggie, you are the queen of fast sum solves.
I'll take it. I did mention that this is faster than my rate solve, which doesn't output its sixth product until 370 something. And I do have to place 4 arms around disposal just to keep up, which is a little bit annoying.
So, if you remember, Rat Massive solve was like a half rate solve
Yeah.
that this actually tied with on the cycle count. And that came in at like 1000 G. So the fact that this is coming in at 335 G in comparison to that is super impressive.
Nice. Yeah, this is like 39 or 40 R. It's 6 speed, so you're like, it's somewhere between 39 and 40. It's 39 on the first input and 40 on the later.
So since I've revealed that this is the joint fastest sum solve submitted with the intention of being a sum solve, this solve does not break the 8-arm rule. So pouring some cold water on that idea. It's a rule of thumb, but if you ask me, a surprisingly powerful one.
And spending 100 G on a free disposal glyph, though.
Ah yes, free. That is actually a good point, yeah. Potential point of inefficiency. So, it sounds like this kind of came together pretty quickly in comparison to the other 2 metrics, since this was for you the 3rd metric.
This was 30 minutes. The others were like days.
Not 30 minutes. Damn, your effort to placement ratio was way better on this one.
Yeah, I guess.
Alright, moving on. In 6th place, at 653 sum, we have Kazian. So, arm 1,
grabbing every 3. Oh no, we're grabbing every 4.
I really like... So, arm 1's non-traditional angle of Regent grabbing allows for very efficient disposal at that 1 in every 4 cadence. Arm 4 being used for that 1 Quicksilver disposal must not have felt nice, but there's really no way around that. Kazian writes in the solution notes, I didn't spend as much time as I normally would have on this, but I still theorized a few other designs and always came up short from this one. Reclaiming the tin seemed non-viable, and alternative methods to deal with the 1 extra Quicksilver, such as pivoting the input to tin rather than iron and allowing 1 extra projection, always seemed less parsimonious than 1 arm express mailing it to disposal. Slowing down to pseudo period 6 requires massive cost savings, and speeding up to period 3 is marginal even before the great difficulty of assembly. I look forward to seeing the true way to do this. Alchemist Kazian, still not a brick. So, Arm on Diamond Track has somewhat activated my neurons, being a very important tool for, in this case, assembly, because it's just kind of Arm 6 and 5 are both stationary. They already have pretty important jobs to do, so it is the entire rest of the assembly is all Arm 7's problem. And it is handling that problem as best it could. Pretty well. Not happening at period 3. Even though most of the other arms might. But even then, like, disposal doesn't work at period 3. Arm 6 probably doesn't. Pseudo period 4 seems a rather natural stopping point here. Fiesta saying, We have the same brain as Kazian. Interesting. That's as good a segue as any, because in 5th place is Fiesta. Oh, would you look at that. God damn, that is similar.
It's cheaper assembly, but everything else is so similar.
5 cheaper. They save track hex.
Fiesta writes, this approach was the best I could find, but I'm not convinced by it. Oh, what's up?
Oh, sorry. I was just realizing they're not using an arm to throw away the Quicksilver. They're storing it, and then they're going to take care of it later. So they still loot.
Oh, we do. Yeah, we take the L with great difficulty, but we take the L. Oh, that's like a cursed L too. Oh dear. Alright, so
Nice.
Fiesta writes, this approach was the best I could find, but I'm not convinced by it. It doesn't quite have that summy feeling. On the other hand, this puzzle inherently challenges some. The minimal in-out ratio is 10 to 1, so even at period 4, we're looking at a floor of 250 cycles. If we're aiming for the typical sweet spot of G is like about twice of C, or G is the golden ratio to C, that's quite a large budget for the mechanisms. Moreover, the 10 to 1 recipe is much harder to manage than this 12 to 1, throwing away tin and lead. At this ratio, the C floor is closer to 300, suggesting a sum target around 600. That's 50 better than I found, and would still be the highest sum record on the leaderboard. Yes, the puzzle is hard, but I'm not ready to believe that it is this sort of unicorn. In my defense, all this theory crafting is ex post facto. My initial approach registered the high G budget and attempted a cheap period 6, but at 150 cycles slower than period 4, there was no way to save enough G on mechanisms to justify the relaxed cadence. I also tried a machine that was aggressive about cycles, operating at mostly period 3, but the waste handling at that speed required enough cost and or space to just overset the C savings. So period 4 does seem to be the best balance, which brings us back to that ever so unsavory target of 600 sum. I don't know, perhaps a different recipe would do better? I don't know. Well, considering the extreme similarities to Kazian's solve, I do feel comfortable moving on rather swiftly. Beating this solve by 1 point was Morikonda.
Oh wow.
23 to 2 programming pain. So we've abandoned the arm 1 strat. It's taken a long time, but we've finally gotten rid of it with 2 arms on a triangle track.
Oh, this is. Oh wow, Marconda says if she had found the arm 1 tech, it would have saved a lot of costs.
Oh,
Removing the input track loop entirely.
interesting. Right,
Where
that's
she's
like
saving is
30G.
actually building 2 outputs per loop.
So Morikonda writes in the solution notes, I reckon someone got sub 600 some, but that someone ain't me. My first solve was a 12 to 1 input every 8, costing only 190G, but taking 600 cycles. My second solve improved it to input every 4, coming in at 665 some with a single-use Quicksilver disposal arm. This is my third solve, getting rid of the single-use arm at the cost of forcing 4p, with the copper arm stealing an iron once every 23 inputs to fix the Quicksilver excess. Input every 4 seems like a natural sum convergence point, as you need many inputs per output. Disposing lead and tin follows from there, else you need more than one purification station. There's probably a way to get rid of the 5 wait cycles per loop to save 15 cycles, but I am not programming out this whole dang thing again. Yeah, arms 1, 2, and 5 being just one arm. It does change the geometry, because right now your disposal is, like, insanely efficient. More so than the other disposals to a certain extent.
Yeah, I think it saves 45G and not 55, and also some area. So it probably doesn't get you under 600 outright, but it gets you a lot closer. I think just not having to worry about disposing of Quicksilver is already a huge boon over some of the others.
Yeah. Other than that, construction has been quite leisurely for Critellium some. Very much a lot more of a cursed prospect for both of the other metrics, but not here. You get all the instructions you need.
Enough time to not worry.
Yeah, exactly. You got enough time to not worry. You have enough instructions to not worry. Other than that, we've got 2 different length arms on a diamond track, which is pretty sick. It just kind of ties the whole assembly together very nicely. Big fan.
So I remember you accidentally teased Evanov's sum solution during
Yes, I did.
construction, and that's what I've been looking forward to because it seems to be different.
Yeah, there was a reason I so hurriedly switched away from that solve. In 3rd place, at 640 some, which push?
Whoopsh.
Which push? So, Holy Mother of Solution Convergence, this is looking a lot like spiritual shampoos.
Really, though? But does it have to dispose of Quicksilver, or does it do the Maraconda thing and, like, absorb it in for a 4P? I think this actually absorbs
It
the
absorbs.
extra
Yep.
Quicksilver, so it saves so much hassle.
Oh wow, that's cool. It just swings right back over the input, suppresses it, and just keeps on going on its merry way like it wasn't even a problem. That's a huge boon. Which is why this is doing so much better than Spiritual Shampoo Solve. There it goes. It goes on a nice long ass merry-go-round and just gets absorbed into the next fucking product. Really cool. Witch Push writes in the solution notes, "How's it going, everyone? For some, it seemed more efficient to throw away the cheaper metals and just grab another iron from the input. 12 inputs give the material for 1 output plus 1 extra Quicksilver. The Quicksilver goes for a ride on the merry-go-round, suppressing the output on its way around. This gives 1 less metal for the second output, but skipping purification solves this problem. But skipping purification solves this problem and uses up the extra Quicksilver at the same time. It feels clean and efficient, which is usually a good sign for some, but the numbers still seem so big, so I have no clue." So it has to be said, a lot of solution convergence for this sum puzzle. Way more than I was expecting, actually. I was admittedly not prepared to see the design space kind of collapse so much.
I think Goodbye Galaxy nailed it though, saying that this has only really one thing to do, so there's an easier search to find how to do it.
Yeah.
There's not a real challenge in assembly. There's not a real challenge in disassembly. You have to do the things. The only other thing is how you coordinate it, and there's a clear way for that as well.
Speaking of, we did have somewhat of a clear top 2 for this puzzle.
Oh.
So, prepare for a bit of a drop. In second place, at 619 some, Faindeer.
Oh, Faindeer. Hell yeah.
Now, it's not faster, it's just cheaper and smaller.
Really? 300 cycles still? Oh, I love the title. Oh, this is Murakonda's solution with a better disposal.
So,
Or
yeah,
better input, I mean.
pretty much. Also, Arm 4 is a really good arm, though. Being able to get that swing over to both the disposal glyph and the projection glyph
Oh, yeah.
without missing a beat is really nice.
This doesn't do the thing Mora did of incorporating a stolen iron. This is a true 12-to-1, but it has Arm 4 in the perfect place to handle it. This is really clean.
I wonder if Arm 7 in this situation, if it just pivots and outputs, whether that saves much area.
Wouldn't that crash into Arm 6?
Oh, it would. My bad. Well, it was a nice thought.
I'm glad you had it.
Yeah, there's surprisingly little to say, even though we're at second place. I don't think that's just fatigue talking. I really do. we have
save a cycle on this by going 6p, but Finder's too good for 6p. There's a gap on the 9th instruction that doesn't need to be there if you're on the 9th instruction, but it does need to be there if you're on the 1 output plus that instructions.
So if you 6p'd it, you save like 5 cycles?
I think 1 cycle. Literally just 1.
Oh, literally just 1. Yeah, okay. Trash mania. That brings us finally to first place at 613 some. Congratulations, Ebenov.
Really drawing this out. The last lemon wedge. Finally get it.
Finally got to Ebenov after like 8 hours plus.
How dare you get first in some, the third metric we arbitrarily decided to do on stream.
Honestly.
Interestingly, I thought it was a more like divergent from the previous solutions. I guess when I was looking at it when it came up for a frame or two on the instructions metric, I remember the title and I remembered the track, which is why I was like, this isn't TI, but I did not think it was exactly the style of all the other Sumsolves we've looked at, so I was like looking forward to it being really different, and this doesn't seem as different as I thought.
Nah. Well, the scores are all like staggered out, but like, yeah, I don't know, the solution space just kind of got a little less interesting instead of more interesting on our way up, which, bit of a disappointing end to the tournament, actually. I finally whiffed on a metric and it's fucking sum. Oh well.
Yeah, I will say though, Arm 4 coming in clutch. It is doing so many different jobs that were separate arms on lots of other solves.
Oh yeah,
It
Armful's
not
perfect.
only has the left rotate and right rotate in convenient ways, it has the retract onto the projector. So 3 different actions it can take per Quicksilver that are all perfect for its task.
Armful being the MVP here, absolutely.
Yeah, these are 6 very good arms. I think everything about this solution deserves first place. It's a great solution. I think we've just seen 10 other solutions very much like it.
Yeah. It does give the impression, though, that the Sun puzzle's pretty maxed. I don't think this is ever going to drop below 600.
I don't know.
With...
So close. It's so close.
We're only 13 points off, but... I mean, to be fair, I mean... Maybe it's not maxed. I mean, everyone's scores were staggered, but... I don't know. Maybe it's worth a bet. Don't ever invite me to a casino. Arm 4 is very embalming fluid. Huh, yeah. Embalming fluid is a very annoyingly good sum record. I have tried going for that one once or twice, and I never even got close.
I mean, I think arms 1, 2, 3, and 4 on this enable so many different construction motifs that if you just use this exact arms 1, 2, 3, and 4, and like Fiesta's talking about, Fiesta had a construction order that's more optimal than this. Might replace arms 5 and 6 by something that's the same cost but lower area, or even cheaper and same lower area. I think arms 1, 2, 3, and 4 are the best possible backbone of a sum solve here.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that. Arm 1 is just too powerful of a motif to pass up. You're getting your debonding stations out perfectly in sync with your disposal glyph, and your purification glyph is just there. It's used. It's done. You just have to grab the copper, and that's all you need to worry about from that point forward. Purification's a naturally annoying glyph to work with, so having that there so perfectly is just too powerful.
If you have 2 small arms straddling the final bonder, then you cannot put the purified copper onto projector. It does need access to a triangle in order for arm 4 to have all the power it has.
Yeah.
So you do need a triangle's worth of track to use this effectively.
I guess the thing is, for the other 2 metrics, the Quicksilver in the middle is a pretty meaningful problem. It is not a meaningful problem in some where you kind of have to just take your time a bit.
Yeah, 4 latency on some to get to that point is nothing because it's out of a 600 plus sum.
Yeah, it's plenty. Yeah, I will. Yeah, for some, it was like I will admit it was a bit of an experiment because, like, I too thought fast and expensive would be the play, to be perfectly honest, and the fact that it wasn't, and there was just this one over-centralizing idea, not something I anticipated. For being honest, a little disappointing, but that's okay. It's still worth the experimentation. Especially since it was by far the least annoying metric to work on this week, so it was nice. It was also optional.
I'd say that all 3 winning solutions were amazing. Kazian's RI, Fiesta's TI, and this sum are all amazing for different reasons in different ways, but on a good puzzle. So, like, the solutions delivered.
That's it. Well, not for the stream quite, but that's it for the scoring solves. I
think it's it for me. I've been up 21 hours.
You get some you catch some rest, Biggie. You've earned it.
Good night and congrats. I believe I'm in 4th. I will learn otherwise when I awake again. Peace.
Thank you so much
care.
for sticking with us for this long, by the way.
Oh, you're good. Yeah. Thank you for an amazing tournament.
Thank you. Oh, you're
Bye
welcome.
now.
All right. Let me get the showcases all sorted. God, it's actually starting to get late where I fucking am. That's how you know it's been a long fucking stream. How you holding up, Mr. Puzzle?
I'm getting a little sleepy,
That's all right.
but also I routinely stay up until 1. It's currently about 2:15 where I am, and the thing is I consistently stay up until 1, 2, or 3. I shouldn't, but I do.
But you're holding up.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Oh, I've got like half a gig of space left. So hopefully that's enough time for the fucking showcase. Oi. All right. So, as per usual, we will go in cost order, with the non-finishing solutions being done last. This one comes in at 11,565.
Ooh.
I think it is Daniel. It is Daniel L's rate solve but halved. Feel free to use this solution to showcase my full solution instead. Oh. Okay, I was meant to use this as like the non-laggy version, so it's just the rate solve but in half. So there you go, it's half the starship. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and move on. Alright, next up is Egg Sucker 888 at 6,000. Carry a big stick. What is this?
Care.
This was my original rate solution before I figured out a better way. Original solution notes are as follows. 1. Convert input... Oh, it's just the same purification math.
Okay.
Okay, it was just the same purification math as in the actual solve, so... It's just kind of... The notes are posted for posterity, but... It's been a long stream, so... Oh, man. Oh, I'm doing this with...
Collisions are on.
Ooh. The what? Oh.
That's why it's all slow.
So now that we're 8.5 hours into the stream, now I could have used the the updated collision patch that... I'm sorry for not updating my fucking mods. But yeah, it would have actually come in handy there. So it's doing this. Oh, so it's just with the big long heart thing done twice. So it's counting out its sticks to 119 copper and 136 quicksilver. So these ones are all going to be projected and the rest are going to be purified. Alright, so we have reactive silver. Alright, it's batching them into sticks of 5 and 6. So that was an important stick number because 6 silver, 5 quicksilver is 1 Critellium. And here we go. Props to Eggsucker for going through to the pain of redesigning this whole thing from scratch. Fuck, that can't have been easy. And there we go. I'll let it output the current batch of Critellium. Shout out to all 23 of you who are still sticking around, by the way. It's gonna be morning in Europe soon. They're gonna, like, wake back up and be like, oh, the stream's still going. I can catch it for a bit. Good fucking lord.
We gotta stretch it out, man.
Quick, let me play Sigmar's Garden for the next hour. Alright, next up. At 2,490 cost, we have Mr. Puzzles Showcase.
Which one is it? 'Cause
Uh,
I think I have 2.
is it me or is it not loading?
This requires
Oh, I don't have... Oh, I
reductive
don't.
metallurgy.
Oh, I didn't update that one. Even though I'm a dev. Oh.
It's the you don't need the campaign mod. You only need RM, and that one should still be good.
Alright.
Probably.
How about I'm gonna run the next solve and then like do that in the background
Okay.
to save time. I can multitask. Actually, in the next showcase is very interesting, so it will give us plenty of time. It is Spiritual Shampoo's instruction solve.
Ooh.
Sum 4 minus sum 3. Alright, so apparently this is a bastard of a 3 instruction puzzle. The puzzle just begs to be... The puzzle just begs to be, instruction optimized. Have you ever instruction optimized, Mr. Puzzle?
I've given a crack at it a handful of times. That might have been why I wanted to make the track editor. Though I might have just seen that track editing was a pain. Wanted, but I have not done it much. Zorflax, could you bump the speed up to
Oh, yeah, sure.
Rabbit?
Rabbit
Let's
1.
try Rabbit 1 first.
Okay, I got Reductive Metallurgy 1.0.1. Let me throw that bad boy in.
Okay, I see. So, yeah, okay. So yeah, it looks like the idea is you generate a reactive silver every loot, and then eventually you have enough to make the thing.
With a lot of pain. Jesus. Alright. Okay, and you're left with 6 silver and 5 quicksilver. So there you go, the perfect amount. And so from here we watch this one loot. Watch it output a Critellium.
An interesting problem to deal with in instruction solves like this is when you want to build a product that would be really easy to do if you had rotates or pivots. Because most of the time, if you're doing an instruction solve, you get a grab, an advance, and a drop. And none of those are spinny.
Yeah, because we've always theorized about actually designing an instruction puzzle for a weekly or maybe even a tournament one day. And that is something that you would need to think about a lot. How easy it is to translate something versus like a puzzle that wants to be rotated, but you have to translate it. And is that meaningfully difficult, interesting? Will it stratify the community, and does it have a wide enough solution space? And applying all of that normal puzzle design logic to an instructions primary is just weird and it's weird and like just really difficult to do. I don't think it's impossible. I think it can and will be done one day, but that's why it hasn't been done, because your normal puzzle design strategies are very difficult to apply naturally and deliberately to free space instructions.
Right.
Alright, so I'm...
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah, it's a much different solution space. I could... Like... Yeah, it's hard to tournamentify the metric.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, it would be really easy to be like, here's a chapter of a campaign on free space instructions. Which is built to almost be like a set of traditional puzzles, as opposed to open-ended Zectronics puzzles.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, so I downloaded the latest reductive... I didn't have reductive metallurgy at all. I don't know where it fucking went. God, my arcane list of mods continues to confuse me.
You had hide your arms twice.
I don't know why. I don't remember downloading it twice. Alright. So, hopefully it now will work. Just let me try loading in Mr. Puzzle Solve. I see reductive metallurgy glyphs. Yay!
Awesome.
Have we ever talked about reductive metallurgy on stream? Because if not, this is the best mod for Opus Magnum by far.
Yeah, best content mod, because
Yeah.
there's like utility, quality of life stuff, and then there's like actual content. There's not as much content mods, other than like shitty thrown together Lamau fluorine atom. But like, there's unstable elements, and then there's reductive metallurgy, and I think those are really the big content mods.
Yeah, so if you haven't yet, and you're interested in playing a modded experience in Opus Magnum. I would recommend this one first. Is a whole ass campaign. There's new metal glyphs. There's all sorts of cool shit. Full on story mode. Yeah, really proud of the work. Most of it was done by Mr. Puzzle and RPO. I was fortunate enough to help out a bit. And we're in talks with Zach to get this to the mod as part of the actual game, as like a bonus campaign. And that there's a very realistic chance of that actually happening. So watch this space.
And that prospect is so fascinating to me because one, I fan fictioned a mod so hard that it became real. Like if we do that, that'd be so funny. But what's really cool about it is like, okay, really cool like mechanics and stuff. But like if it gets put in the normal game, then like the regular players have access to it, which means there are now workshop puzzles with the stuff in there, and then it's tournament viable. Because now it's like, it's in the normal game. So it's like, Mr. Puzzle is going to be the next tourney host is kind of a meme, and I don't know if I'll do it. I have made no decisions on it. But reductive metallurgy gets in.
Whoever hosts the next tournament needs to be warned. Like, that's a very realistic possibility. They might need to cook some reductive metallurgy puzzles for a tournament in advance.
Okay, so let's talk about the glyphs. Let's talk about what's happening in the solution.
Yeah, all right.
So a too long didn't read. Let's look at stuff on the left first. So the very first thing that is happening to the inputs on the left side of is the first thing we do.
Oh, it crashes? Okay. All right.
Oh, because you turned your collisions off?
Oh! All right, let me just turn collisions back on. Sorry.
Oh, XP3 is wondering where their other showcase solve was because it should have been more than 2,000 gold.
It registers as 0 gold because it doesn't finish, so it'll be shown last.
Ah, okay. You scored better because yours didn't solve.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Okay, alright.
Yeah, it's curious. But...
Alright, so what is happening?
So, on the bottom channel, you can see that the tin is going on a glyph, and then it creates a quicksilver. And that is the glyph of rejection. It is like the glyph of promotion, or... what? It's late. Projection. Rejection functions basically the opposite of projection.
Right.
Instead of spending a quicksilver to promote a metal, you instead demote a metal and you get a quicksilver back.
So the tin is turned back into lead with the quicksilver being generated.
Yeah, so something so the fact that glyph of rejection exists turns a lot of metal math on its head, because I can now freely transfer what we call metallicity around. Because now I can be like, well, lead is 1, and tin is 2, and iron's 3, and copper's 4, and silver is 5, and gold is 6. And it's like, well, a lead and a tin is like a tin and an iron is the same as a lead and a copper, because that's the same metallicity. I just transfer a quicksilver from one to the other. Yeah, exactly. The metals are basically just numbers. So then I can just be like, I'm going to move the quicksilver from the lead to the iron. Then I can combine the 2 lead into tin. I don't think I use deposition here.
Here in the far right, I see a deposition.
Yeah.
Glyph.
So there's also a glyph of deposition, and it's kind of the opposite of purification. It's not an exact opposite. it splits. It's more like fission. So like when we start up the solution, you'll see that there's a, if you go up a bit, there's a gold that gets turned into 2 iron, and then 1 iron gets turned into a lead and a tin. So that metallicity we were mentioning earlier, it's the metallicity gets split between the 2 outputs. So rejection, projection, purification, and deposition have been designed such that you cannot create metal out of nothing. That's why deposition is not an exact reverse of purification. Purification is lossy. Deposition is balanced and does not gain or lose metal.
All right, think about it as like a complete reinterpretation of purification math, in a sense, because the normal purification glyphs, they operate under the logic that like lead is 1, tin is 2, iron is 4, copper is 8, everything's doubled all the way up to gold, which is 32. That's the normal way of thinking about it. Here, because of the way these glyphs work, that is completely changed to lead is 1, tin is 2, iron's 3, copper's 4, silver's 5, gold's 6. It's just 1 through to 6.
Yep. So let's take a look at the Critellium output. And now it's time to... So this is a rate solve in using reductive metallurgy. So let's calculate what the rate should be. Okay, I have 3 gold, so that's 6, 12, 18. I have 3 silver, so that's 5, 10, 15. And then I have 2 quicksilver, so that's 2. So then I have 15 plus 18 plus 2 should give me 35. Okay, I need 35. Let's take a look at the input. I have a lead, a tin, an iron, so that's a 1, a 2, a 3, and a quicksilver is 1, so that's 7.
Yeah.
Easy peasy. 5 inputs become an output.
Yeah, so it's a 5 to 1, clean.
5 to 1, clean, crisp, beautiful.
So the reductive metallurgy glyphs tends to do that, I find. There is a lot more interesting ways to get like clean ratios. And like, yeah, all sorts of different variety of ways. Also, doing purification math this way lets you assign a value to quicksilver instead of just being like, project whatever the most valuable metal is and not being able to give it a value. So you're able to like on the face kind of assign values to quicksilver on puzzles.
Yep. It also lets you do something that's explored in a particular puzzle in the campaign where, oh, lead and quicksilver are equivalent. Because I can take 2 lead and purify it to get tin, and then reject it to get a lead and a quicksilver. I have just turned lead into quicksilver, and then you can promote the lead with that quicksilver to get the tin back, and deposit it to get your 2 lead back. So you can now, like, if you have a lead already, you can freely exchange lead with quicksilver. And so there's no such thing as it's metal limited, it's quicksilver limited. It is metal is metal. And quicksilver, like, quicksilver is now part of... The planetary metals and quicksilver are now grouped together in a unified thing. It's all interconnected.
Yeah. Yeah, it is provable that quicksilver is equal to 1 lead, but in a quicksilver kind of way. So it is completely different. So it completely reinterprets like how, well, it reimagines how these like metal glyph like puzzles even work. It is just a completely different way of solving them, using kind of glyphs that are broadly familiar but meaningfully different. The other glyph that we need to talk about is this one right here next to what looks almost like a Van Berlo's wheel.
Yep. So this is a Rivari's wheel. It's like a Berlo wheel. Except that you'll notice that you can put Quicksilver into it and take Quicksilver out of it.
And you don't
Furlough,
see the
you
quick. You
can't-
don't see the quicksilver, but it is being transferred directly through the wheel, which is why the wheel is cool. Which is why glyph like values are randomly changing, even though you don't see a quicksilver. Like it is being directly transferred, essentially.
Yeah, because like you can project and reject out of the wheel like normal, but we also made the mod so that you can transfer the quicksilver directly into and out of the wheel because I thought that would be really cool. And
oh, sorry, you go.
this other glyph here will also do that. This glyph that's under the wheel, where we're seeing gold come out of nowhere, is the glyph of proliferation, which is basically the metal version of duplication. Sort of. You consume a quicksilver. Normally you would just drop a quicksilver in, but here we're direct transferring quicksilver from the wheel into the glyph. And then the gold is coming out of the other copper-colored hex. And then that third hex is like the same as the hex that you would... Like, that last one's the selector. That's saying, I want a metal of like this. So it consumes a quicksilver, you choose which metal you want to come out. So it's similar to duplication in that, like, the Rivari's wheel here is functioning the same as a Burlow wheel would on a duplication glyph.
Mm.
Now what's interesting is that, because of the way this... So, the proliferation glyph can only fire once every 3 cycles, because it's not changing quicksilver into metal, it is consuming it and spitting out a metal. So it can only fire every 3 cycles. And there's only one of them allowed, similar to how there's only one Rivari wheel allowed. But, as you can see here, if we initialize it right, you have a free source of metal.
Right.
And in order for it to be an everlasting source of metal, you spit out a gold, but you need to immediately take a quicksilver out of it in order to generate the next gold.
Yeah, otherwise your Rivari's wheel's just gonna run dry.
Exactly. So this is where the rates start getting interesting again, because what that means is that you can use proliferation, and again, you don't have to use the wheel on there because you could just put like a normal metal atom on top of the selector hex and that will work. But basically, you can use proliferation as a free silver input that you can pull from every 3 cycles. So, the output has a metallicity of 35. I get 5 every 3 cycles, so I just need to grab 7 silvers from there, and then I get an output. But now you have LCM issues, because the left half of this solve pulls an input every 2 cycles, and it needs 7 of them. Or, no, the stuff on the left pulls every 2 cycles, it needs 5 inputs. The stuff on the right pulls every 3 cycles, and it needs 5. Which is why the instruction tape is really long.
Right.
But
So yeah, none of this is in the base game, but this is shit that might be very relevant next year. So do take note, do play it out, try the glyphs for yourself. They're very natural. They're a lot like they're based on the design of the base game, of the glyphs themselves. We made sure to not take inspiration from the more annoying glyphs like animismus or unification. So
yeah, while working on it, the glyphs did get we were redesigning them a lot, because the glyphs used to be a lot more difficult to use, and we were like, no, it's better if they're just more fun.
Yeah.
Initially, I was also like, I don't want infinite metal, but then like, infinite metal's fun. and we came up with a lower explanation for it and stuff, and it's okay. Like, even if this stuff doesn't get in the base game, I still want to plug the mod and say you should check it out because, like, it's really fun.
Mm.
And we put a lot of work into making a campaign light. Well, like, it's not as big as the normal campaign, of course, but it's like campaign light. And like, there's like a new Sigmar's Garden. There's cutscenes. There's new characters. There's story beats. There's 20 puzzles, I think, and 2 journal pages. One of them which was user submitted.
And I think that's a huge achievement because, like, the Opus Magnum campaign proper was designed by a whole ass team of game developers, and we're just like a few dudes who really like this game. And so having a campaign that's an even comparable level of size or quality to the actual main campaign, like, this is a years-long project, so we're incredibly proud of it. Also, on a personal note, if this mod campaign does eventually find its way into the main game, we've talked to Zach about like what he likes and doesn't like about the campaign itself, and a lot of the tweaking and fixing it up so Zach likes it more. That's pretty much my next project after the tournament. I'm going to lean on my fellow weekly hosts a bit, and like hopefully that all runs smoothly with only minimal input required from me. And for the reason for that is that I do plan on spending the winter months getting this campaign up to Zach's personal standard or whatever, so that he can get it in, and
right,
so that we can have it.
Also make it, and there's like tweaking, like, and that may be another reason why you should play the mod, even though a lot of this stuff will be out of the campaign, because like the campaign will be like. The campaign will be tweaked quite a bit in order to fit, like, it was originally made as a mod, so there's like inside jokes and like funny names for puzzles and stuff, and like it's going to be tidied up so that it is more consistent with the base game and more coherent and less memey.
Yeah. So yeah, it would some of the funny old mod source will get lost along the way. It will look cleaner and more professional, but yeah, 2 different products. So yeah, all right. I think it's a pretty good plug for Reductive Metallurgy. Go play it out. Go try it. It's really fun. Back to the showcases. Next up, we have the first of a couple submissions from XP2, name we have not heard yet. We're only 9 hours into the stream. We got a new name. 9 hours is a record that I think will stand for a long time. So, XP2 tried rate. Had a lot of fun with rate, but couldn't quite get min rate. So I don't think this is... I'm happy to be corrected, but I don't think it's quite min rate. XP2 writes in the solution notes, my quest to make the most efficient machine possible. Efficient referring to rate, I believe. After discussing in the Discord about optimizing these puzzles in general, linear programming was brought up. Took me a while to get it, but the idea is that you can do all necessary processing on lead, then tin, then iron, and so on until you have all the metal and mercury atoms needed to make your output. For turning this into a linear program, consider that you can have, say, half a mercury atom in the program as long as you double everything in the machine. Given this, you should be able to optimize Critellium by pasting this into online it's a website. Let me just put the website in the Twitch chat. That's the one referenced in the notes. It then goes on to what I think is linear algebra, which is not readable. I'm not reading all that. I don't understand it myself. Oh yeah, apparently Panic uses that as well. Anyway, skipping to after the linear algebra part. Here's what it says when you convert back to Opus Magnum terms. First grab 136 inputs. It's the 136 to 15 ratio. Yeah, paste in the Discord. Feel free to. Purify all lead into tin. Purify all tin into copper. Purify all... Sorry, iron. Purify all iron into copper. Purify 61 mercury onto copper. Project 61 mercury onto copper. I can read. Purify all remaining copper into silver. Project 45 mercury onto silver. This will allow you to make 15 outputs. Since I see the attempt at a choose your own metric puzzle, I will choose the laggiest solve metric. Force stupid ratios, get stupid solves. That is perfectly valid. So this is the stick counting method. Oh, we went too far. So this is not min rate, but it will do the min ratio thing. Alright, let's see if we can get a pivot happening. Oh, not quite a pivot, but okay. So we're doing projection. That's a particularly long stick. Okay, we've got all our silver. Now we just need to... We've got all our project into silver. Now we just need to purify into silver. So we'll do that. We have all our quicksilver. So now we have all the silver we need. Project into the requisite amount of gold. It's 45, 45. And here we go. And now we make a Critellium. And this is at a more leisurely sum-esque pace, so... But with the caveat that it can just kind of grab from the stick whenever it wants from 3 different stations. And there you go. And it will do this until all 3 sticks run dry. Before using the next giant stick that's being constructed as we speak. I'll play this through till these sticks run dry, and then we'll move on. Alright. And there is your batch. And it will do that again. And that seems to... So this solve isn't complaining. This solve is fine. The parser registered it as fine. It just wasn't as expensive as the previous solves. So it doesn't crash. The other solve that you submitted crashes. This one does not crash. Apparently. Okay. This is next solve comes in from Rat Massive. This looks suspiciously like the sum solve, so let's have a quick look. Have a look at the solution notes. The idea was to... Oh, wait, I think I've read these. Okay, so... Alright, so the notes are largely the same as the sum solve, but the notes that differ at the end read, Peep Arms 2021 for the workhorses of the assembly, and 24 for the extra copper I pulled through the works. So 2021 are the outputting arms, which sadly enough are piston arms, but that's okay. It's Showcase, we'll forgive him. Arm 24 also being a piston, which will, I think, sneak a quicksilver through. No, it sneaks a copper through at some point. That really does sneak it through. Alright. This is a quick little side. keep things moving. So I'm not saying I'm not flailing just yet, but I'm keen to wrap up pretty soon. Okay, next up is a Pew Pew speed solve from Mr. Puzzle.
Oh yeah. Yep.
How long did it take you to speed solve?
So when you posted no one has done a speed solve yet,
Oh,
I
that's
was
right.
like, ooh, then I'll have a chance because clearly no one's working on it. Because I normally don't speed solve and I'm not that great at it. And then a few minutes later I posted and got first.
That's right. You barely beat someone. I think it was Morikonda or someone.
Yeah,
by
I was like a 4 minutes ahead, I think.
Yeah, it was really close. That's right. In fact, I can just real quick check the website. You beat who?
Yeah, no, this
by 4 minutes. Yeah. After like
it worked out.
after 6 hours.
Yeah, it worked out that like if you give absolutely zero shits about how you do the puzzle, like it was really easy because like I figure out the way of rearranging, what was it, 1 or 2 inputs, so then it becomes the shape, and then you just need a shit ton of Quicksilver. I happen to not have some other mods because I think I was upgrading to Quintessential 5 at the time. So I didn't have my Go Fast stuff from Bitsit because it didn't have any of my mods on. But if I had, this would have happened faster because this is perfect elephant mode moment.
Yeah.
I need a shit ton of Quicksilver, and it's that's all that is. It's like, okay, we make the shape and then we copy paste getting 50 million Quicksilver.
Oh, that is a chunky disposal lift. Alright, next up we have... Alright, so by my count, 6 solves to go. Next up is Series with a purified Bestagon. Oh, that's some nice Bestagon action. Alright. Get cracking immediately on the notes. Series writes, Critellium, a mysterious substance. It's metallic and shiny, too soft to be good for structure, yet too firm to be pleasant to model with. Why anyone would make this is beyond me. But, nevertheless, here we are. This is an interesting molecule to put into such a small space. There's only a few ways the output can fit, and from there, your choices of input location are similarly limited. The requirement for a disposal to make the machine loop correctly makes the cabinet very cramped feeling to operate on. As a result, the input stage and assembly stage must be mostly separated from each other for each output. Decisions about where to store each given input atom have ramifications that aren't easy to foresee. I suspect that this same layout could be made faster, and an even faster layout probably exists for any alchemist who wants to seek it. It's a pretty nice Bestagon solution space, actually.
Yeah, it looks real good.
This would be a pretty cool Bestagon puzzle. You'd get a lot of depth in the cycle secondary. It's pretty much like a production chamber cycles kind of deal that you would see. Like shit, yeah, this would be a Bestagon puzzle with plenty of depth. There you go. Kind of reminds me a bit of Rivari's Rage area. But not, obviously, without the fucking overlapped input.
Without overlap cursedness.
Yeah, pretty much. Bestagon for 2025 tournament. Ugh. Never say never.
Again, not making any promises whatsoever, but like if I ran a tourney, I would put in all sorts of wacky shit.
Nice.
I love the wacky shit. And also, I'm not confident in my ability to make bog standard puzzles with bog standard metrics. This tournament was really good with making like just solid puzzle design. Sorflex.
thank you.
This is like, I can't describe it very well. Like, it's just like, yes, here's a puzzle with a metric, and it's like, yep, that's a pretty standard puzzle. That's a pretty standard metric, and it's just well executed to be a good like tourney.
I appreciate that, because, yeah, like, you do have to, like, dig into, like, standard classic Opus Magnum, like, metric theory a lot, and try to express old metrics in unfamiliar ways, like, with shit like latch hook fireworks. You have to commit to this weird cost difficulty idea. Or like, committing to like blue vitriol rate, being like, knowing that it has a wide enough solution space to encourage all these designs, and it's very technical and difficult to do. I appreciate that it seems like I didn't fuck it up. I was just spending most of the tournament worried that, like, oh god, how badly have I fucked it up? And no, seems like I largely haven't.
Yep.
It does seem like I kind of whiffed on some at the very end, but that's okay.
Yeah.
It was optional. It makes...
Well, yeah, like, you could, like, 3 choose 2, and, like, it is not necessarily bad to see, because, like, so another useful, what is it? Like, there's always discussions about, like, what should the purposes of the tournament be? And, like,
yeah.
IEEE always says, like, it's a content farm. And yes, because, like, the VODs are things that people can watch and, like, participate in doing the puzzles and stuff. But, like, but, like, the reason I bring that up is, like, there are multiple reasons for having the tournament. And, like, yes, people converged on the same idea in some for this puzzle. That's not necessarily bad. Because this was a tricky sum puzzle, but it wasn't so tricky that like it was approachable enough by the really good sum solvers that people started converging on the same thing. And this is very useful for the newer or less experienced players to see, like, because you could almost look at it as like, this isn't, you could think of it as like, this isn't 15 people submitting their own sum solve. It converged enough that you could say, like, this is we are watching somebody research heavily into making a sum solve for this puzzle, and you can watch their 15 reworks and watch them pick out the best ideas and then finally coagulate it all into this sum solve.
Right. Because it does, like, make, like, when you see that kind of, because it was a very unexpected convergence, but on such a seemingly difficult sum puzzle, it gives you a lot of, it helps you, like, pick out that, okay, we weren't just making it up. That arm 1 strat, banger sum idea. We can break it down a bit more. Why is it a banger sum idea? How does it work with the other arms? And we can really do a dive into some theory in a way that's approachable for newcomers. Because I know that's how IE puts it, as, tournaments are a content farm. The way I would put it, tournaments are a test of skill. That's how that's how I approached this tournament. That's how I would design puzzles. I want to test players of all skill levels. So yeah.
Yeah. One thing that came to mind is, if your goal was to design a puzzle that doesn't accidentally have the convergence, something I just thought of, what probably made it easier for the convergence to happen is that this sum puzzle so easily breaks apart into individual processing steps.
That is very true.
Because a whole bunch of the tech is like, yes, we're using this person's disassembly and this person's assembly and this person's method for dealing with that extra quicksilver. Like, it's a lot easier to mix and match the pieces in order to get improvements.
Yeah.
Like, if the goal is to prevent convergence, you would want to prevent that easy mixing matching. But also, if you're trying to design a sum puzzle where that can happen on purpose, that convergence happens on purpose, then make it so that there are several parts that can be swapped out like that.
Yeah. No, actually, it's a very, very good point. I could just be looking at it through a weird lens because we have been streaming for over 9 hours, so that's probably colored my perception of the results a bit, but
Getting a bit eepy.
yeah, possibly. Anyway, back to the showcases. So, Wasteless Min. So this is not true Min, obviously, but can you do it wastelessly without purification? I'm not sure you can. Maybe you can. I'm a little too tapped out to figure out whether you can right here on stream.
I would say, can you do wasteless without purification? And I would say no, because if I grab 2 inputs, then I have 2 quicksilver and 6 metals, and that's what's in the output. But I do not have the right levels of outputs. So I either need to I need to increase their tier somehow, which means if purification's unavailable, then I need to project.
You can't balance out the purification math without the purification, I think. Because if you don't have the right output ratio, then like you're fucked because you can't. There's no way to balance it out because you only have the projection glyph.
Right, like, and it's like, oh, I need to project. Well, okay, neat. Every projection you do will introduce 3 metal atoms that you can't do anything with.
So, Mr. Oil Spade writes in the solution notes, I got fairly close to a true min cost, but ultimately gave up and made this. With 60 cost, I got 3 gold, 3 silver, and 2 quicksilver, but with only 1 access point on a bonder. I just barely couldn't get the whole thing built. Instead, I made this, which I believe is the lowest possible cost, while also leaving no waste. I guess that's up to the Pareto frontier to decide your fate. I'm not entirely sure about that, but I enjoyed making it, and it was a nice cool down from the frustration of not making an actual min-cost solution. I'm so excited to see the wizards that figured out 60G. I'm sure someone solved it. Actually, no one did. There's an unsolved problem. Okay, so we have 4 solves left. I'll just go in alphabetical order, starting with Ebnov. So none of these solves actually solve. This looks... This looks like a rate. Because I don't think I remember seeing Ebenov's name on rate.
No, Ebenoff did not. Ebenoff did not have a submission until some.
That's right, otherwise you would have eaten the lemon way earlier. So this is the try. So you can see the Critellium glyph is not exactly placed in a spot where it's ever going to be used. This looks like a pretty full-blooded attempt at rate too, damn.
It's a weird brick, though.
It is a weird brick.
Like, is that brick of, like, 3 copper tall? Like, there's a brick on the left that's 3 copper tall and 4 quicksilver tall. And, like, is that all the material that's coming in, or is there additional? Because, like, those ratios...
Yeah, I don't remember the coppers breaking down into a ratio that allowed for, like, a 3 tall brick.
Yeah, because, like, it's supposed to be 7 copper to 8 quicksilver, and, like, if the... Like, I think there was another bit of copper down here, but, like, I don't know, it just... The numbers, they don't seem to add up. I don't know.
Alright. Moving on. We have a Karzian non-solve. Heart emoji. Aw, thanks, Karzian. Aw, appreciate it.
Nice.
Minus instructions.
Hey.
Oh.
And
Oh.
no resets.
The solution notes read, for all the work put into a tournament to remember, we salute you. Thank you, Kazian. And thank you, minus instruction. Truly, the goat of the instruction tray. Oh, appreciate it, Kazian. Now, alright. Couple more. Next is no longer breathed in. Approach to rate.
Darn it. I thought that was the last one. That would have been the perfect last one.
That would have been a great fucking ending, but I didn't know about it. So no longer breathed in. Definitely would have known about the math. And, you know, being an RP main, would have known what she was doing. But this is just, yeah, so an incomplete kind of crack at it. Let me read the solution notes, actually. I think with more time, I could eventually build this into something that works at rate 136 over 15, but I don't really have the energy. The idea is to backfeed the extra mercury from the reaction, 3 gold, mercury, silver into Critellium plus mercury into the upper copper production line and turn that copper into gold, combining it with the silver made from tin. This would also be sufficient to turn 15 out of 17 coppers into silver. The remaining 19 quicksilver would come directly from the 6 out of 17 copper quicksilver that gets purified. Wait, I didn't read that right, but whatever. There would of course be some ruined Critelia that wound up with 1 gold or another replaced with silver, but they would get pulled off the output and merged into a chain without causing issues. The spare mercury would still be back-fed, and the rate at which real plus pseudo-Critellium is made would not change ideally, so once the back-feeding got done, there would be no more ruined outputs. So sounds like it would have been like an initialization waste, one-time waste kind of thing, which, yeah, would have been perfectly fine. Many of the min rate solves did that. Cool track loop, though. Hang on. How's that for a fucking track loop? Shit, yeah. New shape unlocked. Alright. Lastly but not least, we have solve that appears to not solve from XP2. 3 cycles away from min rate. Oh, is this an agonizingly close attempt to min rate? Ooh. Alright, so XP2 writes, I encourage everyone to tinker as needed to fix this solution, since I am 3 cycles away from min rate and don't know how to fix it. Min rate is 15 outputs every 272 cycles, and this is 15 outputs every 275 cycles. The issue appears to be with ARM 63, which acts as an atom storage for the assembly of the Critellium, but I simply do not know how to fix it. I have attached my solution file in Discord to anyone who wants to try. It then reiterates the notes on the previous submission, so it's the 136 inputs to 15 outputs thing. Where's ARM 63 before I continue? There's ARM 64. Oh, it's the hex arm. So it does solve, so I don't know why the solution parser doesn't think it solves.
It might, like, it solves, but does it have rate?
You might have just not been able to tell if it had a rate or something. That's my tired theory.
When it checks if it's solved, does it simulate it or does it check the solution file?
So if I'm remember, if I might be wrong, but I think it like runs an instance of an OM sim to verify, like, to figure out the whether it has a rate or the area or whatever. I think that's what happens. Anyway, so I do not know enough to give this the breakdown it probably deserves, but ARM63 appears to be the problem. I couldn't tell you why this isn't min rate unless there's like an iron that gets randomly projected, like in Jamu's solve. I'm gonna go ahead and guess it won't run into that problem. I don't see a problematic projection glyph anywhere. This one just projects silver into gold. That's fine. And yeah, this one projects copper into silver. Whatever it was trying to do, it had a really smart idea that it never quite saw through to completion. First of all, I can't tinker with solves anyway on stream, and even if I did, I am not seeing how to make this min rate. It does not sound like an easy problem. I'll leave it as an open question to the Discord or whoever's watching this on Twitch or YouTube. Have a stab at it if you want. I'm sure XP2 would be very happy to give you a solution file if you can't find it on the Discord. Afterwards, the rest of the solution notes are like some very detailed breakdowns of the pure projection math, but we've been talking about the pure projection math quite a lot, and I don't think the solution notes say anything that wasn't already covered in rate, so I will leave it there. Which means that's it. Only 9.5 hours is the stream length, exactly, as I say that. Woo! We did it, chat. That is a tournament in the books. I don't have the week 7 scores yet on the spreadsheet. I'm gonna have to regenerate the AHKs, given the bists, and then the final scores will be done and dusted, so everyone can find out their exact placements and all that. Especially like most of the top 10, very up in the air, with the very notable exception of our new champion Callie Reeses. Once again, congratulations. You were around the whole time, Callie Reeses. You fucking trooper. Fuck, you earned the W right there, dude. Thank you, everyone. I feel like it's my turn to dish out the thank yous. So a big fat shout out go to... Hang on. Panic for hosting the fucking website and being the guy to go to whenever I have a problem fucking at all. I feel so bad for like going to Panic every time I have a problem or whatever, and his input on the puzzles are always very valuable. Yosh for being very diligent playtester, was half the reason Dental Amalgam worked out as well as it did, pretty much. Shout out to Gecko. Valuable contributions to Thermal Fuse and Blue Vitriol cost. Gave me a lot of needed confidence for those metrics, and those were both great metrics as a result. Haxton for being the fucking workhorse playtester. Dude, you will not find a better playtester than Haxton. Dare I say, the GOAT playtester. And Shadow Cluster for... Shadow Cluster did not just contribute to area. He had a lot of the wackiest ideas were at his suggestion. I think notably Amarms, Thermal Fuse height period. I think that was partly his and Panic's suggestion. Amarms entirely his idea. I leaned on him really heavily for the area puzzles. My god, the area puzzles would have been fucking trash without Shadow Cluster. And thank you to everyone, all my commentators who have helped me keep these streams going and entertaining and informative. thank you to everyone who submitted. The submission numbers literally never dropped below, what was it this week? 44. We got a 44th submission in after the deadline from XP2. So that was the lowest number all fucking tournament. So
It's just astounding.
that is incredible. I really did not expect the tournament to be that much of a success, especially not in terms of submission numbers. And we were missing so many veterans too, and the fact that that wasn't felt at all in the submission numbers is astounding. And that's it. I thank you all for watching and for submitting and for making this a fucking awesome tournament. It has been a pleasure and an honor. It is to be able to host this thing. I've been wanting to host for years, and yeah, the fact that I seemingly haven't fucked it up has been great. And yeah, we did it collectively. It's one for the books. Thanks for sticking around for 9.5 hours as well, Mr. Puzzle. God damn.
Yeah, no problem.
And for your plentiful, helpful mods. You put way more effort into making the quality of life mods than I did into fucking using them.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh. I feel like you almost, if it was like anyone else hosting, like the mods would have been up to date every week and diligent, but I'm just a little too Zorflaxian for that.
Yeah, it worked out enough in the end.
Now time to bug IE to add these to the leaderboards. You need to also remember to bug me to upload them to the workshop, because I think that's a step I need to do before they get added to the leaderboards. But yeah, that'll be coming in the coming days. This video will be uploaded. The leaderboard, the final scores will be sent up and posted. And yeah, the puzzles, all the puzzles you see before here, in my list at the moment, will be added to the leaderboards. I think maybe plastic as well. Plastic's all up in the air, but the others definitely will all be added to the leaderboards. And so will be completely open for everyone to play and optimize for the foreseeable future.
So yeah, when they get added, like if you made a showcase solve, that's probably Burrito.
Yeah, there'll be giant Pareto Frontiers. Good fucking luck with Critellium. People are talking about being scared about Touchstone being added to the leaderboards. I'm like, bro, Critellium's getting added to the leaderboards. Man, it'll be so funny seeing like Critellium RI being like referenced for years to come as like, look at this shit. Look at this cursed shit. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's it from me. Thank you all for being a part of this tournament, and I'll see you soon. Might see you during the weeklies. I won't rule out hosting weekly streams. It might not happen. I will caution you, don't hold your breath. It might be someone else who hosts the weekly streams. I am willing to step in though. There will be weekly streams. That is where you will see my influence felt next. It's where you'll get the next Opus Magnum big community event anyway. So hopefully I'll catch you back here in a few months. See ya, everyone.
See you then.